Hello and welcome, I'm Westrum, and this is Splat Theory. There are a lot of burning questions that this theory is attempting to answer, and with some crazy evidence that I haven't seen anybody talk about before. And it's aimed at addressing why Purple Guy falls into the dunk tank and then seemingly melts into a purple liquid. And the theory more broadly covers that I believe there are shapeshifters within Deltarune, which is what Friend is, who will be weak to water. Now, before we actually get into the theory itself, I need to show you these 6 pictures which Toby Fox posted. Well, he sent them out in a newsletter to a particular tier of people on the mailing list. So I'd like you to analyze these images on the right and just do so without any context that I'm giving you. Because I want to see what you actually think of the images before I've given you the explanations for what I think. And I want to see how much you can actually come up with on your own. And you know, maybe the theory itself, because I've already given away some of the details of what I think is going to happen, you will already be primed to start thinking about things in that way. But if you try to think of things yourself, I want you to think of what these are, and then we can revisit it when we get to the point where I start to explain them. Because I have explanations, and I believe I've got good explanations for all of them. And they're in a way that they all tie together. Before making this video, I had absolutely no clue what any of them meant. And I believe that that's the case for pretty much everybody in the community, because they're seemingly just not talked about. They were like a quick joke that people sort of laughed at because of the funny Toby image, just the foam Toby in the bathtub. But then these ones just never went anywhere. And despite me showing you these images at the very start of the video, I saw these images almost at the very end of making this theory. And that's what has made me believe in this theory as strongly as I do, because I came to the conclusions that make these images make sense without me seeing the images beforehand. I also found the source of all of these images, which I don't know if that's ever been posted online, but I've got them all. Like, I've got where the forest here is, specifically, or at least the general area of it, and yeah, I know where this is, I know what this is. I've got the SpongeBob episodes, I've got all of it. And so, if you want to find out what's going on here, be ready for a wild ride. I solved it. I melted it. As Aqua is saying there. I'm unusually confident about the major point of this video. I think the idea will either become widely accepted prior to Chapter 6, or it will simply be proven right in the future at some point. And that's crazy, because despite the hints being there since the post-Chapter 2 era for most of this theory, this idea has gone completely unnoticed by the community. It's a continuation of my previous theory about shapeshifters, but this idea is that water melts those shapeshifters, and we get new insights based on that. Please stick with this video. The main evidence for why should be done by around half the length of the runtime. And if I'm right, this should completely blow open where most people thought the story was headed. This isn't a typical theory video. My style is a bit different, where I mostly attempt to just simply present the evidence as simply and clearly as I can, and then I speak over it, and so you can mostly just listen along and then look over to the screen whenever I point out something every minute or so. This is only my second video. Many people surprisingly enjoyed the style of my first video. It already got 30,000 views, which I couldn't believe. On such a long video too, people stuck with it for a long time. And so just like this one, I hope you also stick along with it. I have changed things a little, where even though this video is probably going to be longer than the last one, I do skip over some slides and try to say less and just stick to the main focus, but you can pause and review each slide if you want to. Last video, I said that you wouldn't know some of the stuff in that one, and judging from the comments, I was right about that. But in this one, I know you're not going to know some of the crazy stuff in it. Thank you so much for your support on the previous video, and this video is also long like the previous one because the evidence requires a lot of build up, and not all parts of it are of equal quality or importance, so if you get the idea of a panel or you don't like it or don't care for it, just skip it. Please like and subscribe if you learned something new in this one, or did last time. I've got a game to work on, so I'll only do these videos if there is desire for them. If not, I'll stop because it's not worth my time. I'll post details about my games sometime soon. If there's ever text on the screen, which I do in editing, it'll be unvoiced, so I'll use a chime to draw your attention to it, and that'll be here. And here's a brief overview of the last video if you haven't watched it. Again, it's almost 4 hours long, so you might not want to watch it, so I'll summarize the main points you'll need for this video. So Jockington is friend, meaning shapeshifting exists in the light world. Shapeshifting magic is possible in the light world. It is the core magic of Deltarune. It's what dark worlds and darkness are and do. The knight uses this ability in the light world, explaining mysteries like their escape with Undyne and Asgore, as well as their ball and bird forms. Shapeshifters and darkness are liquid-like. They also seem very related to cats, roots, hair, and fur. Friends are agents of some mastermind who copy, cut, and paste people to create copies. This command is from a higher device layer, which is why they are image friend in all caps. It is represented in the world as killing and replacing. If you cut somebody in the computer, you cut them into pieces in the world. This shape-shifting magic can be used to create amalgamates, breaking people down and mixing parts. More speculative ideas from the theory include Gaster attempting to alter the prophecy through something represented by the meat factory, and that Deltarune is showing a world that has already been replaced who were originally figures in the prophecy. There is much more to copycat theory, but those are the points you need to know for this video. Content warning for any American, British, or other listeners out there. Water will be said a lot in this video, and it won't be said as water or water. It takes a lot of effort for me to record for so many hours putting on a fake accent like Australian without making any mistakes, so I appreciate your support. So after the last video, I had 2 points that really bothered me because I couldn't figure them out. Those were that shapeshifters, cats, friends, are like water, but they are simultaneously weak to water, and that didn't really make much sense to me. And the other question I had was why Icy is in this alleyway, and what is his importance to the story of Deltarune, because he keeps showing up in creepy situations. And with a couple of comments that got me thinking, I noticed a couple more candidates who fit my shapeshifter criteria I had for my last video, who are quite suspicious, stupid, and weird. But during that investigation, I noticed something very strange, and boy do I have some answers for you all. So this is a refresher on Icy and the meat factory. You can skip this section if you already know that Deltarune's going to get much darker, you know about the meat factory, and you know about Noelle's Icy blog. The section beyond is where the purple guy melting stuff begins, and when I get into explaining that. So this is just saying that the story of Deltarune simply has to get darker because Toby has loaded up so many dark expectations about the story that if they don't come true, it'll simply be bad writing. And these are the major mysteries. So we've got things like Chris losing their hand, Chris's demon summoning, Chapter 4's tonal shift, Chapter 5's the last adventure, Onion-san seemingly butchered, Susie's home life, the vessel, Carol's plan, the roaring, where is Asgore, where is Asriel, he died in Undertale, it's been 5 chapters, where is Undyne, Chris's guilt and regret, dying Rudy, where is Papyrus, why did Gaster bring us to Deltarune, the children who followed the pointed tail, who is the knight, Sans is weird, why give us bread, the prophecy's final panel, Chris has no hope, what is in the shelter, what is ERAM, Des is missing. And this theory provides crucial information I think is overlooked, and it'll give at least some insight into the darkness. The recap of the meat factory is basically, it's a room that you get if you kill Papyrus 50% of the time, and you've got to have the right fun value for it. And when you do that, and you go into this room, which is north of this one here, you get the sound test, which is a few songs. You get 4 songs there. You get Happy Town, which just showed up in Chapter 5, and so we basically know it's going to be relevant in Deltarune. If we get 1 song from this place, it's likely that more are going to show up, very likely. And we've been waiting on when is Gaster's theme going to properly show up. Well, we already got Happy Town, because it's the festival song in the Weird Route in Chapter 5. That's what it's called in the game files. And keep in mind that smiling is an important thing, and I will be getting to that right at the end of the video, pretty much. So keep in mind Happy Town. You've got Meat Factory, and that's what we're going to be getting into. I believe that they're a mix of protein, which is like sausages, but we're not going to go into that in this video. You've got Trouble Dingle, which kind of sounds like the Weird Root jingle, but it's not quite, and I'm not really sure what it's about. Nobody knows, I think. And then you've got Gaster's theme, which is one of the few places Gaster is referenced by name. I think there is a mild association with this scene and Undyne and Papyrus, just based on what Papyrus is talking about, and how you actually get into this room, and how Papyrus appears right after. And how there's a fishing rod, which is, that's talking about fish, it's associated with fish. I believe the Gorna Maker sequence is heavily related to the Meat Factory, since it's a bunch of mixed parts which you build together a new person. And that's where Gaster speaks, so I assume that they're also connected. There's a whole section of the town underground we're yet to explore yet, so I think it's a major sign it could be relevant in the future. Toby said that Icy is real, so if you're skeptical, he's referenced more times and more explicitly than Gaster in Deltarune. And so if you think that Gaster will have payoff, I think you should consider Icy as potentially being relevant. And he's a very old idea, at least since Undertale. So in this Tumblr post he says that Icy is not real, and then he says that Icy is real at the end. And this is just about him, his accounts, because some people pretend to be him on Minecraft and stuff like that, and he's saying that those aren't him, these are him. In this, he is talking about how somebody impersonating him in Minecraft is not real. And so he says that Icy is not real. So Icy is an impersonator, but then he is also saying that Icy is real, and so Icy is actually a true and proper thing that we need to be considering. That's how I interpret it. And that was dated on 2017, which is, I think, yeah, a bit over a year before Deltarune. This is a major moment of Icy, I think, and with him being a cryptid. So here you've got a bunch of strange-looking dogs that are like ice blocks as well. I believe these are different clones of Icy, different failed clones of Icy, and so they all look quite creepy until we land on one particular one, which is kind of okay. If you notice the Icies that we get in Deltarune, like the ones with icy heads, they do look like Icy, but they look different. They look slightly different to each other and to this Icy as well. And so we'll go through it. So the sighting comes again courtesy of Noel Holiday. The other night I went down to eat the leftover pizza, but when I went down, it was dark and I couldn't find the switch, and I saw Icy on the box and he winked at me. I screamed. Only my sister believes me. So this part is interesting because she went down into the dark and she couldn't find the light switch, but she did make it out of that, seemingly quite quick. And when we've looked at all of the other dark worlds that we've been in so far, the fountain exit has been ages away. If there were truly a dark world down there, it wouldn't have simply been closed that simply or that quickly. Noel would have spoken about a lot more than just this. And so to me, this very much seems as though this box was genuinely just simply in the dark. And it started winking. And this just aligns with my Jockington theory that Jockington is friend. And so this pizza box could also simply exist like this if they were imbued with darkness themselves. And Des believes her. So it's not just Noel who understands that this is true. Des believed her, and Des is older. And then there's a story update. My sister burned the box in the grass to kill it and smelled like charcoal pizza. She burned out Icy's eyes and he looked evil, and as he said, took it and said we should bury the box, and Chris dug a hole in the ground in the graveyard, and I was so scared a zombie would come up, and I tried to say, Chris, I'm scared, and they turned around with the box over their face and I screamed. So Des hid them and took it away and threw it away, and I think it's going to come and kill me. So this is kind of scary because Des burns it in its eyes, which is burning eyes, by the way, which is like ERAM nightmare. And nightmare is shown in the word search in Undertale if you get the right fun value. It's like a snowman and it just says nightmare above it. But this means that Des believed her enough that she wanted to burn out its eyes. And it also shows that Asriel also believed that this was an issue because after burning out its eyes, he said they should bury the box. And he's also older, and he's seemingly fairly responsible too. So it's another person who believes this. And Chris seems to be, sort of joking about it and stuff. But there's a line of dialogue in the library where it says that they have dread when they look at Icy. And there's going to be another section we're going to get into where Chris seems to treat Icy more seriously than they seem to here. And remember, Chris did like demon summonings and stuff like that, so they seem to be pretty hardcore as a younger person, and they have since become very, like they've seen something real bad. And she also references these as a zombie, and I believe that these are imbued with determination, which allows them to come to life, basically. Just as they do with amalgamates who are fallen down, and Flowery, who turns into a talking flower. Okay, Icy meltdown. Why do they sweat? Why do they melt? The hospital pain scale goes from 1 to 10, and at 0 pain, he's happy, and at 10 pain, he's happy and sweating. So that means he's always smiling, but he only sweats when he's in pain, which is very strange. He's always smiling. You can also note here that this guy's head seems really swollen for some reason, while his arms are small, and the rest of his body is fairly small, which is sort of weird, because the warrior, who this is, they seem a lot different to that. Shapeshifters / cats don't like water, so in the cat mic minigame, you lose lives if you have the cats hit by water. You also lose life if you actually get hit by water, which is strange. You have to save the cats by taking them to the house, into the basket, and like from the original position. And last video, a comment mentioned Purple Guy being dunked in water, and so I wanted to expand on this idea because it said that he was melting, which means that if I already know that there's something that has an aversion to water, there could be something else that is hurt by water. But, of course, the shapeshifters and cats are also like water, so I didn't really understand this part, because friend is water but dislikes water. Water and darkness are frequently compared in the game. You've got the depths image, water.og plays when friend appears. The chairs and friend look like liquid, so they start as a chair and then they look like this dark liquid. Darkness acts like a liquid and it fills containers that it's in, so when you open a dark world, the whole room is filled, just like if you poured water into like a jug or something like that. And cats are liquid, is the saying. Icy is continually melting, there seems to be a puddle beneath him. He sweats, he's in pain, that's what the chart said. Water, if you think about it, can technically shapeshift, because if you put it into a container and then freeze it, well then you will have a statue made of ice. So, is Icy a shapeshifter? Well, just before we get into that, we need to briefly look at this, because this is quite scary. In the festival, you get this flesh, which is stretched out as a sacrifice. That's what it says. And the only other time a sacrifice is mentioned in the game is with Undyne, the police sacrifice call. And my quick theory here is that the Noel Smile ARG, which happened just prior to Chapter 5, when you entered the festival, it says the only people that walk this path are those who have their face so close to the road they can't even see where they're going. And here, we have this icy face, which is literally as close to the road as you can possibly get. And I think that this, potentially, is not a sign that the player can't see where they're going in terms of the weird route, where they can't see the sort of horrors that they're going to be causing. Because I think that everybody knows, roughly, that they're going to be causing horrors by playing the weird route. The real thing that they're not looking at is when people die. They literally straight up die in the middle of Hometown and nobody cares. Nobody looks at it. Nobody, theorizes even about it so much. Everybody's focus is on the main story. And so I think what this is really saying is that the player base can't even see where the actual story is going, because there's a whole B plot which is going on within Hometown where people are dying. And crucially, that response comes when you say festival, and this thing is right in the festival. And it's smiling. And yeah, when it says that it's a sacrifice, it looks like an animal skin that's been stretched out on a tanning rack. It's very weird. It's right next to the goners in the takoyaki stand, and right next to where Purple Guy literally melts. It's like literally right there. And on the weird route, Susie says, dude, no, I don't know what the hell this is. And Pizza Pants calls Icy's pizza hell. And what's worse than that, and this is why I think that Chris treats this way more seriously than they were made out to in Noel's blog. Susie continues, that's why you're here, to explain. Great, you don't know either. You could just say that next time, instead of staring into my eyes. So, Chris is already depressed here on the weird route. They barely walk around, they don't like to respond to anything. But they seem particularly bad here, where they just stare at Susie when they're asked about this particular thing. Okay, now we get into the fun part of the theory. So, these are the Icy guys. They're the two NPCs that I missed last time, who I think seem to be a lot more like shapeshifters than you might think. These two are the two NPCs who consistently resemble Icy, and it's never mentioned in the game anywhere that they're a specific type of monster. This just seems to be them, especially in the case of the warrior here. They consistently speak in a very strange manner. It's not as strange as Jockington's in terms of his grammar and stuff like that, but they do speak in like all caps and stuff like that. They're always extremely excited, and it does seem a little bit like that's what they would do if they were in, working retail, because they're just excited. Like they have to, pretend to be excited and everything. Like this is just their persona. They're good for the job, but They do this even in circumstances when they're outside of work, like in the hospital and stuff like that. Speaking of the hospital, we will see soon that they are actively self-harming from their stupidity. So they seem to be stupid, a bit like Jockington, like I said last video. We start with Purple Guy, who is a major part of this video, obviously from the thumbnail, because we need to find out why he died. So we've got to look back into his history and see what happened. So he wears a costume, which is like a disguise, and that's like shapeshifting. His body resembles a purple dinosaur-looking thing, so yeah, that's kind of weird. But nobody knows who this guy is, so you have, and I'm not going to read out too much of the evidence in this video. I'm going to try to keep things going, but Pizza Pants says that he doesn't even work here. Dress Lion says that he doesn't work here, and it very much seems like he's like a new person in town, where people like nobody even hired this guy. He just starts showing up at roles for some reason. The dialogue in Chapter 1 says that all of the employees seem to be out in costume. It just says that it seems like, so it's not a declarative statement. It's just saying that that's how it looks. It doesn't say that he is 100% in costume. And I believe that Purple Guy's costume is absolutely not a costume. And I think I can prove it. If you only need to take a very light leap, and we're going to see that soon. In Chapter 2, Purple Guy goes to the mayor's office, right? To the town hall. And when you speak to him, he says, "Put me in, coach." And "put me in, coach," it's reminiscent of when Jockington was talking about being a substitute player for Caddy in the church. And he says, "Put me in," right after that. Which is like, it's when you substitute a player, like when you swap a player off the bench, you would say, "Put me in, coach," right? So my whole theory is about how copies are substitutes for replacements for other people in the prophecy. Now, despite wearing a business suit in this context, which does seem appropriate, he seems to still be wearing his costume underneath, which is very strange. And nobody seems to comment on how sort of ridiculous that is, which is kind of weird. But, like, and I mean in the community as well. But he still has his IC mask on, apparently. The wiki says that it's a mask. Okay, I don't believe it's a mask. But that's the current understanding, is that he's wearing two costumes over the top of each other, which, you know, it is kind of silly. Like, this is a bit of a silly game sometimes, so it kind of just fits, but we'll see going forward here. Oh, and he seems out of place, which is a big shapeshifter sign, right? It seems like he doesn't work there, just like the other place that he didn't work at. Now, here's the warrior. We're not finished with Purple Guy yet, but we have to go into this right now. The warrior is absent in Chapter 1 due to pizza-related injuries. That's what Pizza Pants says. And then eventually, their hands are healed, and you see in the hospital, you can see that their hands are damaged. I think, according to my theory, these figures are meant to be replacing people in the prophecy. So the fact that they're called the warrior is interesting, because Ralsei refers to the heroes of the prophecy as the Delta Warriors. And he is consistently talking about battle and things like wizards, and like his blood is burning for battle, and he says silly things like the pizza sauce is boiling red. There are a lot of ketchup blood mentions in the game, similar to Sansa's blood. But the point is, he seems to be very much like a warrior. He is called the warrior, which seems a little bit strange. But more strange than that is the fact that he looks like Icy, and this is just never explained. Nobody seems to question this in the fan base. He is like a weird embodiment of a brand physically. He is simply the brand. It's not just like a costume, he is the brand. And that's very, very odd, right? And we know it's not a costume, or it seems not to be, because on his hands they're bandaged, and it's like, what, did the hospital bandage his hands, put the costume back on, and then put the bandages over his hands? There's like no seams in this suit. You know, there's nothing. It's just a full thing. So to me, this just seems to be them. Now, if my proposal here is that these guys are weak to water, I got quite a ways through this theory before I noticed this major hole in my theory. How does this guy work at a pizza place if he has a weakness to water? Because water is used in making pizza. Like, you put water with the dough in order to make it. And on the screen here, you've got the warrior bashing the dough. That seems to be one of their main jobs. And we see that directly on screen. And so you might think, well, maybe they could serve drinks without getting wet. You know, like you just get the drink into the cup, but you don't touch it. And so, you know, maybe they can get by with that. They seem kind of dumb, but maybe they can do it. Or perhaps maybe somebody else can do it, like Blue Ears or Pizza Pants. But I realized something, because Pizza Pants says that he got pizza-related injuries. He says that the warrior got pizza-related injuries. And where are those pizza-related injuries? They're on his hands. And that to me was absolutely crazy when I made that connection, because he is bashing this dough with his hands right after he gets these pizza-related injuries. And you just think, if this is his job, and it's a pizza-related injury, maybe that's just what he does. He bashes this dough until his hands start to melt, and possibly even bleed looking at this bread. Although this doesn't really make much sense because this bread is like next to him and there's no blood on this dough. But that is kind of weird, like, just to put that there. I don't even know what this is. You don't usually do this with pizza. You don't just like slam ketchup on it or tomato paste, you know. Like, you usually flatten it out and then you put the paste on top. But maybe this is just a silly gag. But anyway, I believe that he's injuring his hands on this dough. And so the idea that this is debunked because they're working at a pizza place, I think that it actually reversed the debunk into a greater point that they are getting injured by water. And better yet, to explain the drinks, there actually is a bit where Ice Wolf, who is known as Ice Wolf both in Undertale and Deltarune, but they're called 4-4 as well in Deltarune. That's what they say their names, but I've just got Ice Wolf here to keep it simple because I make Undertale connections later. So Ice Wolf does not like ice in their drink, and they like ice to be the drink. So that sounds a little bit strange. Oh, and they also like icy. But that wording sounds a little bit strange, but I checked the Japanese on it, and it's definitely clear that he just likes for his cup to be filled with ice, basically. He doesn't even want a drink, he just likes ice. And that to me seems to confirm that there's even less water going on here than we might imagine. And it's just kept as frozen ice. His personality certainly fits a lot better if he's actively getting injured on the job, so he's like a warrior, putting his life on the line. And the tomato paste dough does connect with his what did they say earlier? The pizza sauce is boiling red, burning like my blood yearns for battle. Like, that connects to this dough here. Now we're back to Purple Guy at the diner, and he continues to keep stacking on these costumes. So it is quite weird, and it does show that he has a propensity to do this, which means that perhaps the original layered costume is still a costume because he's just putting on a bunch of random stuff over the top of it. You know, it's just his behavior. But that still doesn't disprove it. It doesn't disprove that the original layer can't be his original self. Now we get to when he's dunked. And this is crazy, okay? So get ready for this. It says that he's melting. I'm sure you probably would have seen this if you played chapter 5. I believe that shapeshifters are weak to water. So if he's a shapeshifter, this is why he's dying. And he watches you as you walk away, which is very strange, because why is he watching you? His eyes, like as you move across the screen, they shift across to match wherever you are. And it's very weird that he's just looking there instead of, you know, like getting out. Like, he does not seem comfortable there. He would presumably drown or something, but he just seems stuck. And he actually seems a little bit maybe bloated, but he's sort of just like that anyway. But his face, like his eyes are all swollen, his big grin's all swollen. It's hard to say whether that's just for, you know, comedic effect or whatever. But he seems to be stuck somehow. Or he's not getting up. It's incapacitated him in some way. Because you wouldn't just sit there looking for the person who dunked you. You would try to get up. And so, after this has happened, presumably, or whatever parallel there is to it on the weird route, because this is the slight leap that you have to make, and we're going to get into that, but like the weird route section of this festival happens at sunset, whereas this earlier section happens earlier in the day. So this is meant to be like the aftermath of him melting, because it says that he's melting. But the crazy thing here is that if he did melt here, it seems to be that he has melted, including his costume, which is a much bigger deal if you really think about it. Because generally fabrics don't melt. And perhaps you could say that that's acid, we'll get into that. But it's fuzzy like hair, so for some strange reason, it's fuzzy. Like there is hair all throughout this, it seems. And I made this connection last video, though I didn't voice it. But the beard is like friend, but what I didn't say is that Susie was taught by Gerson to cut his beard. And his beard is also purple. So it seems that purple is an attribute of the shapeshifter, and I'm going to go into why more in this video about why purple is important for the shapeshifter. But this liquid is purple. The fact that they've entirely melted is important because it means that their costume is not just a costume. It is them as well. And themselves is what melts as well. Which is scary because of the icy head. So Susie continues. She says, what was this kind of mixture called? Like heterogeneous? And so she's talking about heterogeneous, which is different to homogeneous. Homogeneous liquids are when you have everything mixed together and it's just like one thing. Whereas heterogeneous liquids are things where you have like two separate parts. So like a heterogeneous liquid would be like some salad dressings where you get the oil that comes to the top of it, and then you've got the rest of the salad dressing, you've got to mix it back up again. Homogeneous when it's all just mixed together. So that means that there's a mixture of two different things, at least two different things in here. It's not just one thing. And so presumably that's either water and fur, or purple water and fur, or purple water and purple fur. That same joke is done with the misspelling of heterogeneous in Japanese, so there's nothing odd going on there, it's just that's what it is. Now, Susie initially wants to drink from it, as she often does with various things. She seems to be quite hungry. So she says, hey, purple water, you know we gotta sip that. But she doesn't end up doing it. And that's very strange because Susie drinks and eats anything. She eats chalk and she drinks random milk left in alleyways, presumably for hours. And so this stuff has got to be pretty bad if Susie is looking at it and thinking, God, that is disgusting. And so it seems to be that it's not just like somebody who's put a drop of dye in there or something like that. Like it's really messed up. It's really messed up and it's not fully dissolved either. So the only leap that is made here is that Purple Guy actually does melt in his entirety in the dunk tank. And if you believe that, then this is true. Purple Guy is a patchwork creature, like a Frankenstein's monster. His body is totally different to his head. If he is a patchwork, then he is made from an icy actual head, not just a mask, it's an actual head part. Similar to the vessel in the Goner Maker. His body has a stitched yellow patch, which is also not a costume, but a real part of the body. I don't have a picture here, let me bring that up. Yeah, so you see here, the yellow patch on his body there. And then he's got this green section here, he's got the suit, and then it's a completely different kind of attachment at the top, which is the icy head, which is shared with the warrior. Which is important because if they share the same kind of head, that's kind of freaky, right? If they're not like the same species or something, like this is just it's like a vessel part. He's made of purple puzzle material, which is the hair conceivably, and he melts completely in the water, which is strange. There are some alternative explanations that you can come up with, such as that the suit is largely but not entirely dissolvable in water for some reason. So like the hair doesn't dissolve, but the rest of the suit does. Fabrics don't tend to work like that. They don't tend to be dissolvable. There was one thing that I searched up, but it seems not to be like what a suit would be made out of. It was for like stuff that you could wash off, and then it would disappear in the wash. But they were just like little temporary things. There's another explanation that in the weird route, that he managed to get out of the tank somehow, and then the fibers are just from the costume, and so the water just turned purple from that. So what that would mean is that, well, what's strange about that is that in the normal route, he doesn't attempt to get out, so he definitely didn't do this on his own, because why would he just sit there for ages, like indefinitely? He just sits there. Other people don't seem to help him, but, let's just say that happens off screen. How is he getting out simultaneously before he drowns, but after the water is purple? So there's very little time for things to dissolve in the actual water. If it were just a little bit of hair left there, it surely wouldn't dye the entire thing. If he didn't fall in at all in the weird route, you're suddenly believing in some kind of off-screen explanation, like somebody has gone in and like dyed the water or something. There is no hint of this happening, like where people are doing this, and so you're pretty much just coming up with little fan theories instead of just relying on what the game has told us and using that as your best explanation. And I think without other information, we should go with that as an explanation. If it's some other liquid, well then, like acid, why does he get incapacitated? That shouldn't be happening. If you get dumped in acid, sure, that will hurt a lot, that'll sting, and you know, you'll be very shocked, but you will try to get out as soon as possible. You won't just sit there. It's not going to disable your entire body the moment that you get put into it. He gets physically incapacitated, so we need to explain why he gets incapacitated like that as well. Which to me, it makes sense why he gets incapacitated if he starts to melt. And perhaps if he starts to swell as well. And like I mentioned before, if he really has that icy head and a different body, it means that he and Wario come from the same place, it seems. Which could be the meat factory. And ultimately, the reason why he steps up onto the dunk plate is just because he's stupid, just like Wario. Just like the Wario injures themselves. And just like Jockington and Friend are dumb as well. Here's a very interesting part of evidence that I came up with that I haven't heard anybody speak about. When you're checking the net skis behind the paper wall, and they're all jumping around, but then it turns out there's a bunch of rocks behind the screen. But there are a few other things that you can pick up from behind the screen. One of those is a random vial of water, which I've got on the screen there. And that seems to have no explanation. I don't know why that is... Well, I do know why that's there, but you can try to come up with an explanation if you want. Why is there a random vial of water behind there? It's just very strange, right? More strange than that is there is an annoying dog behind there as well. And what the annoying dog does, the Toby stand-in, is he quickly snatches the vial of water if you have them placed down on the ground. So if you've got the vial of water there and then you drop Toby, Toby will instantly go for that vial of water and make it disappear. And this is amongst all of the random shifter foxes, which I went into last video, that they're meant to be a tell to the player that shapeshifting is possible in Deltarune and that they should be looking out for it. And this is the panel that I showed a little bit earlier. So Aqua says, "Seth, look, they solved me. I melted, ha ha ha." Why is she saying that she melted? It's very, very, very weird that she says that. It just doesn't fit there whatsoever. But you'll see how it does soon. So Aqua literally means water in Latin. And that's meaningful because she could have just been called Cyan, or she could have been called Light Blue perhaps. She could have been called a color name. But she was called Aqua. And strangely, in Japanese her name is translated to Tako. This is quite close to Tako in takoyaki, which is the octopus part of takoyaki. It is meant to be short for turquoise, which is turquoise, though it is never used this way in the text. So it's never used in full in Japanese. It's always just tako, making the tako connection stronger. That's interesting, since the idea that onion-san was sliced up to make takoyaki might have been a little stronger for Japanese readers, since Aqua is related to knives, whereas we get the relation to water as the English speakers. Now, keep in mind, I'm saying all of this stuff in Japanese, and I will for the rest of the video, all of these different Japanese connections. I'm not a native speaker, and I don't even know Japanese that well, so I could be getting stuff wrong here. And because I don't have this full knowledge, I don't really understand how strong the tako versus tako connection would actually be to a native's mind. And so Aqua actually keeps her water association in Japanese if you get the tako part. If she's called an octopus, okay, if that comes to mind, well then she keeps that water association. And octopuses are also experts at camouflage, keep that in mind as well. Aqua is also a copy or a reflection of Chris. A lot of people seem to believe that she is a version of Chris at a younger age, and that she mimics their behavior. And there might be another reason why she's called Octopus, and we're going to see why with the namesake of this video soon. There's more interesting Japanese for the word melt, and this actually partly explains where this joke is even coming from, because it doesn't really make much sense to me in English, but it does make some sense in Japanese. So in Japanese, the word for solved and the word for melted is a homonym, so it sounds the same. It's toketa, which is both solved and melted. So it's a pun on that. Now you've got to keep in mind, in the light world they don't use kanji, but they do in the dark world, so we can't always check the exact word that is being used in the light world, and you kind of have to guess based on context. Another fun thing that I learned here is that Aqua refers to herself in third person here, which is just because that's a childish / cute thing to do in Japanese, which English doesn't have, so that's why that's a little bit different. And I just kind of rant a little bit there about Japanese and English differences in Deltarune. More on toketa is that it's actually used for quite a few other things. So the first version of toketa is used for solving, untying, releasing, unraveling, or making something clear. So that's the I solved it part. And within Deltarune, it is only ever used in the context of solving a problem or solving a puzzle in the exact same way that Aqua did here. And keep in mind, I can only search the Dark World text for that because it's in kanji. The second toketa is odd because it's the melting part. It means melting a solid into liquid, such as ice, snow, ice cream, chocolate. But it also means dissolving something into a liquid, such as sugar or salt into water. And that's interesting because in Japanese, that connection is made, but in English, we say solving, right? And the solve part of dissolve, that's like not a coincidence. That solving used to be to loosen or to untie or release, similar to how it is in Japanese. There's just this weird etymological thing going on here where those words used to be much more together, I guess. And the concepts are shared between the languages, even though they've kind of morphed over time. But anyway, it also, in Japanese, is used for blending. So you can say something like, he blended into the crowd, and that still uses toketa, which is very interesting because if you were to amalgamate, okay, that would mean that you lose your identity in a crowd. Like you know, you're losing your identity for the amalgamation, for the crowd. But you would never say in English, you would never say that you melted into a crowd. That you wouldn't say that. You'd say you blended into the crowd, right? It's also used for mixing, so if you had water with flour, you could say toketa. And it's also used for scrambling, stirring, and beating eggs, which is interesting as well. And then it's used for fusing metals as well. So if you like smelting, right? Smelt and melt, It's not used anywhere too interesting outside of this, but it is used for cheese in Chapter 2, and we will see melted cheese come up again later, so keep that one in mind. It is used in hiragana, so we can't be 100% sure, but look, the context is there, so it is, okay, but Purple Guy uses it when, well, Purple Guy doesn't use it, but like, when he's melting, when it says he's melting, it uses toketa, and when Susie, she has a moment with Sans where she says that Chris has some ice cream on them, and Susie uses it there to say that the ice cream melted. I also realized during this, trying to search the text for Japanese, it's actually extremely difficult, especially in the light world, because since you don't have the kanji to search for it, you get this major ambiguity because you're like, look, it's hard to explain, I'm not going to go into it, but it's very difficult to search for. So it's a lot easier to just search in English and then find things. Now, I didn't put this in the slide, but another person that you can find here, so you've got Aqua there, you can actually find Seth as well. And you can place Seth down too. And so that made me think about Seth, because Seth isn't called Purple. It's the same as Aqua, where they have a different name than what they would usually have. And so I checked their Japanese name, because I wanted to know what that was, And this is extremely interesting. It led to quite a big discovery here in a little bit. But Seth's name is Morris. It's Morisu in the Japanese version because Toby used Seth to reference a character called Seth who was called Morris in the Japanese version of Illusion of Gaia. And Illusion of Gaia is a game that Toby has referenced many, many different times in Deltarune, and he's talked about it on the anniversary stream as well. Now, yeah, I want you to hold the thought on how meaningful that's going to be, because I'm going to get to that in a moment. So, in universe, Seth says real humans have proper names, not colors, so perhaps you might say that it's not particularly important, but it does mean that Seth is better at imitating humans, or better at imitation in general. I said this before, but I think the purple is a color that is going to be related to shapeshifting. It is related to shapeshifting, and that's why the purple guy is purple. Now, when you look at the purple words from Undertale's Omega Flowey fight, where the purple soul comes up, I'll read them out here because they're pretty horrific. You've got Death, Despair, Nightmare. Nightmare is very notable, given ERAM. Sadness, Ruin, Hatred, Trapped, Slaughter, Doom, Terror, Horror, Cruelty, Murderer, Destroy, and Corrupt. Something I noticed about Ruin there is that the ruins are purple in Undertale, which I did note that at one point during this theory. Now remember that Seth ends up jailed in Chapter 5 because Aqua makes her play jail. And that trapped word will come up a lot with Perseverance. Purple as a soul color in Undertale means perseverance, and if the goal is to survive the prophecy, or to become immortal, I can see the connection. The connection to books, of course, and to knowledge, as Seth has, is that knowledge survives even if the body dies. These are some of the Seth words that they can choose for their attack in Undertale, and I don't know if this is an exhaustive list because I couldn't really get one. I just was looking through the code and some of the wiki and stuff. But you've got here some interesting words. You've got Family Guy top 50 funny moments. This is the issue, guys. Okay, we got to lock in as a community because everybody knows the Family Guy top 50 funny moments. Okay, that was memed on to death. I knew that like day one. Okay, knew that day one. I did not know that there was image and friend. Image and friend. I don't know, maybe you guys knew this, but I didn't know this until I was looking myself, okay? We gotta lock in. Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff like Dream and, knives and stuff, but it's not particularly important. It seems kind of fitting for the chapter. And these are in separate attacks, which is probably why a lot of people didn't really notice that image and friend are there. And the other thing is okay, yeah, maybe you can say friend, okay, Aqua's got, Seth's got a friend in Aqua, right? Image, I don't know where this is coming from, if it's not image friend. Now this is why I said hold the thought, okay? In Illusion of Gaia, Seth involuntarily transforms into a Leviathan, which is a giant snake-like monster. And if you remember back in the Tale of Hell part of my last video, I talked, I think it was right after that, I talked about how the organics, they're talking about how the snake grow, they say something like the snake grows snake-like or something, I can't remember. Or the shadow grows snake-like, something like that. Now, my theory, of course, in that last video was that friends eat, they eat people, and then they transform into them by taking their, I don't know, their DNA or whatever. And so, it's very interesting here that this giant purple monster eats Seth, and then Seth becomes that monster, or he becomes part of the monster. It's different depending on the English and the Japanese translation, which causes some ambiguity. But he gets amalgamated into this monster, and he becomes a monster himself. I believe that this specific Leviathan is supposed to be Seth, I think. I can't quite remember, and I've never played Illusion of Gaia, so this is just from a video. So take this with a massive grain of salt. But I mean, this is like the Leviathan monster that's referenced before, that we learn about with Seth. And what's important here is that Toby made sure that we knew that Seth was Seth because he made Seth look like Seth. You can see it in Illusion of Gaia, the glasses and the thing that kind of looks like teeth, but yeah, it's like a weird face. But he also named them Morris as well. in Japanese. So we know that this character is the reference. It is completely undeniable. And I believe somebody said this. I couldn't really find out where exactly, but apparently Seth later ends up helping the main character defeat the world-ending foe at the end. But this fight here is like toward the end, so. And this is Seth contacting about his journey, so this is just about what happened. So it says here, this is Seth. I was followed by Riverson. When I came to, the form of my body had changed to Riverson's. This Riverson is a creature who lives in the ocean. I don't know if it's human or not. So we have a dark creature who's come out from the ocean, has eaten him, and then has had Seth's body transform into this thing. So it very much is reminiscent of somebody who's like lost in the code, potentially amalgamated, which is what I was proposing could be the case with Des, who has been potentially amalgamated, or somebody else who has been amalgamated and doesn't quite know where they even are anymore, or what they are anymore, which many people have proposed for the Knight ever since the Knight showed up. There's a little bit of a funny joke there in the Japanese text. I'm not going to explain it here, but you can read it if you want. Now we've got Susie and the Leviathan, because there are some connections you can make, and I will go through these later in the video, but just a brief moment here because we're on the Leviathan topic. Leviathans are creatures of the sea, and Deltarune constantly ties the sea, the depths, which are like the abyss, and darkness all together. And yeah, these sprites look like water, and water of course is just associated with the Leviathan as a creature from mythology. That's just very obvious. There's stories about the Leviathan in the Bible and across Gnosticism, Judaism, and Christianity. It's frequently translated as dragon, or it uses the same word, I believe, in the Bible. And Susie is talked about as the dragon by Gerson. In Revelation, on the last day, it says that God will slay the dragon and cast it into the abyss, which is like the depths. And this annihilation brings about world peace without any trace of evil left. It threatens to eat the damned when their lives are over. In Gnosticism, it eats those who are too attached to the material world. It is frequently tied to the Ouroboros, which is a snake that bites its own tail, and that thing shows up constantly in JRPGs and Japanese media and stuff. And the idea is that the lower world, the material world, is just a place where ultimately the whole system just consumes itself to no actual end. If there's like some sort of cycle of rebirth in Deltarune where they're consistently eating and consuming their own parts to create a new world, which is what I believe is happening with Gaster, with the meat factory, the whole world eventually will become amalgamated and then reform into a new world. It's basically the same concept there. And it says here that God is said to kill it in the final days, feed its flesh to the righteous, and use its skin in festivities for tents. There is that weird icy face which is all stretched out, which might connect. I don't know, but you know, it's kind of weak connection. But it is a festival, right? And I think that since this creature is the embodiment of chaos, it does represent Susie quite well. Because Susie is chaos in this story. She wants to fight against the prophecy because she doesn't like how it ends. She's looking at the last panel, even though she kind of loves the prophecy, but she doesn't like all of it. And she's taught by Gerson to change fate, and she likes that idea. And she's against orderly figures, the figures who represent order, like Carol. Carol represents ice, which is very unchanging, and wants to keep things the same. It's sort of conservative in disposition, whereas Susie represents change. She represents a rebellious spirit as well. You also have the concept of Susie Zilla. She is constantly referred to as this by herself and by others, and she's made into that in the Tenor game, where she gets put into a suit, where she is like Godzilla, basically. This is the melted part that I referred to earlier. I'm not going to go through all of this. Noelle mentions like a holiday twist or whatever, whatever. So ice cream here is a solid that melts, and it melts onto Susie's hand. I think I said Chris's hand before, I didn't mean that. It melts onto Susie's hand, and then Susie says that Chris can lick it. Not much to say here. Susie also mentions on the ballot paper for the voting for King and Queen of the festival, she says, she talks about how she'll use her radioactive breath to melt Chris. That she drew that on the ballot paper. And that's another sign that she's taking on this role as a dragon in the story, and that she will eventually become some sort of dragon in the story. Determination makes you melt together in Undertale, which is very important because I tie darkness and determination into the same kind of thing. I believe that they're the same thing, and that darkness is basically like a gas form of determination, I believe. Monsters' physical forms can't handle determination like humans can. With too much determination, our bodies begin to break down. Everyone's melted together. And that's what the amalgamations are when you get filled with determination, the body can't handle it. And so, if we remember as well, so amalgamates, they melt when they get filled with determination. And so what this means is that if they can melt, well then perhaps that they can shapeshift because they're made of a more malleable form, which is why the Knight, if they were imbued with darkness or determination, well then perhaps they could also shapeshift if they managed to get some sort of hold on their body. Some people have proposed that the Chris's Cyan Soul, for instance, was originally from Chris but given to the Knight. And so a monster with a human soul can break the barrier so they have some control over boundaries, which is what I was talking about with Yukari. I'm going on a bit of a rant here, okay? People who watched the last video and are keeping up, they'll understand completely what I'm saying here. Other people won't understand. But if the Knight has control over barriers, okay, if they have more control, well then they'll be able to mold their form more with more control, and they could perhaps break barriers as well, like Asriel could in Undertale, and what Asgore wanted with the human souls. And this ties into my meat factory theory because I believe that if either fallen down monsters or dead parts of monsters are brought, depending whether they go to dust or not, still not totally confirmed. But let's say that they do go to dust, they can still be brought in when they're fallen down, just like they were in Undertale, and they can be filled with determination and perhaps kept in this sort of melted state, where they can perhaps be copied by cloning these melted body parts or whatever. And so perhaps Icy could have been exposed to determination. And yeah, just as I said, determination and darkness revive the dead, so we've got a parallel there where Gerson is temporarily revived by darkness. And that's in the same way, really, as Asriel was temporarily revived in his dust form as Asriel, because you see Asriel in his adult form and in his young form, which means that they're not true revivals. Like, it's kind of like a weird sort of impression, just as Gerson was. Otherwise, Asriel could truly come back. And Determination also has a sort of healing ability because, and I think most people probably don't know this because I can't remember exactly, but I don't think you tend to attack amalgamates because you're on the True Lab, True Pacifist route, which means that you would tend to just use axe on them, right? But if you do try to cut them, they actually heal up and they heal past the screen. So they're basically invincible. They're like these immortal creatures which you can't damage. And the only exception to that is the Snowdrake's mother, who can take damage, but then she heals each turn for some reason. Entry 17, of course, details the discovery of Dark Worlds, and that was on the Deltarune.com website at one point. Those two, most people, I think are Sans and Papyrus, but they could be so many different people, so there's no confirmation on that whatsoever. And it says here that the darkness keeps growing, which is like a kind of shapeshifter kind of thing. It also says that the shadows are cutting deeper, and they're cutting deeper, which maybe has some association with what I'm talking about. But the main point of this panel is just to say that darkness and determination seem to have a connection. This is going a little bit back to me talking about Icy with costumes, because Toby also has an Icy costume. So basically what this means is that at some point in time, Toby was seeing all of the photos of him online, and people were sharing them and everything after Undertale became popular. And he probably felt a bit, I guess, threatened and everything by all the attention that he was getting, some negative. And so he decided that he needed to create a costume for himself to display online. And so he says this on Twitter. He says, if you're going to post pictures of me, just make it this one. And if you see on the screen here, you've got the Icy box over his head. Now, he could have just continued to use his regular persona, which is as the annoying dog. I'm not sure when that annoying dog suit first came about, but you know, he could have had some sort of mask like that, which was just of the annoying dog, but he decided not to use that. So it's just something to consider. That the one thing that he actually decided to use was a random character, which at the time was only used for a word search that Sans gives you, and is commented on in no other way. It's just kind of weird. Like, why pick this? This is back in 2016. And as you can see here, you've got the prophecy panel, which is the first hero, the cage with human soul and parts, and you've got Toby. And you've got the hands here on either side, which look a bit like the prophecy panel. And Chris, notably, during the incident at the graveyard with the icy cardboard box, they put the cardboard box over their face as well. But hold on one second, isn't there some other guy who got dunked into a bath like Purple Guy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. And this is where the theory is going to start getting interesting, okay? I want you to look at this photo of Toby. And don't worry, he's got trunks on, okay? It's fine. But you see all of this soap that it looks like it's melting off of his body. All of the foam, and over his mouth, which is all melted. Look at these mouths, guys. Look at them. Look, they're all melty. Melty, melty mouths. Melty, melty. It's all melting. He's in this bath, which is associated with water. You've got all of these random droplets here. And I believe this is a reference to the idea that amalgamates will melt if they get exposed to water. Or to, like, shifters will. And this photo, it came out in 2023, on the later end of 2023, and it was given out in a newsletter, which only, you know, a few people got, like, on a particular tier. It was on the Truck Freak tier. So, you might not have seen this, but people use this photo quite a bit in theory videos and stuff like that. So you've probably seen it if you watch these. Now this is something like the crown jewel of the theory. This is where things get really, really, really crazy, and it's why I got extremely excited. As I said at the start of the video, I found these images almost at the end of the theory, not at the start. And so that's why I'm quite confident about them, because when you saw them at the start of the video, you're probably thinking, what the hell do these even mean? They don't really make much sense. But I'm about to get into the explanations of them, because this whole theory is about explaining these, even though I didn't even know that these images existed while I was explaining stuff. Yeah, and I say here, I'm sorry Toby, you hinted too close to the sun, I figured it out. And I'm not going to go into all of them in full detail just yet, because I've already made content for them, and they're going to be more relevant later. So, the big reveal here is in this top left image here of Splatoon, and you've got to look at this screen for this if it hasn't already been obvious. You've got Splatoon here, and you've got Toby in this like box in the foam, and he's photoshopped into most of these images as well. I don't think he's in this bottom right one, but maybe he is somewhere. But yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, this Splatoon image and this Splatoon image is extremely important, because if you didn't know, these characters, they're called Inklings in Splatoon, and if they hit water, they die. They explode. And I'll say why. And this is from the Splatoon wiki, it's part of Splatoon lore. It's a result of the thin outer membrane of their malleable transformative bodies. Consequently, immersion in water then causes their internal ink to uncontrollably seep out, dissolving them. I think this is pretty much roughly what happens with shifters and what happens with Purple Guy. I think, and the specifics of this can't truly be known just yet, but I believe it's something similar where if they get dunked in water, their outer barrier, their outer shell, their outer skin, it dissolves, and then they basically burst open and they seep into the water, and then they begin to like dissolve and disperse within the water, which is why Purple Guy, when he dumps himself into the water, or when you dunk him into the water, he dissolves into the purple mass, but it's not fully dissolved. But his skin basically rips apart and he loses his sense of identity. I also want to mention that in my last video, there were a couple of times where there was something... Well, sometimes there would be like an obvious meaning, okay? I just want to point out that I don't always point out the obvious meanings of things because I think that they're already obvious, so there's no reason to point them out. I just assume everybody already knows. Like last video, there was the 5 o'clock shadow, meaning that he grew his beard for like the first time. It was like a early beard growing. I didn't mention that because I just figured everybody knows what a 5 o'clock shadow is, so I just didn't. It's like, yeah, I knew that was the straightforward meaning, but there could be more than one meaning for things, okay? And part of that is with jokes. Just because there's a joke for something doesn't mean that there isn't a secondary meaning for it. It does take away from something being completely nonsensical, because if something's completely nonsensical, it means that Toby has communicated something without communicating anything, which generally doesn't happen. Usually, if you're trying to make art, you're trying to communicate something. And having a humorous explanation, it does delete some of that. Like, it means that there might not be another explanation. But just because these are funny doesn't mean that they don't have another explanation, and that's what we're going to get into. And it seems to me that nobody has talked about this very much at all. This is where I start to get mad at Splatoon fans, but no hate toward anybody. This is just similar to Toho last video, where Toho fans hadn't pointed out a bunch of stuff which I noticed there, despite having not played Toho very much at all. Now this panel is going to have a bunch of stuff which isn't going to make much sense until the theory's over, but I had to mention it now just because I discovered this very late in the video, and so it was very difficult for me to actually interweave all of these points, so you're just going to have to bear with it. And just keep these points in mind. But this will give some background about Splatoon as well. So, Inklings are an evolved species of squid in the Splatoon universe. They're pictured fighting to the right over here, these guys. And they're also pictured here. This is their evolution, going from squids to Inklings. And this is their transformation. And remember, I'm talking about shapeshifters here. So they shapeshift between squid form and the regular form, the humanoid form. They came about after rising sea levels destroyed humanity. Alterna, which is pictured here on the right, is an underground shelter built into Mount Fuji, and it is one of the only places that survived the global flood. It's built in a large volcanic underwater cabin, basically. After Alterna was settled, a scientist figured out a way to refine liquid crystals from the bodily fluids of squid, which is their ink, okay? So keep this in mind, we talk about crystal, like shadow crystals all the time, which are hopes and dreams, that's what, broken hopes and dreams, that's what Shawn said about them. And these crystals react to the thoughts and feelings of humans by projecting images of their desires, and were mass-produced and placed to line the walls and roof of Alterna, ultimately creating an artificial sky, which is very similar to Dark Worlds, right? And shadow crystals, and you can see on this image, this is Alterna and these are the skies, all across the sky to make an artificial one. They built a rocket later, which is also on the picture there, it seems. Remember, I haven't played this, so I don't really know, but I think this comes maybe later, I don't know. Anyway, they built a rocket later, which is pretty dumb, but it crashed into the fake sky, and then it caved in the cave, and all of the sky fell. And those shattered crystals, which are ink, remember, they dispersed into the water, which then accelerated the evolution of the marine life, imbuing them with the emotions and desires they'd absorbed of humanity, thus creating these humanoid squid hybrids. Those crystals that produce dreams also produce amalgamations, which is similar to how I believe that darkness is the same as determination, so it can produce these dark worlds and these amalgamations. Later, there was one sole survivor, who's Mr. Grizz, and he researched the liquid crystals and created a new terrifying substance by combining them with his fur, which is very odd because we get into hair quite a bit, last video in this one, with the desire to restore the planet to a mammalian paradise. It goes on to attempt to spread fuzzy ooze, so there's like some weird fuzzy gooey substance, so we keep that in mind, across the world. And he's got like purple fur, I'll show much later in the video, keep that in mind. Now, liquid crystal, if you didn't know, LCDs are liquid crystal display. I don't understand the full science behind it, and I don't think it's important. Maybe it is, but a commenter did mention last video that I should look into like LCDs and LCD theory and stuff, and black shards are just LCD displays. I didn't quite understand like the full theory that they were getting at. They didn't mention much, so maybe they can leave another comment explaining more of this. But that did catch my eye because the commenter did point out LCDs, and then I see that there's like these liquid crystals in Splatoon, and they're making like a false projection of an artificial sky that fell from the sky. And keep in mind, in the Deltarune prophecy, it's got cold water fell from the top of the sky, and that's very weird to me because it's not fell from the sky. It's fell from the top of the sky, as if the sky is like a barrier of some kind, rather than being the sky, you know. And I'll get into this later, but I think that there's something going on with like ink, printers, images, screens, something like that. And now we're going to properly get into the Splatoon connection with this water stuff. So, from the Squid Research Lab in Splatoon, it's got, one of our interns recently saw a squid guy fall into a creek during a turf war, and guess what? The squid dissolved. This suggests that these creatures can't maintain a solid form when submerged in water. Does this mean that they're actually made of liquid? And I think basically, roughly, something like that's going on with these shapeshifters. Since they're liquid, they just can't maintain the solid form, and they dissolve. You might think, okay, well this is just like a random Splatoon image that Toby's posted, but what about the stuff in the game, okay? And in Chapter 2, actually, after the Sweet Cap'n Cakes fight, if you use Lancer, who's in your inventory, he says, "Sounded like milk out there. Splat? Were you three osmosing without me?" And that's really crazy, because Splat, in Splatoon, if you get splattered, that means that you died, that you got hit by too much paint, or you jumped into water and you splat. Splat is just death due to that process. And he says, "Were you three osmosing without me?" And osmosing, that's like osmosis. It's like osmosing, osmosis. And if you don't know what osmosis is, it's when you have like a semi-permeable barrier. You've got water on one side and water internally as well. But the semi-permeable barrier only lets water through. But if you've got a higher concentration of things like sugar or salt or other things that absorb water, the water will naturally flow through that barrier and then fill whatever is more concentrated. And I'll explain that more in a little bit. But milk also uses osmosis in mammals, and it also is used by factories. So milk and osmosis in both parts of production and in processing uses osmosis a lot. And the idea here is that because Inklings can't block that process, when they get submerged in water, they just fill up and then they just explode. I'm not sure if these colors are meaningful, like you've got the yellow and purple. I don't know if it's like the Justice Soul is shooting like they normally do, and then the purple soul is the shapeshifters. That's my best guess at it, but it could mean something different. And getting into that, I believe that Des knew that this was the weakness of shapeshifters, and I think that this perhaps clarifies that, or confirms or points to Des being chased down by these shapeshifters. People have talked about what Des had in her room a lot. I haven't seen people really talk about this paintball gear, okay? Because she has army rations, guitar picks, which, you know, that makes sense, the guitar picks. People talk about the army rations as like she was preparing for something big. And ice skates as well, which is like maybe, you know, Ice Lake or something. She's got violent comic books, which seems to imply that she was trying to learn about violence, potentially. She has a cracked hockey mask, so she was trying to protect her face, perhaps. Or just she's into hockey. She's got hockey bats in there as well, or whatever you call them, hockey sticks. She's got frayed yarn, which is interesting because cats are shown in the game to be that they go after yarn. I'll show that in a little bit. But cats in general do that. I like to play with it. And buttons. I'm not sure what the buttons are. I don't know, maybe something to do with Shawn, who knows. But the paintballs, and she's got paintball gear and paintballs, okay? That's super important, and I don't think it's got some other explanation so far. but this would completely explain it, because paintballs, they've got water in them, and if you would shoot one of these creatures with them, it would start to melt, obviously. And it very much relates to Splatoon, because this is what you do in Splatoon. You hit enemies with a different kind of ink, and then they go splat. I'm not sure if that's because of water or anything, but it doesn't really matter. It's about it's very much related, obviously. And if you just think to yourself, if you knew that these shapeshifters were weak to water, well, what would you try to do? You would find a weapon that can shoot water at a distance to get these things. And I could really think of nothing better than a paintball gun like that could shoot really far away. Where you wouldn't have to get up close, and like some sort of water gun might be nice too. But these things are ready to go anytime. They're fast. They're pretty good, right? And I think it would probably become a lot more obvious. Like imagine if Toby's like, yeah, and then here's Des's collection of super soakers and water balloons. I think everybody would kind of be like, why she got so much water weaponry? Like that would be pretty obvious, I think. So I think it makes sense that he would do this instead. And I think this strengthens my theory that I made last video, that Des got eaten by a friend or was kidnapped or something like that, and then she was taken to the meat factory and added to the night as an amalgamate. But you don't have to believe that part. That's just an extra little thing there. And another aspect of this is that if there is ever going to be a light world confrontation, it would make sense that we're provided some sort of weaponry that we're going to get in the future. But I've got to explain osmosis a little bit more first, but thankfully Toby's provided us an NPC to give us a clue. This is the naked egg osmosis experiment. If you want to find out about this, you can just Google it. If you just Google egg osmosis, you'll find plenty of videos about that and experiments of people demonstrating this. Or you might have even done it in school before, who knows. Basically what you do is you get an egg and you put vinegar around it. You just dump the egg in it with a shell on it. Bubbles will form around it, and then you've just got to wait a couple days. And after that, the egg will swell a bunch and the shell will be kind of like cracked and soft, and you can like basically pull away the shell from it. It's very easy. And the egg itself, because it's semi-permeable, the membrane is, it will actually fill with water from the vinegar, because the water has nothing in it, like no solids dissolved into it. But the egg has a bunch of solids in it, and so it will swell to try to match the water through its semi-permeable membrane. So this could be considered evidence that osmosis will happen. Or, it says it's evidence, you'll know what it was evidence for when it happens. If we see osmosis happening, we might take a look at the egg and be like, oh, okay, well, that's what it was for. Now, if you'll remember in Chapter 5's Egg Room, there's this strange sequence where Toby is, as the annoying dog, is moving about the map with a balloon on him, a bit like a flying Pikachu. It's going around to each little flower, and there's a honeycomb pattern to the room, and it seems as though he's like a bee, basically. And each time that you try to pick up the watering can and you try to move along to the left of the room down here, and you try to water it to build a bridge, he will go and take the watering can back from you. And what's interesting is that with this, when you swell the egg with water, you can actually bring it back down and shrink the egg by putting in a liquid around the egg, which is much more concentrated with things like sugars, which will draw the water out of the egg and then shrink it back down, or even shrink it down from what it is to begin with. And that is used in these experiments. It was in the literal first experiment that I looked at for this. The presenter put the egg into a little bucket of honey to shrink it down. And so potentially the symbolism here is that Toby is trying to keep the water from entering the egg because they're representing honey as a little honeybee. And so he's continually going and yoinking this water back to the center in a similar way that he yoinked the water earlier in the chapter. He doesn't want us to have this water. And so if this is honey, that's the egg. The honey takes the water from the egg, and that is just representing this. And so I don't think this is going to be the end of what the egg actually means. I feel like there should be more than this. but I think that this is a good contender for what might explain some of the egg. And the prophecy itself speaks about a lot of balance and harmony between light and dark, and about equilibrium, which is what osmosis tries to aim at, tries to form an equilibrium. But it also speaks about shattering and cracking, and so I can see some weird similarities and associations there, but not quite sure on that. And eggs are obviously a symbol of birth and creation as well for the world. The other more commonly used material for demonstrating osmosis is potatoes. I'm guessing it's just because they're probably cheaper, maybe. You can also cut into them to show, there's like another weird experiment you can do where you put a liquid inside of the middle and you do stuff with that. But anyway, I was trying to look for potatoes in Deltarune to see if they came up. They don't really, but strangely, a French fry does. You might remember this, where it's originally on the ground, and Susie says that it's old and brown, but then after it rains in chapter 4, it becomes, she says, French fry on the ground and soggy. So the French fry, the potato, is pointed to as being now soggy. And that's not really from osmosis, but I'm mentioning it here anyway, because there are other foods that I'm going to mention in a moment. Then Noelle sings about it. I don't know what that's for. Chris lunges for it like twice. It's kind of weird. I don't know what's up with that. And I don't know if they just are jumping to the ground, but Susie says, you don't need it again, dumbass. Like, she's talking about the fry there, so I don't know what Chris is doing exactly. There are more times that Toby has mentioned Splatoon, so he's definitely quite familiar, I think. He has talked about it in another newsletter where he talks about maintaining rank in Splatoon. So that would seem that he's got enough familiarity where he's playing consistently and he actually like cares about his rank. That might not be the case, but seems like it. And he mentions that he played up against somebody called Sans, who kicked his ass. That's what he says. But he says that I guess that's karma. What kind of karma? And he's obviously saying that because it's like he made Sans and then he's getting beat by it. Like, it's kind of ironic, but the Sans karma mechanic is purple and it melts your health bar away. Is something that I noticed. So you've got that purple shapeshifter association, and you've also got the melting part of it. And yeah, I found that interesting thinking about that. And the only way to avoid or decrease the karma damage is with the purple souls items, which are the torn notebook and the cloudy glasses, which is another purple association. Now, this image is from the 6 images from before, and it's in this flooded lowland forest. I originally thought that these were mangroves, and I had a whole page here about osmosis with salt water and stuff. That was researching mangroves and things. And then I realized, oh, they're not mangroves. I didn't even like properly look into the tree before going down a whole tangent. That was so stupid of me, but anyway, they're not mangroves. Mangroves have like roots that are all stuck up out of the ground. But Toby is in a flooded forest here, and I think that this is to basically build maybe an association between the water and the roots. But it's also just showing a flood. It is showing a flood, and it's also showing somebody melting within that flood, which I think might happen in the future. And a very important part of osmosis that I haven't mentioned here is that roots, they rely on osmosis to draw up water. That's like the whole point. They put in little sugars and minerals into the roots, and so the roots naturally just suck up the water for the plant. And my last theory brought that up, that roots are connected to Friend, who is a shapeshifter, who is weak to water, and now we understand why that weakness happens, because it just swells them too much and then they burst. I also tracked down this photo. I couldn't find anybody else who tracked this down. And I don't think many people at all have even looked into these photos just in general, like have just spent time looking at them. But yeah, I found the actual photo, which is right here. And you can see Toby standing like here roughly in the image where my cursor is. You got the little stick there. What's interesting is that this is on Route 66, and Route 66 is like weird route. There's like something there. There's a little pun there, but 66 that's like a Gaster number because it's the Mystery Man room. That's the fun value that you need to get that. And Route 66 is it's quite common in pop culture because it's the road that goes from Chicago to California in America. which are two major population centers. So many Americans drive that road and tell stories about it, just because it's like a memory and everything. I don't think that Toby's gone on the road, just judging from like where he has lived. He's more based in the northeast of America, I think, for his life, and so there's a chance that he drove down this, but I don't really think so. But it is Route 60. It is 66, so it is a Gaster number, and it happens to be in Missouri as well. And this is just a picture from the inner trail, which is you can kind of compare the two. These look a bit darker, I think, just because the sun's not on them. If you just look at like when they're shaded, they're a much darker shade, whereas when they've got the full light on them, they look a bit paler. I spent a lot of time trying to track down what tree this precisely was. I think it's a green ash, which is also known as a swamp ash. And they're typically called swamp ashes when they're in these like flooded areas like this. I could be wrong on that, but I did spend a long time on it. But I live in Australia, so we don't really have these types of trees, and at least as far as I know, anyway. But I spent too much time on that already, so I don't want to go over it. I don't want to keep going researching. If they are ash trees, that's quite interesting because ash trees are associated both with baseball and guitars. With baseball bats, they used to use ash all the time, but then there was this emerald ash borer beetle which wiped out like millions and millions of trees across the US, and it made it very difficult to farm them properly. Very expensive and risky. And so they started to shift away from using ash for baseball bats. They started using maple instead, and then the MLB started to use them in 1997, and so that's when they really started to fall out of favor. But previous to that, through Toby's childhood, and I'm sure through so many different games and everything, ash was the standard, and it's very much a part of baseball. I don't really follow baseball at all, so I can't really say for sure about that, but just from what I was researching, ash seems very much included in baseball, but it is white ash, which is slightly different. But with swamp ash, which is the green ash, they're used for electric guitars, which I found quite interesting. Even though Des does use an acoustic guitar, there is this baseball and guitar association with a specific type of wood, where you can search swamp ash and you will just get results for electric guitars. I think the purpose of that image might be to foreshadow a flood within Hometown, with the cold water fell from the top of the sky kind of thing. And if you just imagine it, if I'm correct about these shapeshifters, and that they will become more common as more people are eaten and processed through the meat factory, I think it would potentially make sense that maybe the Angel or somebody else, I don't know, but some world-ending event or something toward the end of the game would be to flood Hometown in order to rid it of all of these monsters. Because if water's the weapon, well then that's all that they can really do. But that is quite speculative about the magic of Deltarune, which hasn't really been shown yet, so that's quite speculative. But if you compare the town Eureka, which I'm about to show, the town where that photo's taken has a bunch of yellow trees like this, and green ashes also go yellow like this. They're also in general very popular, like they're very common in the US, in US suburbs and stuff like that, and they were a lot more common previously prior to the disease that I mentioned to wipe them out. But you can see here, these trees, they're all the same, and they do bear a resemblance to green ashes within autumn. And in real life, this town has had multiple major floods in 2015 and 2017, where like they had to bring in the military and stuff. Like it was pretty bad. Here, as I was looking for pictures of the state park, you had these cattails here. And cattails, of course, you're probably hearing that word and you're thinking, oh my god, like, Tale of Hell, cattails? And yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well. And what's more than that is that these were referenced in Undertale, actually. They're referenced, that it says here, Typha, a group of wetland flowering plants with brown oblong seed pods, which are these little brown water sausages things, which Undertale also says, known more commonly as water sausages. I couldn't find this as like a common term anywhere apart from in Undertale. They are called like sausages and stuff, but that might be a Tobyism, but I don't know. But the point is, they're little water sausages, okay? And Typha are cattails, so that's just what they're called. And Sans actually calls them cattails in Deltarune. He has a little barbecue. And I'm not going to go into all of this in this theory because it would take too long. I had like a whole, like 50 plus slides on just this. Okay, but I'm not going to go through it in this video, but there is actually a connection. You could do this yourself if you wanted to. There's a connection between Typha, Typhon, which is from Greek mythology, to Echidna, which is in Deltarune, and they're like the default monster in the code, which is assigned and overridden by another monster every time you fight an enemy. And we're going to go into more about Echidna a little bit later. But I also found that there was a photo, like the literal first photo that I saw of this state park was on alltrails.com. And to my knowledge, they're all just like regular people taking photos, so I wouldn't look into it. But on that site, it had a picture of a bunch of cattails. It was kind of similar to this one, just a whole bunch of cattails in a row. And I was just thinking to myself, oh my god, like, cattails. So I was already searching for cattails, and I wondered, I was like, hold on, this is a wetland. Like, surely there's cattails around, because cattails are pretty common in the US. So it's not especially meaningful that they're here. I want to be clear about that, but me seeing them, I got pretty excited. Yeah, this is the town Eureka, Missouri. It does have a Ferris wheel, which is interesting because it's part of Six Flags St. Louis. It's only got a small population of around 11,000 people. Through the pictures that I was looking at, I found things like deer, snakes, golden yellow flowers, bodies of fresh water with a sunset. But those all seem, you know, pretty typical of the US, so I wouldn't really treat that with any strong consideration. This is a video game investigation, okay? So I don't think you should take that in real life in any kind of way. And I didn't even know if I should include this part, but I'm doing it just to stop people's curiosity. I don't know if that's possible. But I figured if I mentioned the town and I didn't show anything, well then people would start looking it up. So I just think that, you know, you shouldn't like be going down regular people's photos who are just hikers and stuff, like, and tourists, and questioning if they're like Toby Fox or some agent or something. Like, they're probably just normal people, so I wouldn't go too deep into this. There is a slight possibility that Toby maybe came here on his youth. He did go to church camps. I mentioned that in my last video, but I quite doubt that he traveled many states from New Hampshire to Missouri just for this. And people do stop there traveling along Route 66, but I still don't. I don't know. There's just no evidence of any of this stuff, and I kind of find it implausible that he's even ever been here. I think probably he's probably seen green ashes because they're all over the eastern US, and maybe he just did it because it was a flooded swamp. It was on a free photo website. It was on Wikimedia Commons. I think he just chose a picture he could use, and that's probably the end of it. Now, here's some other places in the game where osmosis happens, or things are related to osmosis. You've got pickles. Pickles, the way that pickles work is that they put a bunch of salt into the water, and so nothing can ever grow there because all of the moisture in the liquid, if any bacteria or anything like that came into it, their cells would be completely fried because they couldn't even suck up any water from their surroundings because it's also salty, so nothing can grow there. And that's interesting because both the Holidays and Asgore have pickles in their fridge. And it's one of the only things that it even says is in there for both of them. You have the Holidays, it says the fridge is packed with festive foods and a jar of pickles. So it specifically points out that there's a jar of pickles in there. And in Asgore's fridge, that's where you actually store the eggs. And there's a lone, it says here, all that's inside of is a jar with a single pickle in it. And there's another line here referencing that. It's like talked about the crunch of the last pickle in the refrigerator. And another line which I mentioned last video, which is serving us pickles, terrifying us with their shape. And so I've only mentioned that line because it said shape. So shape brain rot 1 that time. yeah, so there's a lot of stuff related to pickles, and they're specifically mentioned in Asgore and Carol, so I wonder if there's some additional meaning there, but I couldn't draw any. You've also got sands here talking about raisins. Raisins also, if you dump them into water, they will swell back up. They dehydrate through different means, but if you put them in water, they will swell back up through osmosis, because they've got so much sugar concentrated in them, but not too much water. There is perhaps another connection with raisins, because they're used in fruitcake, which Noelle mentions quite a few times throughout the game, and she also, when she eats tree cake, which is supposed to bring about happy memories, she says, water bubbler. I mean, fruitcake. Which she's talking about how she's referencing back to a moment where she drinks the water bubbler after Susie does. Moss is another interesting one. So moss is a bit of an oddball for a plant. They're non-vascular, which means they don't have any the equivalent of plant veins, which is xylem and phloem. They simply just absorb water through osmosis through their outer surface. Chris, of course, notably eats moss, and the Card Castle's prison section is entirely inspired by Illusion of Gaia. The line, "Even the moss drinks water," is a reference to a mistranslation in the English version of the Japanese RPG, where the original line, "Suck moss if you want water," was mistranslated as, "Even moss drinks water." In the Undertale 6th anniversary stream, Toby Fox states that Deltarune really expanded on the moss, which is what he wanted to see. So it's quite interesting that he said really expanded on the moss, potentially, considering that I believe that water is what, when it expands, it makes them burst, and that's what happens in Splatoon as well. And whenever the moss is eaten, it talks about perpetuating the cycle of existence, and life cannot exist without consuming, even the moss drinks water. There's sort of strange things like that. It's kind of meat factory coded, I feel like, because the cycle of the world in my theory is that everything gets processed by the meat factory and then it gets recreated as a new world, as a new cycle of the game. There's also duckweed is kind of related to moss. They also don't have roots, and that's quite strange, but and ducks are mentioned a few times in strange sections, like the thrash machine and with Seth. So we'll see that a couple of times, but I don't know what to make of ducks. This is a bit of a more philosophical section, but this ties in with my Yukari connection, which I mentioned about Toho last video. So you might want to check out the last video to get clued in on that if you haven't. But Yukari has the power to manipulate boundaries, which I connected with Gaster's powers, because Gaster seems to have some connection with boundaries, and in between she's also got the power of gaps. Osmosis is all about the barrier of things, because it acts as a filter to only allow in water. So it's about allowing what is let in and disallowing things to come in, and then also for letting things out. And so by softening or thinning the barrier of something, you actually can ultimately blur its identity and form it into whatever shape you wish. And the example I gave last time about how boundaries are arbitrary is that if you look at a tree and you look at the sky behind it, if you, say, squint your eyes, they blur, and then you could perhaps see something different, something like a tree sky. And it's actually all in your mind, wherever you even draw that boundary in reality. There's no reason why you can't say that they're just one singular concept, like tree sky. And so if you just picture for a moment, you picture two neighboring kingdoms, because I'm going to explain how identity comes into this. You picture two neighboring kingdoms separated by a huge wall and with two separate military forces patrolling. As long as their barrier between them stands, they each develop their own customs, language, and identity. If the wall were to be removed, however, the people, ideas, and culture would flow between them, and over time a new identity would emerge that isn't the same as before, but isn't quite new either. It is a melding of the two. That's happened with many countries, over history, where different cultures combine. And in that sense, the boundary itself is what actually allows the two different identities. Just as the boundary that you set up between the tree and the sky is what sets up the identity of both tree and the sky. And the removal of that boundary that's a sort of form of transformation of its identity. It's like a shape-shifting. But, of course, if you remove the walls or the military, or if you weaken them, you also become prone to other bad actors as well. And our ego too often protects our own identity by attacking things that seek to change or question it. And what I'm essentially arguing here is that this openness is what allows for shape-shifting in both Splatoon, and now I'm arguing in Deltarune as well, but it also allows in the water, which is what disrupts their form. So because they've become more liquid and their skin has become more allowing of water to flow through it, which human skin normally wouldn't do, or regular monster skin, it basically disrupts their biology. I don't really like making thematic arguments just because I think that people have their own ideas about what themes are in a game, and they can also change a ton just based on small changes to the story in the end. But I think this does tie in thematically because Carol embodies ice and rigidity. She's all about order and keeping things the same, whereas if these creatures are like liquid, they're like the opposite of that, basically. And Noelle struggles a lot with her identity and about how she has to stay the same as Noelle. But in contrast to that, you have Susie, who's a rebel, and she sort of wants to do her own thing. And if the prophecy doesn't suit her, well then she wants to change it. And she sees that with the last panel in the prophecy. She's like, we're not gonna let that happen, Chris, because she wants to change it. And she's in opposition to Carol, of course. And Deltarune is in large part, I believe, a game that deals with the topic of identity and about opposition of light and dark and the in-betweens. So, we get to this picture of Toby, and just like these other two where he's disguised, I guess, you can't really tell in either of them if that's actually Toby Fox. You've got this one, and this picture was used, it has been used quite a bit in the past. It's used in various videos, so you've probably seen it before. And I believe it was probably used early on because there was no other photo of Toby. It's from 2010 from his Facebook, according to the wiki. And I just noticed that, of course, you've got the sunglasses and you've got the backwards cap, and that's the exact same as Jockington. Now, I think if this were done on purpose, it could have been that Toby's referencing this photo, but, I think this is kind of getting into a bit of a stretch, and I don't want to dwell on it too much because I don't want to encourage people to look at photos of Toby or something, okay? He's a human being too, okay? So we shouldn't really look too much into this, I think. But because he's posted these photos here for fans to consume, I think it's, it's worth investigating these ones. We've got this little purple curtain here, which is from the True Lab. Interesting. I wonder what's behind it. Oh my god, it's a bathtub. Of course it's a bathtub. And I think that potentially, because when you open this in Undertale, you're expecting there to be an amalgamation there because there's amalgamates all over the place, right? But when you open it, it's just empty. And if you actually see where it's kind of coming out of, it does seem as though it could potentially be coming out of a drain, like right here, and it's just popping up. But then it shapeshifts and it goes down the drain. And it's empty, so there's no water there, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it does tie into Toby there, I think. Now we're going to go through the SpongeBob episodes, because there are a couple SpongeBob things there. I'm going to be very exhaustive here, so some of the parallels will be pretty flimsy, but I want it to be exhaustive for you guys. So I'm going to go over all of them. And if you didn't know, Sans uses Patrick's voice from SpongeBob. So let's explore. And you've got here some dialogue, which is Pizza Pants talking about when he gets catfished. He says, "Where is her beautiful bikini ass?" Which you could say, "Where is her bikini bottom?" Squidward, the unfriendly ghost. This is where this picture comes from. This is the one that Toby posted. I tracked down the episode. I originally thought it was a episode about when SpongeBob, it's from a slightly more later season where SpongeBob's ice cream, which looks like Squidward, it melts. It's not that episode. It's a different one. So we'll get into it. I'm not going to show the episodes here because of copyright and stuff like that. So I'm just, keeping things fair use and everything, talking about it. You've got Squidward who makes a wax statue of himself, and that's important because it's like a copy. It's a copy of him to the theory with the meat factory. And in this, it's notable that Squidward is smiling here, and he makes it smile, and he comments about making it smile. He says, "Come on, my precious reflection, smile." And he says reflection as well. That's like a Gaster word that he says in the file system quite a bit. Reflection is like water as well. And Yeah, he pushes it up. He literally forces this wax copy to smile, which we're going to talk about later because there's tons of characters who are constantly smiling. This is kind of random, but I noticed that there's a Dark Knight here, like a Black Knight, and you've got a pawn here on the opposing side, and you've got a Rook, which some people have compared to the Titan because it's like a giant tower thing, but I don't think it's meaningful. You've got Squidward taking a foamy bath, which is a bit like Toby, but moving on. But aren't we forgetting somebody else? What? There's another person in a bath? What the heck? So many people in baths. Oh, it's Flowey. Oh, okay, we're going over this, huh? Right, so it does have a purple curtain in the background if you actually notice this, which is the same as the True Lab, which is connecting baths to amalgamates again and water, and being dunked into water, and the foam to then Toby as well. And there is a rubber duck, which is another reference to Duck, which is the thrash machine, but don't know still. And this little bit of Birdly, this isn't present in the picture if you do this on the aborted weird route. And also just take note of these bubbles as well, which are in the shapes of Asgore, Rousey, Chris, and Susie. And you've got the Rousey lyrics here of raise up your bat when the sleepy duck is crying, so that might be important later. Yeah, by the way, this meme comes from this episode, so, you know, that's what that's what Toby's talking about, I guess. So, Squidward melts in the puddle to the sun. I think this is really important. I'm not really sure what the connection is here, because I do believe that water melts amalgamates, but the sun also seems to, and there's a lot of references to heat and melting as well, but I don't know how much of that is just to say that it's just to bring us to mind of melting, because generally speaking, melting happens when you heat things up because it's from a solid to a liquid. But the soul, the light from the soul also does defeat Titan spawn and stuff like that, so that might be important still. And here's the image that I found, the very exact same frame on both of them. You can see that, yeah, you know, Toby's there, there's Squidward there, melting. They're trying to put him back together as well, so they try to recreate something from the melted mass, but it ultimately fails. And you should notice, all around Squidward's house, there are these pictures, and Squidward decorates his house with pictures of himself. So he has tons and tons of clones around his house as a gallery. And the image, like the gallery is part of the prophecy, which we'll get into, but it's interesting that he's got so many copies in his gallery. I don't think this really matters that much, but he is fed a banana later in the episode, which is on the Spamton Sweepstakes site in 2 different places. It's probably just referencing Queen though. He also asks for a cherry pie, and he gets it right away, which is kind of funny, but it's kind of an odd request. But cherries are shown there as well. And they do show up in fruitcake as well, but I don't think it's that meaningful. And at the last part, I think this is the only other meaningful part I could find about the episode, is SpongeBob believes that Squidward is a ghost still, and so he wants him to pass on into the great beyond. And so SpongeBob tries to put him into a bubble by blowing a bubble around him, and then Squidward can't get out of the bubble, a bit like Asgore there in the purple bubble, and both of these bubbles are purple. And Squidward then ascends, you know, like an angel or something like that. He ascends all the way up to the surface of the ocean, and he breaks through to the other side, which is the air, which might relate to the weird route because it's like a, you know, great body of water. You get to the other side, and there's something else out there. And while these images they're not in the same episode, but SpongeBob does frequently throughout SpongeBob. He creates different shapes out of people using these bubbles, which might connect to these different shapes that Flowey has here. Maybe I called him Flowey earlier. I meant Flowery if I ever said that. Whoops. It's kind of hard to say. This has absolutely nothing to do with the theory, I think, but I thought this was really cool during research, so I wanted to share it all with you. So just look at the screen if you're currently listening. This is what happens when you get a bubble and you put it out onto the snow in freezing temperatures. It's pretty cool, right? It just like freezes. Australia doesn't really get that cold, except for in a few places, and even then it doesn't get super cold. Yeah, pretty cool. A little bit of a palate cleanser there for everybody. Okay, now this is just a shorter side on Wingding's theory. This was made into a nice video by Nighthawk if you want to go watch that. It's not super important for this, but I wanted to bring up a few things because they seem to come up a little bit. On the side here, I'll just run through a few of them. So you've got I's in Chris, and when Chris loses the I, they become KRS, which is the default name in the chapter 3. And that's when they lose their hand, which is I. You've got O, which is a flag, which you've got the ball game. I'm going to explain that in a little bit. Snow comes up a lot. There's a lot of symbolism that comes up a lot in Deltarune, which end up being in Wingdings, like snow with Snowgrave. You've got N, which is a skull, which is kind of ominous. Probably there's going to be some character deaths. You have S, which is interesting because we're talking about water here. We've got liquid, water, blood, shadow, darkness. You could say this with all of them because it's an ambiguous symbol. This is no particular color because it's just in a font, so you don't know. This M, this actually comes up a lot. I don't know if other people have talked about this, but bombs, they actually show up all the time in enemies that have M names like Mew Mew, Spamton, Mediton. They all use bombs. And the sun here is important as well for light symbolism. Chris has the R as well, and yeah, the sun. So if you're not like totally on board with this theory, okay, you've got to understand. Toby's 100% familiar with Wingdings because he named Gaster after Wingdings. Okay, Gaster is like the big bad, or maybe not big bad, but he's the big mystery everybody's going after. Okay, he's literally named Wingdings, so there's probably something there. But just due to the way that names work, I don't think that it's even possible to assign meaning to absolutely every name and every single letter of every name. I think it would make a very weird story if you had to come up with every single character fulfilling the prophecy of their name, but who knows? Maybe Toby's figured it out, but it just it doesn't work. Like you think of the constraints that would require like every single random NPC to have that. But I think that it is possible to do some things with some of the odd names that the Deltarune has for some of its main cast. You could probably do things with that. So, and with Gaster's name, I'm just going to run through this quickly. This is just one interpretation of Gaster's theory, but I noticed it in this episode. At the very start of the episode, you get Squidward melting from the sun. So the sun directed at the ice, which is the solid wax statue, turns into liquid, and then it pieces out like rest in peace. So it's like you've got Squidward here is pretending to be a ghost, and SpongeBob's trying to bury him, trying to set him to rest. That's the whole point of the episode because SpongeBob realizes that ghosts they need to be set to rest. Um, and then he ascends at the end of the episode. He ascends to the top of the like this is just like laying out the episode in reverse order, which is it's kind of weird. That's you can interpret these in so many different ways. So I'm not saying that's 100% or something like that. I'm just saying there's an interpretation there, and I'm explaining this because there's a few other times where Wingdings is going to come up in this. I think that the episode's probably not saying too much apart from the melting of the statues. It's just because to me, like that was like an obvious thing. Like when I saw that it was talking about melting of statues, like I like that was like step one of my theory basically. Like I was already far beyond that. So seeing that was just confirming things that I basically already knew. But maybe to you guys, maybe that's like, oh, what the hell? The episode's about melting people? Like what? That might be a bigger deal, but to me, I'm so far beyond that. Um, and Squidward is a squid, which is just like Inklings in Splatoon as well. This section I'm not going to talk about this here, but there was another episode about ice cream which had some random parallels, which I noticed, but I don't think it's meaningful because Toby didn't reference it. But okay, Artist Unknown. This is the second episode that he puts in the images that he sent out. You've got Toby here. He's melting, but he's replacing the statue here, and we'll see that in a bit. So the overview of the episode is that Squidward's an art teacher. He teaches SpongeBob art. SpongeBob is way better at Squidward just through talent naturally, and that's particularly with his making of the marble statues, which are a topic of interest in the episode. Squidward tries to destroy SpongeBob's talent by teaching him by the book. And then a collector comes in and is interested in SpongeBob's art, and then Squidward tries to claim that it's his own, but then he breaks it on the way out, and so and then he gets SpongeBob back in to try to make it again, but SpongeBob can't do it because his whole self-esteem was broken and he learned everything by the book, and then he can't produce art anymore. So this is one of the lines toward the start of the episode. You've got Squidward saying, "Bring me your huddled masses of bored housewives, and I will shape them in my image." And then the image is replaced with Squidward's head on the housewife here, and that's potentially interesting given I was speculating before that I see the heads they're like parts like a vessel, so you can pop off something else's head and put some other part there, like the Goner Maker. This painting, this is the first time that this picture here shows up in the episode. I assume it's fairly well known because in the Undertale anniversary, the 6th anniversary stream, the chat was just filled. When they got to this room, they were like, "Oh my god, it's the Bold and the Brash, Bold and the Brash, Bold and the Brash." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess this is kind of well known." But anyway, during that moment in that stream, Toby says, like he calls it the Bold and the Brash, like he acknowledges the connection there, and the chat spamming it. But he says, "No, I would never use anything from SpongeBob. I would get sued." Which is obviously, that's just not true at all, because he straight up uses Sans' voice as Patrick. Patrick's voice is Sans. So he definitely does, and there's other things like the fun song connection with Flowey's theme. So yeah, he definitely does use SpongeBob, and he's made these connections here too. You've got the drawing in Deltarune is supposed to be Gerson, which is drawn by Alvin apparently, according to Toby. Now here's the same frame that I got from the episode. It's a lot clearer in this one, and you can actually see what it's covering up. This is the statue Michelangelo's David. Now this is a connection that I made. I noted that the whole episode's about crafting statues made out of marble, and within the ruins you actually get a lot of these Greek marble pillars. Get them here, here, here. You also get this statue of Toriel in the 10th anniversary stream when they visit home as well. And I think potentially, because the episode's about, it's like a beginner's course on art, it could be a relation to the tutorial that Toriel gives you. Yeah, anyway, I also noted that the purple of the ruins is there as well, and the ruins is associated with the spiders, with Muffet's spiders, because they're there. And that means it's associated with books because of the purple soul association with books, and Squidward's holding a book there. And it made me wonder if potentially the ruins were like maybe connected. And so you've got Michelangelo's David here, and this is like just a frame from the end toward the end of the episode. But Mike's full name, like friend Mike or whatever, is not that they're necessarily the same, but anyway, the full name of Mike is Michael. The Mikes say that, so that's the full name. And you've got Angel, which is Michael Angelo. It's Angel, which is a messenger. And David means beloved, famed, or loved, which also originally meant boil for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, this statue is perhaps the most copied and reproduced statue in the whole world, or at least like artistic sculpture. Like who knows, random figures. There's probably Disney figures who are reproduced way more or something. I don't know, but this is a very very much reproduced statue, which is important for the Meat Factory copying stuff. Okay, so as for these, I'm going to leave these two for now, and I'm going to explain them later because there's more that goes into them. Before we continue, I'd like to ask you to leave a like on the video if you've learned something valuable so far, because I'm only going to continue to make these if there's enough engagement, so thank you so much for your support so far. The place where it rained. Hope you backtracked your umbrella. So we should ask a few questions about the rain, because like what is its true purpose? We get the call back to the place where it rained in Undertale, and it's sort of just there for the mood, it seems like, so far. There's not really, like, a proper reason aside from that, which is okay. That is a good enough explanation, but seeing as it ties back to Undertale, it's like... And it doesn't really seem like too much goes on, apart from, like, in terms of Sans, because it's connected with Sans as well. Yeah, I feel like there's something else that's there. But anyway, did Toby just put it there to allow Toriel to have an excuse to cancel choir practice? Which was really conducted by Sans, so it kind of seems a bit strange. Why did Carol cancel school when it rained hard, which I'm going to go into soon. There's also an entire page on Noelle's blog under rain, which ends up talking about rare cats. Why do cats in the mic room minigame, why do they have to avoid rain? So let's find out what really goes on during the rain. So we've got this /rain blog post from Noelle, and it's quite interesting, and I'll go over it. I'll read it and I'll tell you all what it means. Everyone's heard of snow days, but did anyone else ever have rain days? That line's interesting because she's talking about there being rain days, like, what even are those? Nobody's heard of those. So, I swear one day it was pouring so hard it sounded like someone was jumping on the roof of the house. That's interesting because what the hell was jumping on her house? So my mum called school and made them cancel just so I wouldn't have to walk over. Like, come on mum, a little water never hurt anyone. Except maybe for deep sea cave divers, XD. Okay, so this is hilarious, because if you hadn't looked back at this is just a reference to Chapter 5's Weird Route. It's like, a little water never hurt anyone. Well... well, I'm not sure about that, Noelle. I think it might in the future. And it says, except maybe for deep sea cave divers. That line's interesting to me because it seems to imply that there might actually be a deep sea, like a cave underneath there, like with the depths and an onion sun going over there. Maybe. And in Alterna, in Splatoon, right? That is within a deep sea cave underneath Mount Fuji. So it might be a Splatoon reference back to them. At least because of that, my friend could come over, friend by the way, without an umbrella. Why? She was totally soaked. We had to put 3 of my mum's hair dryers on full blast for like 30 minutes. At least we got to use the dryer to make melty cheese crackers. So there you've got the melting, right? Melty cheese crackers. Interesting. An umbrella, we'll go into that in a little bit. I'm not sure if there's any meaning to the idea that they had to be dried for that long, but this is, I believe, referring to Caddy. But the fact that Caddy could get wet and not be hair dried, that does imply that she's not actually a shapeshifter, if it is Caddy. But it's ambiguous, so. Anyways, on days where it rains, nothing was better than playing cat petters. Specifically the mini games you can play with your cats. They were all ridiculous and every one of them had super silly-rific names like Jongler or something. XC, what does that mean? This doesn't... It probably doesn't mean too much, but it does mean that during the rain, she has to stay inside and then play with cats inside. I remember being really into one of the games when I was little. I can't remember the name because it was complete nonsense, but it was the one that was like an endless cave, if that makes sense. I even made a guide to the rarities of the different cats you could get to raise your score. I still have the text file. It's just named b.text. Really helpful me. Okay, so that's also interesting because it's called b.text, which is like side B, like chapter 7 side B. And she's in an endless cave, which if there is a deep sea cave under the lake, well then maybe the endless cave is down there, and so she'll be trapped for a while potentially. That's not really related to the theory too much, but who knows? Maybe meat factories down there. I don't know. Yeah, this is basically just what I already have mentioned. You can read this if you want to. Or maybe a little bit more, but there's, you know, obviously water hurts purple guy because it melts him, so there seems to be, like, we know that. We know it says he's melting when he hits the water. Presumably it's water for reasons I've already gone into, but... maybe things died in the rain, who knows? Like, it's just very strange to me, like, why does Carol have to cancel school? And Noelle says XP, which is like, it's like EXP, but I don't know, it's like weak because Undertale uses EXP, not XP. But it's like, if things were dying in front of her, and it's in the light world, which acts more like Undertale, is she gonna get like LV from stuff dying? Like, I don't know. Yeah, the only reference we get to, like any kind of cheese brand or anything, or like anything related to cheese that we might get a little bit more of, is that Ices actually has a cheese brand, and it's called Parmesan, which is kind of weird because in the Japanese version it's called Parmesan, which is like basically what it's trying to say is that it's like cheese person, like that's what it's trying to get at, is that there's some sort of cheese and then associated with person. It's not specifically meant to be like John or something like that, which is kind of creepy because of Icy's place. So she might be melting icy cheese there as well. This is a panel which I wasn't even going to include. I was going to take it out until I found those Splatoon images with the SpongeBob images there. That was crazy because it's kind of related to SpongeBob. Um, Toby talks about these two different cheese crackers, and he says that they sometimes do special edition shapes like SpongeBob, and those ones don't taste any good at all. After all, it's written in the Bible, when the devil appears, he will take on the form of the savior. Which is like, it's a very funny line. To me anyway, but it is kind of like, it's kind of scary, right? Because you've got the angel and you've got demons going on in the story. And so you wonder if there's shapeshifting going on, well then the devil appearing, taking on the form of the savior, that makes complete sense. That would track. And of course, Noel takes on various aspects which resemble Christ, which is the savior from Christianity, which the game takes some inspiration from. Because you've got Noel who she's got like a thorn ring. She gets put up on a sort of a crucifix. The Toby like talks about the crackers that are being made into humanoid shapes as well, which are also food. But there is a strange episode in SpongeBob, you might remember if you've watched a decent amount of it, where they use teleporters. Sandy creates a teleporter, and at some point, Squidward and SpongeBob, I think they might take it to Krusty Krab or something, I can't remember, but they end up getting clumped together as a result of the teleportation. And they turn into this amalgamate, and there's a very, very like disgusting panel I could have a picture I could have put on from the episode, but I don't even want to put it on because it's just it's so gross. It's got like 10 different characters that are in this amalgamation ball at the end of the episode because everything's gone horribly wrong. And I assume since it aired in 2005, there's a decent chance that Toby actually had seen the episode, but he might not have. Being a teenager by that point, he might have moved on from SpongeBob. But personally, when I like first saw amalgamates in Undertale, and when I just think of them, I do think about this episode because it kind of sticks with you because it's quite horrifying. And maybe notably, Sans doesn't, not Sans, Patrick never ends up in at least the final amalgamation. I don't remember the other parts of the episode, but he doesn't end up there, which might be a clue. I don't know. Yeah, this is just that the friend is likely to be catty because they want to pet Noel quite a bit, which Caddy seems to like Noel. And it's also Cat Petters, which is related to Caddy. And this is Caddy with an I, by the way. And we should treat everything on these, or maybe not everything, but we should treat the blogs as serious content, not just like this non-canon like nonsense, because it does reference so many different things from the actual game. You can just read this if you want to, but there's stuff that gets foreshadowed and then gets put into the game. I know I've already mentioned enough of those. So this is after the rain. And what is very interesting here is that prior to the rain happening, this cardboard this cardboard icy stand, it's treated as a replacement for this business as it's getting refurbished by the warrior up here. And what's interesting is, as I was like looking into this, I wanted to look into the rain, and I saw that this was like all messed up, like the cardboard had melted, like because it got all soggy. And I actually went back and checked the footage of this, of prior to the rain, and it's good as new. It's all proven proper. Which means that the rain's purpose here was to show this melted cardboard. And the cardboard, of course, is the replacement of Icy's shop. So it's like Icy's melt from water. That's what it's trying to get across. And I think that potentially the cardboard being here, there's a weak association with recycling, because recycling and cardboard and paper, one of the most recycled materials in the world. I'm pretty sure they are the most, like, by category. And my theory states that these NPCs are recycled through the meat factory with old parts. And Ices is very much connected with cardboard previously due to the Noel post about the cryptid icy thing, which had its eyes burnt out as a pizza box. You can read this if you want, but I'm not going to read it all out because this is basically just saying that there's, because a comment pointed this out, that Pizza Pants seems quite similar to Friend because he's like a cat and he smiles weird and just a bunch of other stuff. But I don't think so because of this rain basically. The people who we see out in the rain can be identified as not being shifters because otherwise they would melt according to this theory. But you can read it all if you want. But yeah, that knocks out Susie, Chris, and Pizza Pants so far from being shifters. And yeah, this is just a bigger comparison between the two differences of the cardboard things. And you've got Rousey there. And yeah, this is just what I was saying, that if weak to water is true, well then we should be able to eliminate people. And this also includes Noelle, since she seemed to move quite fine when she got into the water in the lake. Even though she does end up drowning, she doesn't get incapacitated like Purple Guy does. And so Blue Ears here, he's out in the rain, and so he seems to be cleared as well, despite being part of the icy business. But notably the warrior is doing. I'm literally noticing this as I'm recording. The warrior is doing this work here, right? He's here. Warrior goes inside when it rains, and this picture here is kind of wrong because yeah, you see here, Pizza Pants is still outside while it's raining. He continues on with his job. He doesn't clock off, but the warrior clocks off when it rains. And Pizza Pants, he moves his stand. That's why he's not here, because he gets told that there's cookies or something from Pizzarina. But yeah, he's out there in the rain. Now for the diner, okay, because we're going to go through each of them. You could just like skip this section if you wanted to, for a lot of it. But I'm exhaustively going through each and every location that has people and what doesn't, because we're trying to track down who's a shifter and who's not. So previously, before the rain, you've got Purple Guy here, and presumably he's still within the diner and he's still working, and so he's safe from the rain. And anybody else here who might still be there could be, but these are just patrons, so they're probably not there for a ton of time. But obviously the people who work there would be there still, probably. And when you check it, it says it looks like the diner is full, so a lot of people went into the diner. And what this might mean is that when it starts to rain, if you're going to melt from the rain, well, you would obviously like get the hell inside before you get too wet. I'm not saying that one drop is going to melt them completely, which is why they could run here and quickly get into shelter. So it's notable that it's full. And what's also interesting is that if you collected the egg in Chapter 3 from the Forgotten Man, you get this extra dialogue which says a customer in the back notices you. He holds up a takeout box and taps it happily. I don't really understand what that's about. I couldn't figure out anything to do with that really, but he is notably there avoiding rain, so who knows, maybe he's a shifter. Now, within the hospital, this is very interesting for the theory, okay? Because this dialogue, it makes no sense really at all without this theory. You've got temporary holds on new patients due to rain-induced colds. Even the video that I was watching to get this image here, because I just didn't even check the hospital during my footage. It was so stupid, but a person mentioned that it makes no sense that in this hospital it starts to rain and suddenly they get a huge influx of patients due to colds. Colds take time to develop. They don't immediately hit you once you get rained on. But it would make sense if people were getting injured from the rain that they would immediately seek treatment at the hospital if they started to start feeling pain all around themselves. A bit like the warrior. And you might think that it seems suspicious that the hospital is even treating people with who are starting to melt. Like that kind of seems weird. But the thing is that we don't really understand monster biology. We don't know how unusual that is or how usual that is. But the other part is that we already know in the game, it's already been said that they treated the warrior who had like melted hands, according to this theory. So it makes complete sense that they would still continue to do that. And there's so many different explanations for why a hospital would just treat people regardless of what the cause is of what they think is going on, because if they think that they're people and they're in pain, well then they'll just treat them right. And since we don't know the biology, you know, the melting, that could just be like a symptom of some sort of virus or whatever. You just don't know. But what we do know is that it seems to not make any sense that a cold would be induced immediately. But I mean, I guess you could say that since we don't know anything about monster biology, you could say, okay, well maybe they just get colds instantly, but it doesn't seem to be anything indicating that. Another thing to note for later in the video is that there is an angel doll on the sink next to Rudy, so just keep that in mind. That's earlier in the chapter. Here's an ARG response for the hospital. If you entered hospital, it says, I get it, she feels a little under the weather, and the whole thing is called off. Maybe not. So, I don't really know what this is getting at. If this is referring to like a flood, well then it would make sense if you're under the weather, you're getting, like, everything's called off, I don't know. I don't know if it's referring to just rain with Carol. But there does seem to be something going on here where it's like, the weather is cancelling just everything. It's like, the weather is a big deal for some reason. It's much bigger than it seems, but of course it can just be calling the festival, but would that mean that the whole festival's called off? I don't know. It's hard to say, but Toby did answer this with a longer response than just saying like, oh, you think that? That's interesting. Like, there were so many responses that were just that short, so. Yeah, this is just a kid playing in the rain, nothing to say. Police is closed because Undyne's missing. The library just has the Wet-Nosed Bandits that are inside prior to the rain, and then just references them again. The town hall, this is kind of weird because it says that it's locked and nobody's inside, even though people are working there. I don't know why the town hall would be, like, closed. Like, what, everybody goes home because it's raining, or because Carol had to leave earlier. To deal with Susie's guitar. Like, why did she send everybody home? But I don't know what to make of that. Mediton has... there's just nothing going on there, really. It's just same normal stuff. Yeah, Ices is closed, so presumably nobody's inside. Maybe the warrior went inside, I don't know, because he's an employee, so he could, but apart from that, yeah, don't know. This is interesting. So Milk Looker here, the little cat dude with the milk on his head. It says here, and this was my original thought for what, before I saw those Splatoon images, I was racking my head, because, like, I made the whole theory without even understanding, like, what is actually causing the hurt? Like, what's causing the pain here? And I was thinking, and this still could be true, and it could be included in what I've said before, but it's the fact that things get diluted, because this milk, as the rain's falling, it says that you can see it going from 2% to 1%, which is just a funny joke about how the fat content is going down in the milk. It's becoming less milk-like. And so what I was thinking is that if this is about maintaining an identity through shapeshifting, well, if you get diluted, well, you can't maintain that same identity because you're getting filled up with a bunch of this other nonsense, which is the water. Like, if you just think about it, at what point does milk stop being milk? Like, if you drop just a few drops of water into somebody's glass of milk, well, you would still call it milk, right? But, you know, would you still call it milk at like half, at half of the glass being water? Would you still call it milk if you dumped a bucket in there? Would it, like, you know what I mean? So at some point, it's going to stop being milk if it gets diluted enough. Or if it just gets mixed with any other liquid. Like, you probably wouldn't call it milk still if you dumped orange juice in it. The other thing I mentioned that with milk is that mammals produce milk through producing lactose, and then just naturally, the mammary glands, they pull out the water from the blood in order to produce the actual milk, filling it with the moisture. And yeah, this is just the reverse of reverse osmosis, so it's just regular osmosis in a certain way, because in a factory, the reverse osmosis removes the water from the milk, and this is just re-adding it back. Even though that's not osmosis, it's doing a similar thing. And because, like, even though I went over all of those different buildings, there are so few NPCs outside, okay? There's, like, Blue Ears, Pizza Pants, the rainy, kid, and this, and this milk looker. So there's nobody outside, so every bit of dialogue we get is kind of important. Oh, actually, no, there's another guy. Hang on, we're gonna get to him. There we go. Yeah, there's normal NPC. Which, this is very interesting to me, because in my last video, I went over how normal NPCs are quite suspicious. I don't think that he's his friend anymore because of this. Because he doesn't melt. I think that this might open up some sort of conversation about there even being two factions going on here. Some people have proposed that in the past. It's like it's not a very like common discussion, but yeah, but this does help because I had issues prior that I didn't really understand because like why would friend be killing something in water if they had such an aversion to water? It doesn't really make much sense. Like how could they even do it because they can't even go into the water? That was what I was suspecting. But this just goes to show that if normal NPC can deal with the rain, and we see that because we don't technically see that with them killing Onion Sun, but we do see the rain. Nobody pointed that out in the comments, but I noticed it just as I was going over so much that he does just stand in the rain, so he'll do fine in water. He could jump in there and kill Onion Sun just fine. So yeah, that is interesting, and it maybe implies that goners aren't the same as shifters because I thought that potentially they're the same. I still think that there is some relation there, but at least for now it seems that normal NPC doesn't get melted. Okay, so this is going to go into some Japanese and stuff. So with Braddy's house, which has always been a bit weird because you kind of think that they look like cat eyes or something, or some sort of like reptile eyes on the window there. And it says that notably both cats and snakes hiss because it says you hear a hissing sound. Investigate further, but it turns out that they're just a fryer apparently. That's just the hissing of a fryer, which is sort of interesting because there is that fry that I mentioned earlier that's soggy. There's no other fryer mentioned in the game. Like the diner, maybe they could serve chips. I don't think that they have I'm Australian, so I'm calling chips fries, but or fries chips. They maybe serve them at Icy's, but I don't think it's ever mentioned on the menu. And they serve pizza there. Okay, so this is the only fryer that we know about, and it is somewhat close to where that fry was. So if they're frying chips, well then maybe that's where this comes from. So even though it sounds like it's kind of dismissing something, it might actually be a bit of a bigger reveal. But it's also for the donuts because you need a fryer for donuts. And the donuts on the window are revealed to, well, the eyes on the window are revealed to be donuts that are cooling on the windows. That's a reference to what the Forgotten Man said in Chapter 3, I believe it was. He says, on Thursday I go to sell the donuts, on Friday I toss the leftovers in the dumpster, on Saturday I let it cool on the windowsill. So he's letting them cool on the windowsill here, it seems. Which means that potentially the Forgotten Man lives here, which is strange. Or he goes in here. We never get to go into this house, and we don't even see a door open. Just Braddy stands outside of it one time and says that it's her house. Or at least it implies that. I can't remember, but it seems to be Braddy's house. We also, I don't believe we ever see any of Braddy's relatives. I think, if I'm right. That's also kind of suspicious because we do see like the whole Kattenheimer family and lots of other people, but we don't see everybody in town. But it is odd that they never come out. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but now you also hear scratching noises coming from here, which is interesting because the hissing noise is explained by the game. It's explained away, but the scratching never is. And the voice in the code actually mentions scratching and mentions pitch black, which you've got pitch black there. It's just nothing but pitch black silence, except for the noise, the scratching noise I sometimes hear. So this does look like a pitch black house, and the only thing that you ever hear is some scratching. Now the things that you see in here is that it's pitch black, there's hissing sounds, and there's these scratching sounds. So the voice in the code does mention that there's no other noise except for scratching, so it seems to say that it's not here. Even though my slide might imply otherwise, I just noticed that. But it does still make this point about scratching, and so we're going to go into that because it's quite interesting if we actually look at the Japanese of what they use here to describe the scratching. So the voice lost in the code says hikaku, which is the first part of that, the kanji there, it means to pull, and the second part means to scratch. And they don't use the kanji here, and that's only, like for the kaku part, but that's only because it's a fairly uncommon kanji, so a lot of people might not even know it, I think. Again, I'm not an expert on Japanese, but yeah. So kaku on its own actually just means to scratch, like that's the scratch part. And it's also used to mean sweating. It means to perspire. And that's very weird because, of course, Icy is constantly sweating. And it's used like that in the game. They use kaiteru, which is... That's the kaku from the scratching word. And it also means to paddle, like through water, which is kind of weird because you've got Gaiju through the waves and everything like that in Raise Up Your Bat. About Japanese to tell you more than that, but yeah. This all seems a little bit crazy though, so I'm not totally sure like how much stock to put in that. But yeah, Bratty does seem to be either in the diner as she was before, or she might be back home. Who knows? Now Sans seems to be inside because it says the lights are on, but it's closed. So that implies that there aren't customers inside. But it seems to imply that somebody is inside, which, since we don't see Sans anywhere else, seems to be him. So Sans is not checked off the checklist of who was outside, or who's, cleared with the rain. And Toriel isn't at home, and she's not at the church, so presumably it seems like she's here. And Toriel mentions that, in Chapter 5 she says, but Sans told me he saw you and Susie, well, hanging out. So it seems that Sans saw us at some point, perhaps it was at this point. But, Sans can, teleport, so who knows. Papyrus is just the same as usual, nothing weird about it. And here is a very interesting thing to think about here. So you've got the knight, and this seems to imply that Chris might actually know about the weakness to water that the knight has. Because they don't check this closet. And you should really think about this, because this was quite suspicious. I'm sure everybody checked this closet and was thinking, what the heck, is the knight in here? Like, what's going on? But if you really think about this for a moment, what the knight does here, just as they're creating a titan, is they look around the room with this little crescent in their helmet. It moves and shifts around. And this is as Susie's saying, Susie's taunting the knight. She's saying stuff like, look, it's over, you're cooked. If as soon as we close that fountain, you're done for. Your identity's going to be revealed in the light world, and we've got you. Boom. But the knight starts looking around, and to me, I feel as though, why are they looking around? And it could just be an aura thing. It's like who's helping you or whatever. I don't know, but if they are looking around, some people have proposed that the knight can see within the dark world and the light world. They're kind of in the same spot. And I think that might be the case because of my theory last time. I talked about how the knight was both lightener and darkener at the same time. And so it might give them this ability. But in any case, they look around and then they make the titan. And you do have to ask, why did they make a titan at this point? Because they could have made a titan in all sorts of different times, but they chose to do it at this specific point. And yeah, you can just say okay, well, when Toby was writing this story, he was like, oh, well, chapter 4 is going to be the Titan chapter, and this is arbitrarily, this is the point. This is the aura moment. This is where they get a giant circle in the floor to do it perfectly with the huge light. There definitely is some part of that which is there, but it is still a question with the story. Why did they make a Titan here? And to me, it feels most fitting if they make a Titan for a specific reason, and that they usually don't want to do it because it's a dangerous thing. And you see how close the Fun Gang is to the actual fountain, that Susie's threat is actually kind of real. That she just has to close it, and then it really will be over. And so the Knight's potentially thinking here that they actually do need to have a proper distraction by making a Titan, and then that's the only option that they can do. And you have to really consider why that is. And I think it makes complete sense if you consider that the Knight actually can't escape if there's rain. And with Chris here, okay, if they know that, well then they could be very much worried that if they check any door in this place, that the Knight hasn't actually gone and ran out into the wet weather. Now, the wet weather, it has stopped by this point, okay? But it is audibly dripping along with the music. And you've got to consider yourself, you've just come out of a dark world as Chris, and it was raining before you got here, okay? It was raining before you got here, and you still hear dripping, and you're in a church where all of these stained glass windows, they're probably all dripping wet, you can't see properly outside. There's no reason to think that Chris would specifically know right in this moment that, oh, yeah, no, is it raining, is it not? And we still don't even know the mechanics. So, if the Knight is some sort of shapeshifter, okay, in the light worlds, like, they might not even keep their flying form, okay? And we don't know, like, how much of the wetness just in the, that's out there after rain could impact them. And so, Chris knowing all of this, if they do, they would never open this closet. And if you think about the counter to this is that, the other thing is that the Knight has so much time to just run. Like, they make the fountain, and they don't do anything else in this dark world. Like, they can just leave. And so, once they've left, like, they should be gone. They should be ages away by this point. There's no reason to think that they would be in this closet unless Chris thinks that there's a reason why they can't actually just run and just go back home, or, go back to the shelter, do anything. It takes the Fun Gang so much time to actually escape after the Night that it's actually kind of insane that Chris is even doing this under a normal interpretation from what I can tell. And I didn't think about that when this first happened. I just kind of accepted the story as it was. But I think it makes complete sense if you think about it from that perspective, that the rain would hamper the Knight's ability to escape. And that is why they were looking around, because they notice that it's raining and they can't actually run. And so they just want to buy time. And they're going to spawn a Titan here in particular because they have to do it. And so the Knight may have had a really, gotten into a real rough spot with this rain, and it might not have even been part of the original plan. This is probably not meaningful, but you do actually see, this is the only NPC you 100% see inside is during the rain, is Temmie. And you've of course got Castletown as well, which you can go to, and you've got, all of the basic people there. I didn't check one by one if anybody's missing, so there might be somebody missing there or something, but I don't think so. And they're all supposed to be darkness, even though in chapter 5, I think we should keep this in mind that Susie just hangs out in the dark world now, constantly. And so there technically is a chance that somebody's just chilling in the dark world for ages. And is just there every time we go to Castletown. Cough, Rousey, cough. No, I'm not suggesting that, but it's something to keep in mind. Yeah, the question has to be asked, why did Sans not want choir practice to happen? And I've just put obviously it's because he wants to protect Toriel from the Knight, which seems to imply he knows that that's going to happen, which is sus in itself. But it does serve a secondary function of keeping all of these people from showing up as well. And yeah, so that's Toriel, Mr. Kattenheimer, Snowy's father, Shiren, and Noelle. But I don't really know what to make of that. This is interesting with my fur theory that I haven't really gotten into just yet. But, well, not too much extra here. But since I've been mentioning the cardboard before, this box makes essentially no sense if you're just like a normal theorist, I guess. Like if you're not using this theory, like why is there a cardboard box with a bunch of fur in it? That's like what? And and this cardboard box is the disguise that Noelle uses in the Dark World to prevent Queen's facial recognition. So it is like a disguise. And so this basically just connects the fur which I've attached to these shapeshifters, along with the disguise as a cardboard box, and to IC through the IC cardboard stand. And there is a weird thing with these with the free part here. What happens is they show the price of the item. I think it's like the market value of the item to for people to donate and to win. But quickly, a little angelic spamton comes in and he cuts the price in half, and then it comes up free, which is quite interesting to me because if if freedom, as it's talked about in I think it might be an Undertale by Gerson. I think he talks about how there's an angel of death. Well, there's like the angel who's going to set the underground free, and then he said that there's people who interpret that as them being an angel of death, and so death is actually liberation from the physical world. And so Spamton, as an angel, cuts through this price tag and makes it free, and it's literally made free, So it's been granted freedom, just as Spamton's strings are cut and then he dies, or kind of, but yeah, you get the idea. This is an interesting part of Rain because there's an unused attack, and this ties in with my flood theory. There's an unused attack that uses this third element, which is it seems to be, the rain element. That's all you can really gather from it, because those same bullets are used by Rules Card's laser pointer attack with La Nina and El Nina, but we can't really tell anything else from it. And so when I say that something's weak to water, like as if it's a Pokemon type, I think it could literally just be like a Pokemon type. There could be a water slash rain or something like that. Maybe it's a rain slash something else. I don't know, but yeah, seems to be something there. Also, if you don't know what elements are in Deltarune, I'm not explaining that. Just I don't know, look it up on a wiki or something. So the purposes of the rain, which I was asking at the start of this segment, is to show that rain slash water melts things like cardboard. It's to draw attention to the idea that this threat can be scaled to a global event, which provides safety. So that's like about how the night, can't move in it, seemingly. And if you do take this theory seriously, it kind of brings about an idea that rain can happen and be a solution to these amalgamates. Because where I think the story is going to start going is that people are going to basically start becoming like shape-shifting zombies progressively. And as they're replaced, you'd be probably running from these things. And you would then think, oh, what is even going to save us? Oh, well, it's like the rain that happened in chapter 4. Yeah, and it brings a connection to the prophecy as well, which seems to be connected to Noelle because she has like ice powers and stuff. With the cold water fell from the top of the sky. And if analyzed later, like this scene could provide a few more hints about who could be a shifter and who could not be, depending on if this becomes a much bigger deal in the game. So this is just about the bit with this is to do with cattails and hot dogs here. I cut out a huge section of this. I might do like a video on this later, but this video is going to be way too long if I had all of this, so I just can't do it. But yeah, like I said before, you can figure it out. And this NPC here is the harpy. There's like a hot dog harpy, and she turns into a what is it? A dough harpy, I think, or a donut harp? No, I think it's a dough harpy with the onion sand stall, which is kind of sus. Okay, so this is with Echidna, who I mentioned earlier. I'm not going to explain Echidna more than I already did earlier, because I cut out a bunch of stuff. But just keep in mind that there is a connection between hot dogs and cattails and this weather doll, which is very odd, and Echidna. And Echidna is the one who says stuff like, like tear off the mask beneath your face and like really like meat factory like coded stuff. It's really weird. Um, I believe that Half-Bred Chaos has a video on Echidna if you want to look at that. It's a good video, but they don't cover chapters 4 and 5 because it was made before then. And this is what was added to Echidna in chapters 4 and 5. It's the Teru Teru Bozu weather doll, and they're Japanese dolls, and they look like the angel. Like they just look completely like the angel minus the halo part. And their power is to bring about sunny weather using their magical powers to prevent rain. So the word teru means to shine, and bozu means it refers to a Buddhist monk. It refers to their bald head, which would shine during sunny weather. Now, yeah, I see here this theory is getting to be easy mode at this point. I can just say you get it right because I had a whole section on how rain would ruin the cryptid's day. It's pretty obvious. This doll would be extremely important to cryptids, to people who want to stop rain from destroying shapeshifters. And so you would have this doll in order to prevent that. Now, what's weird about this is that this song it is popular among children and stuff, but it has quite a scary line, a lot like a lot of older nursery rhymes and stuff do. You know, when kids were hardcore. But it says that it says that the doll stops the rain. Well, then they'll give it sake, which is you know, alcohol, and if it doesn't bring sunny days, it'll be decapitated. So its head will be chopped off, and they seem to be hung by nooses. Yeah, it looks like it, I think. So they'll be decapitated if they don't get the sunny weather. Now, yeah, given all of the head reprocessing theorized in this video, let's all pray for the angel, shall we? Because yeah, you know, like a lot of heads seem to be getting replaced here. And this could mean that whoever's the angel, their role is to create such a bright shining light in the sky using the power of the red soul. And if they don't do that, if they don't do that role, well then they'll be decapitated. And you just think right now, who has the red soul? It's Chris. But Chris seems to be very much not wanting to do stuff. And they have a replacement with the vessel, who might be a little bit more keen to carry out the prophecy, perhaps. But you also have Noelle, who seems to have the cold water power potentially, and she's talked about as the angel as well. And I think that there's going to be something about that, because of course Teru means to shine, and yeah, that's, you know, the soul shines. I didn't actually check the Japanese translation. Might put it in editing, might not. Whether or not that's actually used for the red soul, but regardless, I mean, it means to shine. It's like, you know, you could say like to enlighten or something. Like, you know, there's other English words you could use for the same thing. So I don't think it means that. It wouldn't be a big deal. Oh wait, before I get to that, also Rudy has the angel doll, which I mentioned earlier, and that's interesting. So that means that Rudy doesn't want it to rain. You know, maybe a small W for Rudy Nighters out there. That yeah, Rudy doesn't want to make it rain. He's praying that it won't rain. Oh, and of course, also it is in the basement of the holidays, and so that is either just Rudy again, or it could be somebody else, like, you know, maybe Des, I guess, but I doubt that. It's probably Carol, who maybe doesn't want it to rain as well. And she, of course, cancelled school when it rained, so she seems to know about this as well. Now, here's something that was mentioned by a commenter, is that we seem to be quite like friend, because we get well, sorry, hang on. I said that we seem like friend, but a commenter mentioned that you know, friends, we are like friend even more so, because the only thing that makes friend give up on a target is when they get bored. And we, of course, as players, the only thing that makes us give up on a target like an Easter egg is if we get bored by it. And yeah, you can read here if you want to see the comparisons I already made last video. I'm not going to read them again to people already familiar. And so if we were a friend, that would mean that we're a shapeshifter, and that we would be weak to water too. We would melt in water. And so it's not quite understood what that could really mean, because we do see Chris go into the onsen, and that doesn't seem to do anything, but that is in a dark world, so that water, it's not really real exactly. And I can't remember if we see Chris wash their hands or something, but like they drink stuff. Like there's other times where they hit water, so it doesn't seem. And of course they go into the rain, so it doesn't seem like water hitting Chris's body does anything to us. But we do live within Chris, which it's not really. Is that like a whole physical thing? It's kind of hard to say, but that is blood rather than water, which we will get into soon. But so it's not really obvious what it would even mean for us to actually hit water, but it seems like being submerged and being put on the screen here. Even though there aren't any frames where we actually touch the water, I checked that. But it might mean that we start to melt, because if you notice, the screen itself, it starts to blur. And what would a blurry screen mean apart from, well, what would a melty screen mean apart from blurring things? And during the mic mini game that I mentioned earlier with the cats, you do actually take damage if you get hit by rain, which is interesting because it's not just the cats that you're carrying that take damage, that make you take damage. I mentioned all of this already except for the final part, which is about ink. And I mentioned that the liquid symbol in Wingdings, that could be water, blood, or darkness. But there is one more thing, which is ink. And that's very, very critical, because ink, of course, is produced by squids, which is like Splatoon, like inklings, which we already went over. And that would also mean that they get the liquid crystal from this literal squid ink, if that's what darkness is. But before we get into that ink, I'm just going over blood here. So we do see that Friend is in a deep red color, like a deep blood red color in the last chapter, which is interesting because normally they're not like that. And the red soul also being made of blood then makes sense because it also takes damage from water. And if you didn't know this, IV fluid in hospitals and stuff, it's not just water, because if they just gave you water, it would fill your veins and everything, and your blood cells would just take in, like it would they would take in too much water. They would start to swell and they would like burst, and it would mess up all sorts of things. I don't know enough about biology to truly understand it, but your cells take in things from your blood. Like your blood cells, they take in moisture and everything, so it would really disrupt them. And that's why IV fluid is filled with all sorts of other components to avoid osmosis killing the body. And so if they were made of, like if water were to contact a being made of blood, well then it would disrupt them. It would disrupt their cells, their life. There's another aspect to this where I don't think that Toby can ever show too much blood just due to the censorship, so we can use a bit of meta knowledge there to theorize. But there are ways around that, which is like what Danganronpa does, where they use hot pink as the color for all of the blood in those games, and that enables them to get away with a lower age rating um, despite showing so much like graphic stuff, because it doesn't look realistic. And so if Toby could do a similar thing where only a few times he shows that it's actually blood, like with Susie, like he can show a little bit of blood there because it's not like a graphic violent thing, and he can show that Friend has like a red face here. He can imply all sorts of things that aren't depicted graphically, and then he can literally hide it within darkness. He can make like a whole scene filled with all sorts of black, and black spilling out everywhere, and it won't be considered graphic content. And we can see that already Toby's gotten away with all sorts of horrible things, like teenagers drowning and stuff, where they seem really quite dark, but they get past censorship because they're not so graphic and everything. So he's pretty good at that. So I think there's a chance that he could do something similar where he can get away with doing really dark things with the meat factory, like I'm saying is going to happen, but he does it in a way that gets past the censorship. I think blood being the thing they're made of is it does become stronger because if you consider that friend is likely the one who's after Chris's hand and is going to bite it off because they've already bitten it once, that if they bit Chris's hand off and the blood melted them, well then that would just like that can't happen, right? But if the issue is that it's just because they are made of blood that water hurts them, well then the blood from Chris's hand wouldn't do anything, right? So they could do it then. And blood magic, is sort of part of occult magic, which is what Chris and Caddy were doing, and so it kind of makes sense that potentially they would be doing that. Susie says about healing magic, discussing with Ralsei. She says, I couldn't, Ralsei says, I could even teach you if you're interested. And Susie says, hey, ask me again when it's like blood explosion magic. And of course, with Splatoon, with the Inklings, they swell with water and then they explode. And so it's like, it's like blood explosions. And I also feel that it's more likely to be blood just because of the weird dough and all of the stuff that the warrior talks about with blood. There does seem to be blood that is talked about and shown around him beating the dough. And with all of the ketchup and blood comparisons, I do question if that's actually just saying that yeah, they are made of blood, even though they melt. Darkness is ink, and soon an ocean of ink shall wash across the pages. That's what Kirsten says. Yes, this is just a random thing that squids are like they live in the ocean, they produce ink, which is the stuff Gerson writes with, and many squid species live very deep in the ocean, which is like the depths or the abyss. This kind of annoyed me because Andrew Cunningham actually has a video called, which is released 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 months ago from this, and it had Ink Theory Part One in the title. And the way that I found out about that video was I thought about ink because of these squids, and I typed in like Deltarune ink or something like that, and then I found that video, and I was like, God damn it, because like he had come to ink as like completely independently to like squids and stuff, and like I say here, yeah, due to the video existing, it may seem like I linked ink to squids rather than from squids to ink, which is kind of annoying because it's like both annoying and good because I don't want people to think that I like saw his video and then I was like, oh, Splatoon or something like that. I might have seen like in my recommended or something because I definitely didn't watch the video. I hadn't seen it before. But maybe I saw the title and then subconsciously in my mind it's been brewing, like just ink, ink, ink or something. But I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it until I saw it then, and then I watched it, and there didn't really seem to be anything too related to this theory. That he went over stuff about like water and darkness and stuff like that. But what I found good about this is that he has come to the conclusion that ink is important to Deltarune, and I came at it from a completely different angle. This theory is basically showing that like the squid part of it, like the actual the production of where this ink is coming from. It's just coming at it from another angle. So it's interesting that we came to the same conclusion from completely different places. And his part two video, which he says that he's making, is not out yet. So I don't know what that's going to be about, but maybe he'll think about other things if he sees this video. Who knows? I assume he might be interested if it's about ink. So ink is obviously used for pens, especially the older pens that Gersten uses in Chapter 4. And it's interesting because if ink slash darkness floods a page, it makes it meaningless, like if it's all just filled. But also if paper or light flood a page, it's also meaningless because it's just like a blank canvas, right? And so meaning is found when you get both light and dark and they're in harmony on a page. And the white pen of hope is what creates stories. No, but you also have a fountain pen as well. There is this thing that I thought, well, I didn't really think of it to be like, I think this has been said a few times before, but you've got printer ink here. You've got CMYK, which is, you've got cyan Chris, magenta's Susie, yellow's Noel, and black is Ralsei, is the Prince of the Dark. And then you've got in the digital screen device people, you've got RGB, and that's because in LCDs, each little pixel is made up of 3 different little light things here with like a red, green, and blue. You've got the red, orange, which, that's a debate in itself. You know, fight in the comments about that, about Papyrus. Or it might be something related to the red soul or something else, I don't know. But you've got green Gaster and then you've got blue Sands. And this to me, the idea here is that these guys are at a higher level. And so that's the reason why they can teleport and stuff like that, and why Papyrus can do weird things in Undertale. Like he can like fly and stuff for no reason. And he's got that special blue attack he never ends up showing off. Yeah, if they have that higher level access, they have these higher level abilities. Well, then they're represented by these higher level colors, which is RGB, as the digital colors of the LCD, which we connected LCD before to the shadow crystals or whatever, or the black shards. I don't know. And then the copies as well are just monochrome. That happens when you're printing. Usually black ink is the most common, and so and even if you run out of ink in one of the other colors, you can print it out in monochrome, and then it's fine. Like you still have a decent picture. You can't really do that the same way with color, and that's talked about with the Rudens in chapter 3. And so I think that the regular game characters are perhaps more like these printed images. Now this is kind of interesting. So you've got this pyramid shows up in chapter 3. Um, that's like actually in the game. That's not like a photo or something. That shows up on the desert board. And the pyramid you see it's only really properly noticeable if you cut the trees in the secret in the mantle game, in the sword game. When you cut the trees to the side, you can actually see it's a pyramid because the bricks start to show up in a staircase form, right? And what's interesting here is that ink was first used by humanity in ancient Egypt, and it was used for writing and drawing on papyrus. And that's kind of scary for papyrus, if we think that ink is this darkness, and that this pyramid, of course, it's the third appearance that we find of Friend. The first is in Digital Roots, which I already connected to Friend in my last theory. And then you've got the second appearance is when Ralsei talks about them, like actually in an unskippable, cutscene, or an unmissable one. And then you've got this third appearance, which is in this pyramid. On either side of it, you get the eyes, and then you get the face. And it is kind of interesting that they're both separate as well. I actually didn't notice that, but yeah, they are separate, which means that they're parts that are, separate, I guess. But them being here, it does make this link to papyrus if you note that ink was first used on papyrus. But what I'm trying to say here is that if his name is likened to paper that you write on, to like parchment, well then his body could be the canvas for some sort of amalgamate experiment, using this darkness to create some other thing. And so this actually does turn out to be a very very rare W for the papyrus amalgam nighters out there. All 2 of them. Please say hi in the comments for me. Who knows? Maybe we'll be convinced by this or something. And I think you can liken like a computer writes when you like save a file or something to writing on a piece of paper. I'm actually not going to go fully through this. I'm going to kind of skip through this. This is just a panel saying that Chris is a cactus, okay? So you can read through it if you want, but Chris is a cactus. And then this one's just saying that if Chris is a cactus and they have thorns on their hand, well then it kind of seems like that might be preventing Friend from actually attacking them properly, because they will face some kind of backlash. And so potentially that backlash is the red soul, because the red soul is also likened to having thorns here. But you can read through all of that. I didn't think it was too relevant for the theory, so I'm just going to skip through it. But yeah, it's sort of interesting. Yeah, healing. Ralsei talked about healing before, so healing kind of makes sense within the dark worlds, because the darkness is all around them, so they can heal. But now we get to the Undertale stuff, which is the place where it said that it rains somewhere else. So if you're a little bit skeptical about bringing in Undertale stuff to Deltarune, I'm gonna try to remove at least some of that suspicion. So you've got here. This is I think it's an unused room, I believe, where you as Frisk can walk around these. I don't know what they are, like reeds or something, like something in Waterfall. And the dialogue, it says, I think if you interact there, it says, yes, your friend, the one behind you with the creepy smile. Prior to Deltarune coming out, most people believe this is either Gaster, Flowey, or Kara. I used to think it was Kara, but I don't think so anymore because I think it's friend. And it's not just that in Undertale. You also have, when you speak to the Froggets, they they say that you can spare a monster if it's got a yellow name, but you can change that to be pink names instead. And so you've got the pink and yellow there for friend. And of course, when Toby was teasing for chapter 5, I think it was right before it. He teased the sunset of the Seven Suns, and that was that was a 10-year wait. So he has had stuff cooked up for a very very long time, guys. Like he had chapter 5 cooked, like big stuff in chapter 5 cooked up back then. Okay, so the idea of friend, like I think it's quite conceivable that the idea of friend could have, like being a creepy character with a smile called friend. Like I think that might have been there for a long time. I think it's conceivable. So we've got this Goner kid, and this is interesting because it's to do with rain. So they say, have you ever thought about a world where everything is exactly the same except you don't exist? Everything functions perfectly without you. Haha, the thought terrifies me. And so my theory is about how Gus is trying to change the prophecy. And so to do that, he needs to remove people, or fate will insert them, and they will, like, fate basically decides, like, this is the person who fits the prophecy best, because the prophecy has to happen. And so if he deletes them and then replaces them with somebody else, or maybe even doesn't really replace them, but like somebody's going to be picked. So Monster Kid being removed from the world, it's like that. It's like, everything's the same, but somebody's been removed. And so that's how Gaster tries to shift the prophecy, because he can't change the code of the prophecy, but he can change the elements within it. And so it continues. If you go to this statue and you that's being rained on, and you take the umbrella, you can then take it to the Goner kid, and then he says this: an umbrella, but it's not raining. Haha. That does make me feel a little better about this. Thank you. Please forget about me. And so it seems a little bit strange because they feel protected from the rain, which makes them feel better, it seems, since they've been given that umbrella. But it's even though it's not raining, so it's strange that he would feel comforted by that. Even though I feel as though that Goners, if normal NPC, maybe normal NPC just isn't a goner yet, like he hasn't been through the meat factory yet, but he will in the future. But goners at least seem to feel better if they're not in the rain. And if you give him the umbrella, he actually just disappears after that. Whereas in the first dialogue, he doesn't disappear. And the statue itself there, which might relate back to the SpongeBob episode with the statue, with Toby replacing it. Yeah, and by the way, Toby's replacing like a whole bunch of different figures in images, which is what I'm saying is happening with the meat factory. But you've got here this statue which is being protected by the rain with an umbrella, but it seems to be eroded, like it is like melted or broken apart at the bottom of it, just due to the rain, which seems to be like what I'm talking about, right? And giving the Goner kid this umbrella is actually referenced in chapter 5, so it does still seem like it's relevant to Toby. The Floridan says, "Whoa, it's raining? Raining in this one spot? Total opposite of backtracking to talk to somebody while holding an umbrella." And of course, that's what this is. This is backtracking with the umbrella to go back to the Goner kid to talk to him. The Floridan seems to feel pretty good about the rain. They seem, at least neutral, but they seem pretty positive. But the opposite of watering somebody, making them feel good, would be to make them feel worse. Which is like, this is what I'm saying. If you put water onto one of these guys and they melt, they would feel horrible. And I think that the watering can mechanic itself, it may even just have been to put into the player's mind that they can water things. And the mechanic itself might actually be be used in the light world if we get some kind of water and we can use it like it's a weapon. I'm not going to go into this too much, but people seem to think that this statue is Azrael, or it's at least related to him. Like maybe as a memorial or something. I speculated in the last theory that Azrael could be dead and then Ralsei is some sort of copy to replace him in the prophecy that Gaster made. But again, I don't think that Ralsei's evil or anything. I think he's genuine, but I think that Gaster has various plans with good and bad people. But the strange thing with Azrael is that he has an adult form and a child form, and he seems to get resurrected by the determination, right? Through the experiments with Flowey and him. And his form is very strange. Like you could say it's like a shapeshifter because he hasn't truly come back to life. Like he takes these different forms. And so yeah, I'm not really going to go too much more into that, but so I said last video that goners can't suddenly turn because I was saying that they need to be processed by the meat factory. That's just wrong because the clam girl here does change. She like changes in an instant randomly when you're talking to her in Undertale in I think the Switch version. There's a fun event that can talk about how like Deltarune's fast approaching, whatever, or when you're gonna meet Susie soon. This clam girl in general just talks about this neighbor, Susie. But Susie is spelt with a ZY. It's not really known to me whether that name is misspelled because it's like a copy IC thing, or if it's just because I think it's probably more likely that, although there are a bunch of random misspellings in the game that are related to this, but a lot of character names can be in somebody's head as like being Susie, but then you just don't lock them in until near release, and that might just be the case with Toby, that he didn't want to lock it in until the end. And yeah, we know that she's talking about the Susie from Deltarune because you can't meet the Susie she talks about in Undertale, and the dialogue changes if you've seen the picture in Sans' basement, which seems almost confirmed at this point that is the one from Deltarune. Yeah, and she talks about weird things related to fate and stuff, and about how worlds have infinite opportunities but are limited today. Seems related to copying the worlds over and over again. Okay, now we have content from the Undertale 10th anniversary stream. This is quite interesting because you've got this is Hotland High. This is the outside part of it where you've got a basketball court. And I don't know if the basketball court means anything because it is sort of related to Jockington, and there might be basketball terminology I'm unaware of. But yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. There is a mic minigame where you throw things through a hoop as well, but I don't really get it. One very interesting part that Toby mentions is that like icy looking thing, his name is Fiery, and Toby says he's cut off a little, that's fine. That's interesting because if you were to playtest this game at all, you would not have him cut off like that, along with the other text on the screen, like the home of the Fieries, I believe it's probably saying. You just wouldn't do that. Maybe you would, but it seems like you probably wouldn't. And so when he's saying that he's cut off there, and that's fine, I think it means that he's being cut, like in the meat factory, and he's going to be remade. Because this Fiery was already remade, and that's just how that goes. It's also kind of interesting that Icy is he's like a cold dog, and he's like that in the Japanese translation too. And so this would logically be a hot dog, which relates to my cattails and stuff and Sans serving hot dogs. The writing up there next to Fiery, it seems to say like "Go Team" or something like that. And at Icy's Pizza, they also talk about being a team, because they say, "Be a team player, there's no I in Pezza." And then Pizza Pants says, "Yes there is, you just took it out." So there's another connection there with Icy and team, when this is already about Fiery and team. And the team is notably part of the text that is cut, because I think that maybe team means that they're also cut. So the go from last time is actually goo. And that part isn't mirrored, but the team actually was cut and flipped as well. So the team was cut. And it says goo teat, which is kind of weird because it's like spelled with an E, but it seems to be like, because that's not really a word. So it seems like it's a teat, like what a mammal has. And I mentioned that earlier, that uses osmosis, and it's been used as clues toward what this rain is doing. And we're going to see Milk Looker in a second, who is close nearby. And I noted that goo here, and goo's like a gross, like viscous, kind of like liquid kind of thing. And it sort of looks like something's, you know, melted, because it's still sort of solid-ish. And goo is fairly frequently used in sci-fi for cloning things, like cloning organic material. And so I'm going to talk about goo a little bit later. There's a little bit about ficus stuff there, because ficus liquor is on the screen. Well, it seems like it's ficus liquor on the screen there. But I don't know, you can read that if you want. I don't think it's too meaningful. So an important part here is that nobody knows where Fiery came from, which is referencing how Purple Guy, like nobody knows where he came from either. That was referenced multiple times. And this Fiery thing even looks like a shapeshifter, because it's kind of weird that he's sweating if he's literally made out of fire. Like, that just doesn't make any sense at all. It makes sense on an ice, on like an ice block, because it just looks like he's melting, right? Which is what ice does. But with fire does not melt. And you can treat it symbolically, like, yeah, he, sweating or whatever. But if you take it literally, it doesn't make any sense at all. And it actually does kind of point to the idea that water should be targeted at shapeshifters, because you have this drinking fountain here, which is spurting out fire in the direction of Fiery. Where if that were replaced with water, well, it would be, water going onto Fiery. And fires have that association with being put out by water, so it's like even further connected there. And Ficus Liquor says specifically that nobody knows why he sweats even though he's made of fire. Like, that doesn't... The game, or, the stream, specifically points this out to the viewer. But over here, where we get to Milk Looker, it says Go Team, and that just means that the extra O previously was added, because this is just Go Team. And yeah, this is where Milk Looker shows up. Which again, he was the only other guy who showed up with the IC employees earlier in the rain. I meant they. Milk Looker's they, apparently. Okay, now we get to Homestuck references. I haven't read Homestuck, although I did read through the bits that are related to this, so I could be wrong on a bunch of stuff. You can correct me in the comments, any Homestuck fans. But you can see here, there are some cats trapped in ice. There are some cats that are, like, kind of flipped around as well, like a double cat. It's kind of weird. And yeah, so this part comes after I made the main part of the theory, which was probably like 50% of the way through this theory, but like it was after the main ideas had already all come about. But I basically looked at the goo word from earlier, and I wanted to see what Toby might have been inspired in fiction through the use of goo before, to see if that would have had any meaning at all. So Homestuck shows up. And I just want you to keep in mind that as you're watching through this video, a lot of the associations and stuff, they might seem weak or whatever, but my whole process here is to just find these weak associations. And then eventually, something will pop, something tends to pop up that is far less deniable, like Toby posting strange images, which only make sense if you've made all of these associations prior. And all of these associations I'm bringing up happened prior to seeing an image like that, so just keep that in mind. That they're not supposed to be like, oh yeah, this 100% happened. Okay, they build up to the final conclusion. But anyway, Toby is obviously deeply familiar with Homestuck. I'm not explaining that, so just Google it if you need to. And now it's time to get mad at the Homestuck readers, also with no hate. Because just like with Toho last time, with not making the community more aware of Toby's inspirations with Chen, Ran, and Yukari, I think that there are huge things in Homestuck related to this theory that have probably been overlooked, pretty much. So, there's a green slime in Homestuck, sometimes referred to as goo, and it's in a particularly odd place. It's in this... I'm just going to explain this vaguely for new people like me. But basically there's this like scientific lab which is used for a process called ectobiology, and it's when you get slime from some sort of organic material like cats, and then you use that slime with this machine to create new mutant cats, which are like, they're like clones and stuff like that. You can create clones of people and animals. And yeah, if you search up ectobiology Deltarune, nothing shows up, so, you know, this is like this might be a first or whatever. But anyway, yeah, you can note there's a pink cat on her shirt. That's Roxy there. Yeah, she literally uses the goo machine to clone cats. And the whole lab is very Gaster green, but using goo to clone cats is very important to me because my whole idea is that these cats have come about in Deltarune from some sort of process of shape-shifting and cloning through the meat factory. By using organic material like as parts, which is what this is doing. It takes the organic material from the cats to make new cats. And here, this is Rose, so it's not Roxy. I'm not getting into that. It's not really important. But Rose here creates a little fetal clone of a cat. And you see here, I said this last video, that these Titan spawn, they're ambiguously humans and cats. And they also do this melting thing as well. And they also say something kind of creepy, which is, when did you start being yourself? Which seems to point at some sort of last Thursdayism, or an identity that has been created at a point like after would be natural. Like an identity that's been fully formed rather than developed over tons and tons of years. Now here you've got Roxy, and she tries to create a clone. I think it's of her mum or something, I can't remember. But she tries to make a clone, and it fails, and it just goes into this green goo on the floor. And it's even referred to as that. It says, you don't care how mum gooey it is. So yeah, the experiment has failed, and those failures melt. And it also kind of looks like Ralsei collapsing. I'm not going to say more than that, just because it's got like a scarf and it collapses. But yeah, I just noticed that. It was just kind of random. But oh, and you've got to notice here, there's a bunch of cats around her now, okay? There's quite a few cats. There's like 4 in this weird green biology lab, which is cloning people. Goo can be stored in bottles, which is sort of strange. And it's referred to as a sample as well, where it says Roxy collects the sample. And there's one more cat as well in the frame. Now here, she breaks one of the bottles, and then it pops out. And so the cat here is effectively like a liquid. Like, it can fit in a bottle. So the cat is liquid. As I've been saying this theory, that cats are liquid, and so then they can be compared to liquids. There's a weird thing about G-Cat. I'm not going to go into it because I don't think it's that important for the theory, but if you want to read into that, you can. There's also the concept of dead cat, which is a thing. And dead cats are also a name for some sort of microphone cover, which is all like fluffy and stuff. And Mike, you know, is like a microphone in the mic room. So, you know, there's a Mike dead cat reference there, maybe. There's a ton of cats, okay? This is how many cats have been cloned. We talk about the pack of cats in with Friend. Yeah, they're all there. And what's interesting here is that Roxy actually has a whole collection of dead mutant cats frozen in ice to keep their bodies going or whatever. Well, I don't know if I think they're frozen in some. Yeah, it says they're frozen in like a glass-like material, so it's not really ice, but it looks like ice. They're kept in stasis in whatever they're in. And yeah, you should be looking at the screen for this as well. One of them looks sort of snakish. Another one kind of looks like it's got like a mouth, like one of the Titan spawns as well. And Titans actually, like the Titan spawn, when you fight them, it says it's buttered in a voice like crushed glass as well. Now this is where the Toby frozen in the amiibo Splatoon thing comes up that I was showing before in the 6 images. Because if you look at these cats, okay, they're all frozen in this in this clear material where you can see them, where they're in these boxes. And then you've got this statue. Well, not statue, but you've got this, this melting monster inside of this clear thing as well. And these amiibos are of course, they're duplicated endlessly to be used in games. And if you're curious about like what this if this has any more extra meaning, because I'm not going to go into much more meaning. It almost certainly doesn't, because if you just look in Splatoon itself, it's just like an empty space. This is just for amiibos. It just shows up like a little amiibo thing like this, and so Toby's just photoshopped himself in there. So, and because I assume Toby isn't working with the Splatoon team, I've got doubts about that now, but I assume he's not, so he can't like design references around this particular spot. So I'm just assuming that nothing here is probably relevant in terms of its position. This is just where you do the amiibo stuff in Splatoon. And you also have this thing which is similar on the Spamton's sweepstakes website, which is Spamton says that he turned himself into a cube, and he also not just turned himself into a cube, he turned himself into a cube and he trapped himself with somebody else. And the link at the bottom there to Blink, that just links to Susie who's sleeping on a couch, which is somewhat strange that this concept would be linked to Susie, but maybe it's just Blink is just because she's sleeping, and this is pre chapter 3, so this was just a teaser. And yeah, the cats they can be broken out from a bottle, but they can also be bottled. And they can be bottled from this frozen state, but I think that's just a thing that happens in Homestuck. I don't think there's any big deal to that. I don't really understand how that works, but I say remember here, that's not true because I moved around the slides, but we will get to the point where Carol has a bunch of water bottles, and that's kind of scary, kind of spooky. And yeah, Noelle has a frozen bottle as well, we'll get to. She also has a bunch of purple books, which is like the Purple Soul or Seth, but I don't know if that matters or not. Okay, so I did a search of Toby's Twitter because I thought I could maybe find something to do with water or liquids, stuff like that. So a tweet I found when I searched water was this tweet here, which says, pours water over a chicken finger. This soup is turning out great. And of course that's a funny tweet, but what's interesting about it is that if you pour water over a chicken finger and it turns into a soup, like soups are usually, sort of hot and have their solids a bit melted into the liquid where you get the broth around it, which isn't quite what is communicated by pouring water over a chicken finger. But some people argue that cereal is a soup, and there actually are a bunch of references to alphabet soup, which I've been quite confused about. I didn't quite understand what's going on there, but that might come into this. But anyway, now the thing with the chicken finger is there's a very interesting character who is referred to as a chicken in Deltarune, and that's Birdly, because Spamton calls him a frozen chicken. And of course, I've just been showing the ice cats, the cats frozen in that like blue glass. Well, Birdly gets frozen, and he gets turned into a frozen chicken in the weird route. And so potentially what this is talking about is that Birdly might actually get replaced, and then also melted in the weird route. Depends on what happens with the aborted route, whether Birdly's still dead, we don't really know. Because we don't get the opportunity to ever see him. There's another tweet here, which is about soup, and Toby says, there, finally beat Dark Souls 3. And then he replies to himself with a mention, with an at, and he says, could this be a soup? So, I don't know what is up with that. I'm just going to quickly check if that's a reference to Dark Souls. Oh. I'll read out the line on the wiki. This is a guy who makes soup in Dark Souls 3. I make a fine Estus soup. I've got some stewing right now. Even we undead deserve a little normalcy from time to time. Oh my god. we're gonna get into the undead in a little bit, but I mean, also the meat factory is about the undead, really. I don't know. I'm not gonna do a deep dive into Dark Souls, so there might be more into that. It's important, but Dark Souls itself is like dark, as in darkness, and then souls, which is like parts of the monsters and humans and stuff. And I checked the dialogue dump for Deltarune, and there's something quite interesting, and I already knew about some of this dialogue. So you have Susie, who in the fight against Vera-Kun, who also says that he sweats, by the way. But when you're fighting Vera-Kun, you can act, and you can try to make a cure for them as one of the acts. And so one of them is Ralsei's, who says here, Ralsei cooked up a cure. If you're sick, shouldn't you have some soup? Say, so Ralsei is cooking up a cure to the sick, which is soup. Okay. But after that, we have Susie, who cooks up a cure as well, and she does something very peculiar for a cure. She says, "What? You want me to cook something?" And then Susie put a hot dog in the microwave. She forgot to poke holes in it. The hot dog exploded. So it seems pretty absurd to be making a hot dog as a cure. But it actually makes sense with the meat factory, because the meat factory is what produces sausages. And I've cut out much of that from this theory, but I have mentioned it a couple times so far, so. Here, this is just talking about how the four main the four main human characters in Homestuck, they get cloned and then sent back in time. They're like as babies, and that one of these was compared to, which is John Egbert. He was compared to Alphys in the Autumn 2025 newsletter, and I believe that Alphys glasses changed to be more like John Egbert's. I think the wiki mentioned that. I'm not sure how like confirmed that is or whatever, but they are being compared in this gallery-esque photo, and I want you to keep paying attention to these gallery-esque photos, because I believe that the gallery is where images are copied, because it's like a computer, and she has been copied in a way from John Egbert, and so I think maybe people can draw more connections there if they're fans of Homestuck, because I can't. I don't know enough about John Egbert. But you see that they're obviously compared here, and they're in this picture frame. I don't think you should take like too much stock into the specifics of what's going on here. I think all this goes to show is that there is inspiration here for Toby to make this kind of scientific monstrosity known as the Meat Factory, in order to explain some of what's going on. And this basically just talks about how with the game Terra Enigma, which is, I think we don't technically know if Toby's played this, but he's played a ton, he's definitely played Illusion of Gaia, and another game by Quintet, which is released after, was Terra Enigma, also on the SNES. Toby said that he's played Illusion of Gaia, so that definitely happened, and that he's used stuff from it in the game, like with the moss. And then there's Soul Blazers, which I wonder, what that inspired, Dragon Blazers. But yeah, with Terra Enigma, there's a bunch of stuff in it which is interesting to the game. So you've got there's a world-ending disaster in Terra Enigma, where the world floods. Okay, everything goes underneath the water, and you have to raise up the continents. I haven't played it, but I'm just saying what happens. So the world flooding, that's another connection to that, and what happens, I'm saying this quite vaguely from what I remember, but the light world gets basically killed off, and then the dark world, some of it survives underground, which is also just like Splatoon as well, where the world floods, and then there's a bit underground. But there's this scientist who uses biotechnology and DNA manipulation, along with a vaccine and stuff to stop a bunch of this disease that's killing everybody, and he puts himself into cryosleep to then wake up later after the world is back to a more proper form. But then he wishes to transform himself and his followers into immortal zombies, or immortal zombie-like beings, using the technology to create an ideal society. And so you can perhaps see some overlap with what I'm talking about here. And again, I came across these types of things after I had thought about much of this theory. I wasn't, doing it the opposite way around. So we've got multiple confirmations, basically, of an inspiration that kind of looks like what I'm talking about. And we're talking quite big inspirations here. Being that, like, the whole light world, dark world thing, I think that's kind of hard to deny that Toby's... And him being inspired by the other two games. I feel like you can't really deny this one. And yeah, you might be thinking, like, okay, what does this have to do with, like, the game so far? Like, finding Des and stuff? I don't think that Des is endgame. I think that the Des is just the lead-in to what's going on here. She's not what the whole story's about. She's just the start of what this story is really about. When we find her, we're going to find so much more. And this is another inspiration that Toby's got, and this one I actually have played. I'm probably going to play a bunch of these other games and stuff as well, if I make these videos, because they seem really, really important. But yeah, Cave Story is definitely an influence of Toby, because the dreamers look like Mimiga. I think Toby's talked about Cave Story before. Undertale, Cave Story. But in that game, you also have a doctor, and there's spoilers and stuff, but I haven't even said spoilers, but yeah, there's a bunch of spoilers for stuff. Just click off if you see these titles, or skip past them, okay? I trust you to use your brain, but anyway, the doctor in this game, he wears a crown called the Demon Crown, which turns him crazy and evil and stuff. He kidnaps Mimiga, and then he gives them red flowers, which is very interesting because of all of the flower stuff in the game so far, which doesn't seem to be leading anywhere. And then the flowery and amalgamation stuff that happens in Undertale. Like, there are signs here that something's going to go on with some sort of flowers. But it also seems like, just from not theorizing in this way, that the flowers don't really seem to be going much of anywhere. But they are used by an evil scientist in Cave Story to turn creatures into, like, these berserk weapons who get enraged. He then enslaves all of the Mimiga to farm the red flowers, and he creates a concentrated version called red crystals. So there's another, like, crystal thing there. At the end of the game, he uses this concentrated version on himself and turns himself into a muscular beast form of himself. And humans can actually be transformed into Mimiga as well, but that was I believe that was just magic from his underling. But yeah, it's just another random trope thing. But yeah, the point here is that there's a substance, there's a mad scientist, and he's transforming people into, well, he's transforming, like, I guess Mimiga into these, like, dangerous things as part of some sort of agenda. And as far as tropes go in fiction, like with the mad scientist trope, it's just a really easy way to tell the story of a scientist going too far if you show something grotesque to people, like body horror, like transformations and stuff like that. And that's what is done with these Mimiga, but I believe that's also what Toby was doing in Undertale with the amalgamates, and then it will also move on to this to do the same thing. And you can show off this body horror in ways that, again, doesn't get censored by not using blood and gore and stuff like that. This is a strange thing I didn't know about until a comment mentioned it, is that on my last video, which I didn't even mention stuff about Muffet, but she actually talks about somebody who seems like they could be a shapeshifter, and it's like really weird. Her laugh is just an edited version of Mew's Smile, which is a track heavily associated with Gaster. And we see that Pink got the Purple Soul mode. I can't remember if it ever mentions Muffet specifically, but she gets it, so she, seems to get it from the same source or from Muffet. I can't remember, but yeah, so this is what Muffet says. The person who warned us about you offered us a lot of money for your soul. Looked like a total nerd. They had a sweet smile, and she was very adamant I run away with her. It's strange, but I swore I saw them in the shadows, changing shape. So there's literally a shapeshifter changing the shadows in Undertale. Like, it's just, like Muppet does say the question mark, but that's just to leave ambiguity, of course. There is a weird shapeshifter in Undertale, and they're associated with a nerd who smiles sweetly. But also it says her as well, which is kind of weird. But if they're a shapeshifter, who the hell knows? But yeah, but their personality seemed like a nerd. And they had a smile, and of course smile is very Gaster coded. But so are shapeshifters, they're also very smile coded. So we probably should, like, you know, I am going to go over quite a few of the characters who are constantly smiling, but that might be a big tell about who's very, very sus. If they only have sprites that are smiling. And yeah, you do wonder, like, where did Muffet get the purple tea from originally? And I can't remember if the game ever says that, it might, but... And there's a Gaster follower, the Scared Donut NPC, who's in both Deltarune and Undertale. They're somebody who bought a donut from Muffet. And you could just say, as many people did when it's just Undertale, it says, you know, maybe it's Gaster, maybe it's Alphys, maybe it's, I don't know, it seems kind of weird, especially since it says her. But the shapeshifting here explains it. And so, about the frozen samples from before, with Roxy in Homestuck, Alphys actually freezes samples as well. It says here, it's a refrigerator, it seems to contain samples of some kind. And I'm not going to read this out, but basically test subjects melt together due to being filled with determination. That's what Alphys mentions in the entries. Or maybe she might mention that to you specifically, I don't remember, but she says that. And you got to think to yourself, if you find a test subject who is melting, you perhaps think that freezing them would actually prevent that melting from happening, right? It would, because as it does with ice and water, you melt it to reverse the, you freeze it to reverse the melting. And so she might have tried this out, and you notice that there are tons and tons of fans around True Lab. There's another picture I didn't show here, but there's like a whole wall of them. And it kind of seems like potentially it's very, very cold in here. And that's very similar to Carol's house actually, which has the thermostat always set to cold. And there might be something where if something is melting, maybe it melts slower if it's in a colder temperature. And some of these amalgamates may have been kept in a fridge in order to try to stop them from melting. But it's sort of hard to say. And it says here, like if you go to this shaking fridge here, it says that it's empty. It's kind of weird, but then there's another fridge which is just an actual shapeshifter. Now, early on when I was making this theory, I was watching Spooky Dude's a recent Spooky Dude video. I think it was the one that goes into Crystal theory a bit, and he mentions about the shadow crystal. It says you held the crystal up to your eye for some strange reason for just a brief moment. You thought you saw Undyne frozen in ice. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my god. I was like, it all fits, because I'd already looked through the Homestuck thing. By that point, and I was thinking that, you know, with Icy and everything, that people are getting frozen in ice potentially. And so it hit me that she's in the meat locker. She's been frozen in storage, and she's gonna get copied, or she already has been copied. There's something going on down there, and it's why she was taken. So presumably the shelter is connected to the meat factory in some way. On this picture here, you see that there's the grey fish, okay, as if she's going to be copied and then be made monochrome. And then all these other copies, who knows, maybe there's like 5 Alphys or something. As one of the people involved in these experiments, as she may be, just as she was secretly in Undertale, which we didn't find out until, like, you know, the very end, pretty much. And so I thought that it's going to be absolutely insane if we get to chapter 6 and we find Undyne, whether she's just walking around or if she's opposing us and is chasing us. We've got to watch out for any weird signs from her and dump water on her ASAP. But then I was like, hold on, dump water on Undyne? The water cooler. Guys, it already happened in Undertale. Now, when I saw this, I like, well, when it occurred to me, I freaked out. Because in Hotland, when Undyne is chasing you, she's chasing you just before this scene. She keeps running after you, after your fight, when you spare her. And then when she reaches Hotland, she passes out because she gets too hot and bothered from all the fighting and stuff. And then in Pacifist, you've got to give her this water in order to befriend her later, otherwise she gets heat stroke, and she's not interested or whatever. And this water cooler is the exact same water cooler as the one in Deltarune. And I just found this so crazy because I'm just thinking to myself, Toby, who definitely thought of that, he's thinking, like, so far back, he's like, okay, well, Undyne's gonna get water dumped on her because she's gonna get taken to the shelter and everything. And then he's like, okay, what are we gonna do with her in Undertale? So I still gotta make a game, but it's gotta be shorter. And he does this, he puts a stupid water cooler in Hotland. And as you dump water on Undyne after she's chased you. And of course, I'm aware that this is to help her in Undertale, and it would be to melt her in Deltarune. But the parallel's still there. She chases us, and then we pour the water. Now, check this clip out.
This is where I really started going ham on making characters out of different parts.
Quite interesting game. Making Undyne out of different parts.
Actually, Undyne's right there, so it's kind of perfect timing.
Yeah, I guess.
Undertale Deltarune Charlie should eat something.
Charlie, you hungry?
Alive. Never mind.
Something alive.
Look at some famous water cooler from water.
And she melts in Undertale. Yeah. She melts as well. And it's from Determination. And she melts. She goes all fuzzy, and then she melts. She is like dripping. Melting. And it says, Undyne is smiling as if nothing is wrong. So she's smiling through the pain like the IC chart. How, you know, people smile. She doesn't always smile, but she's smiling. Her body's wavering, so it's, you know, it's melting, as we can see. And Undyne's body is losing its shape. Losing its shape like a shapeshifter. Okay? Losing its shape. That's why they can shapeshift, because they're like this liquid. And this can explain why her name is Undyne to begin with. So, of course, usually you... Like, the one meaning that she's undying is obvious because she is filled with determination. And so she keeps on... she can keep on fighting, even long after she's, like, basically dead. But the other part of it is of her name is that she's Undyne. She's a water spirit. That's what Undyne are in like folklore and stuff. And of course, he had Deltarune in his head prior to even Undertale. So I think when coming up with this character, he was coming up with Undyne for both games. You can think that yeah, this has a meaning in Undertale because she's from Waterfall, so it's like kind of like a water spirit, and she's a fish. And she doesn't die right away, so she's undying, okay? Yeah, that's all real, okay? But they're parallel stories, that's like the whole point. It would be stranger if Undyne simply wasn't like how she was in Undertale. And, like, for instance, imagine if she just goes to the shelter and she dies or never gets heard from ever again, okay? What part of that is undying? If you're thinking of her character, when Toby's thinking about these characters in both games, why would he think in Deltarune that Undyne would just be a character who just goes and dies in the shelter, and that's it? Why would you call her undying if she just dies? Or just nothing happens to her, okay? None of that makes any sense. It only makes sense if she is undying, which is that she dies, but she comes back as a clone. And, you know, that would also be like if Alphys wasn't secretly working on something. She works on something in Undertale, you know. I wonder if she's working on something in this as well. But that part's not even important to the theory. The bit about Alphys. And I believe that this will be a really, really cool reveal if this happens, because just try to imagine to yourself if you're playing in Chapter 6 or Chapter 7, and Undyne suddenly appears in the light world, and she acts like nothing is wrong, but she talks weirdly. And, you know, it kind of seems like it's sort of accurate, because Undyne kind of talks weirdly regardless, but imagine she starts showing signs of being weird, and Susie's there like, Chris, what the hell? And then it turns out she's like she's a man-eating like monster. And then you get chased by one of the most powerful monsters in the underground, except in Deltarune. And that's of course why she would be a target to get, because she would be such a strong person to turn into like a zombie. And yeah, Undying is like undead, but she's a zombie fish. And of course, we see it here that she pretty much is like a dead fish. Okay. At the police station, you've got the clothes, and then you've got this doormat, which is like some fish bones. And if you search up cat food into Google Images or whatever, and I'm sure you would have probably seen this in cartoons and stuff like that. If a cat eats a fish, they leave behind all of these like little fish bones or whatever. You see fish bones in garbage and stuff like that. But they're on these little fish bowls, right? And they're associated with cats, because cats like eating fish. And so this grey, it can either be that Undyne has been turned into a goner, or that she has turned into a fish with just the bones left. Similar to what I think might be happening with Sans or Papyrus. Somebody did mention in a comment that actually bones are like 30% protein. I actually didn't know that, which is kind of, maybe that's just, maybe that's embarrassing. I don't know how common knowledge that is. But yeah, the bones do have a lot of protein, but I think it still works because of the Bakaneko tale that I told before about how the cat eats all of the meat from the skeleton. And just in general, we don't really treat bones as food, and so eating them seems kind of weird. So even if it says that friend likes protein, I think that's more representative of them enjoying meat. I don't think it's meant to be talking about protein specifically. Even if they might like stuff like milk and whatever, I look, I don't think this story is going to be about friend becoming a soybean farmer. Okay, that's my point about this. The context around that situation is that they're going after meat. And this is something else that I noticed, which was kind of strange, okay? And this panel kind of seems like brain rot at first, because it's just like, okay, yeah, sunglasses, hat, this is just like the Toby thing. Is Papyrus Jockington? Does this connect Jockington Night? Like my last theory, like the last video? Papyrus likes sports and stuff, okay, but like whatever. But I actually, what was interesting is I saw this sprite with Papyrus with the sunglasses, and I was a little bit confused because I didn't know where this sprite was coming from, and the only reason I picked up this sprite was to put it in the into the pyramid thing in the desert section that I went into Papyrus on. But yeah, when I saw this sprite on the wiki page, I was like, where is this from? So I went looking in Undertale, because I didn't even remember. And this is the dialogue here. So we've got Undyne and Papyrus talking to each other. This is like a phone call or something. So we've got Undyne saying, Papyrus, why are you wearing those? Excuse me, I'm the very cool online guy. Cool Skeleton 95. What? No, you're Papyrus. Undyne, shh. You're going to reveal my secret online persona. Fine then, I'm not Undyne. The name's Strongfish91. What? Really? Oh no! Strongfish, please bring back my friend Undyne. Oh god, I wonder what that's gonna sound like. Anyway. So here we have, he's saying that he's Cool Skeleton 95, but then Undyne is saying that she is Strongfish 91. And Papyrus is saying that the Cool Skeleton 95 is like a secret online persona or whatever, and it's going to be revealing of Papyrus's identity. And when Undyne becomes Strongfish 91, Papyrus says, he's like, that's really bad or whatever. And he says that He says to Strongfish to please bring back my friend, Undyne. And if this is correct, this would make complete sense because of friend and Undyne, and how Undyne will be a copy of what she was, and she will just merely be... she'll merely be Strongfish copy 91 or whatever, like, or, you know, that's probably just an online handle, but she'll just be a Strongfish. Her identity will be broken apart, and she'll just be made into this clone to do some other purpose. And so Papyrus is lamenting here, and he's saying, please bring back my friend Undyne. Oh, and yeah, also, this does add on that he is using his sunglasses as a disguise here. Because Undyne's asking why is he wearing them. He's using them as a disguise. And that's what I believe Jockington's doing. So it's kind of crazy that this might be a little bit of evidence for Jockington. For Jockington friend as well. Oh, also, oh my god, I should have made a slide about this. But you actually notice that there's a lot of enemies who seem like they're like somebody else. Like it seems like there's 4 Alfies here for some reason, okay? There's actually 2 of these grey fishes. And this was a big issue for Roots Theory, which I quite liked. But in Roots Theory, there are a bunch of, like, there's like duplicate enemies, and it doesn't really make much sense. It would make complete sense if they're copied. And so you've got a bunch more copied enemies. And so now we perhaps know why the water coolers were given so much aura, because they're actually like one of the strongest things in the whole game, is just using water. And Tenor actually forces the Mizzles to be put into water coolers, which means that the water coolers are also water spirits, because Mizzles are water spirits. They're referred to that. They're referred to as water spirits, which means that they're also Undyne, which connects the two. The water coolers are also holy water, because Miss Mizzle comes from a holy water cooler. And as a trope, holy water, it often functions in games as something that deals like damage to the undead, and it deals extra damage to the undead because it melts them like acid. And it's not just the undead; it's also like other supernatural evil, like demons and stuff like that. And so I think that Toby has basically potentially created a more interesting form of undead here. And if he hasn't, well, then I'm basically just complimenting myself if this turns out to be a delusional headcanon. So, but anyway, yeah, I've also put the 2 on the side here of the screen if you want to look at that, so you can compare between the holy water one and the regular water one. Okay, I'm sure that the theory is already really long at this point, but I do need to go over this as well, because we still got to get to the gallery part, and Susie's part of that. So I do think, though, that like even though there is more to this theory, I think by now the theory is probably already peaked, because I think the Undyne moment's pretty cool. I think the 6 pictures of the gallery that come together, that's pretty cool. From my perspective, I've got no idea how this is going to seem to other people, but I already know the whole theory, so it's kind of weird for me to view. Yeah, it's probably already peaked here, but here's
one more for the fans.
Okay, so bottled water. Susie sweats when she sees bottled water, according to this this concept art that Toby drew. I think this was drawn like ages and ages ago. Like I think it was pre-Undertale, but I'm not 100% on that. I didn't double check on that. But she sweats about bottled water, and there is an explanation for this. And she's sweating like icy. Okay, and it's used here in the holiday mansion where she asks, "Why is there so much bottled water in here?" And so there's this fridge here, and it contains a ton of bottled water. And you've got to think, if Carol knows all of this stuff about water potentially harming people, which she seems to, because she cancels the rain and like based on rain and stuff like that. it would seem like these are really like weapons. She has like a weapons cache right by the door, and it's by the back door as well. And it's not in the kitchen either. And it's not like that unusual, especially in a rich house, to have a fridge here that's not in the kitchen. Like to have an extra fridge for just drinks. But it is still a strange sort of location. And it's by a door that we never access in the game so far. It's by a random back door. And I can't remember if it's ever referenced about like what's actually behind there. But I'm just presuming that at some point we are going to go back there and see what's going on. But it is referred to as a back door. Now, there is a very strange icy inflatable in the basement as well. And this icy inflatable it was already seen back in the console edition of the game, and then it was seen deflated in the Switch version of the game, which came later, I believe. It does look a bit melty, like it's and like creepy, like it's trying to like crawl and like kill somebody and like eat somebody. And of course, it's like a full form, but then it deflates. So it's like it's been popped, like its skin has been ripped apart at some point, and then it has let all of its insides out, which is what I'm talking about here. And that comes after. So like this first one where the shrine's looking all pretty and stuff, it comes after. I mean, like this comes before this one where it's popped, and because the Switch version comes after. And this is important because this is the literal only time that Icy is ever physically somewhere in some object within Undertale. Like, it's not a drawing, it's an actual thing. And it's also in Sans' house, which Sans is kind of sus over the course of this theory. So here's an unsettling detail where Purple Guy, who I talked about at the start of the theory, he resembles a purple dinosaur with his supposed costume, which is not a costume as we talked about. Now, we have seen somebody who's a purple, green, and yellow costume individual before, and that's Susie when she's wearing the Susie Zilla costume for the tenor game. And Toby actually mentioned in the 6th anniversary live stream when they're in the prison, he said that Susie, that he planned for her to wear the outfit in Chapter 1 to help you escape from the prison, but he eventually changed his mind on that. So the idea to put Susie as Susie Zilla in this suit has been there like from the start. It wasn't just something that he came up for this like tenor game, and this tenor game ended up even being like sidelined off to the side, where it's like optional content. The point is he's had that idea for Susie Zilla for a while, and Susie refers to herself as Susie Zilla several times. It's in like the tenor word art stuff, and Lancer calls her Purple Girl, like which is as opposed to Purple Guy, and he also calls her his purplish pal, which is like a purple friend. And others who call her a Purple Girl are Tenor and Top Chef as well. There might be more, I can't remember. She's also one of the only characters present in Deltarune who doesn't seem to be there in Undertale, even though she's somebody called Susie with a Z is mentioned quite a few times in Undertale by the one clam NPC. But Susie is referred to as being new in town, and that's sort of interesting because Purple Guy is talked about as being like new, like nobody knows where he's come from. But Susie's history is a lot longer than Purple Guy's, but we'll get into that soon. So she is purple, obviously, with purple hair, and hair's related to friend. And she's yellow with yellow teeth and eyes as well. Although she's not like pink and yellow on the hair, she does have that pink skin. Her axe is actually a hairbrush. She says that to Gerson. She says, "My weapon's like a hairbrush or something." And Gerson, he's like, "Is that so? Is that so?" He kind of laughs about it, which is kind of weird. So she's got a hairbrush for purple hair. And she's also got a toothbrush because the auto axe text says make sure to charge it by plugging it into the wall, which seems like an electric toothbrush. And so she's got a toothbrush and she's got a hairbrush. And the toothbrush, I would say, is for a big grin like friend, or like any smiling shapeshifter. I noticed this and I thought that this was brain rot to begin with when I first thought of it. I thought of catacombs. So it's like cat combs, and combs are like a hair comb. And a catacomb, of course, is a man-made underground passage primarily used for religious purposes, particularly for burial. And that's quite interesting because in the Noelle Smile ARG, if you say that Noelle was going to smile in the graveyard, Toby has a longer response than usual, and he says, I get it. If you hit the grave, you might reveal a secret staircase. And then, gripping the edge of the coffin, maybe not. But at least you came up with something interesting. And so that is a Zelda reference, okay, well, it seems to be. There's some Zelda game, I can't remember which one, but it's one where in the graveyard you find a secret staircase. And you might think that that's like, okay, well, it's just a reference, whatever, so it doesn't mean anything. But the thing is that would be like, imagine if you dismissed ERAM, because ERAM was Nightmare as a Zelda boss, and you thought that ERAM was never going to be important just because he's a reference. Or like Gaster's theme, and so Gaster's never going to be relevant just because Gaster's theme is like Gast from Final Fantasy VII. He's like Professor Gast, and there's like a theme that sounds like straight up just like it. You would not say that. Of course, Toby takes inspiration, then he uses it all the time. Especially with Zelda, we've already seen that. And with him saying, at least you came up with something interesting, that might just be referring to something else. Like, if it's not specifically the graveyard, he might just be talking about some other staircase that leads underground, and is to do with the dead, potentially, like the meat factory. And what I found very interesting, because we've been going through Purple, we've been going through how that's related to Trapped, it's related to spiders who are trapped there, and what's scary about that is that the only time that catacombs are mentioned in Undertale, it's right at the start of the game, where Toriel says, "Come, I will guide you through the catacombs." And so the ruins, potentially, are this purple mess, which might be related to the meat factory. Who knows? And the catacombs aren't mentioned anywhere else in Deltarune. And just keep in mind, Toriel is saying she'll guide you through the catacombs. Like, that's just weird as hell, because the catacombs, like I said, what it means is an underground passage for religious purposes, particularly for burial. It's for dead people. Like, why is she saying that? Like, I get that, like, a lot of kids have died down here, but, like, it's kind of crazy, right? Okay, this might seem kind of unrelated, but we'll get to it. Okay, because it's about haircuts. I originally thought about cats in Japanese. I thought that cats in Japanese was like kato, which isn't true. They're actually kyato. The A in cat in English is more front-loaded, and so it's different because it sounds more similar, I guess. I'm not going to explain all of Japanese for that, but the annoying part is that I couldn't use kato as a relation to cat because it's not quite that in Japanese. However, despite that, there was something interesting that I discovered due to this, which is that kato is what's used for the word cut. And I wanted to relate cat and cut to the same thing because of copycat theory. And I only realized this for this theory, it wasn't for the previous one. But kato is used for cut as well as kiru is, which is also for cut. But the loan word kato is used for, in particular contexts where kiru doesn't tend to be. So it's used for haircuts, removing, editing, trimming, cutting out of production of media, which is for film, manga, and games and those sorts of things. It's used for sports, like in soccer, where you like intercept a pass, so you like cut, you cut, like cutting's a thing in soccer. It's used for costs, budgets, and discounts as well, which is very interesting because, like I mentioned earlier, with Spamton cutting the price from something expensive, like not expensive, I mean he'll cut the price from $20 if you go into the Spamton sweepstakes website. He cuts it and then he makes it free, and so that's a discount there. Okay, you've got the haircut part, which is what I was saying with Gersten, how Gersten teaches Susie to cut his beard hair specifically, which I related to her potentially cutting Jockington in the future, or cutting a friend rather. But it's also used in the context of Mike with Tenor. Like Tenor says, Mike, cut. And that's where it's used in the Japanese text. And it's also used against Spamton, who has a bunch of cat/puppet defense items, and he's got strings. It says that the cable was cut, or the wire was cut. It says cable in Japanese. And with Yeah, and with Gerson, it's specifically used, like Susie asks, which hair do you want me to cut? And she uses the katto rather than kiru, that's usual for haircuts, by the way. But it's very interesting to me that all of these things seem related to all of the things I've been talking about in this video, and like friend, okay, and this is how you use this word, where you don't use kiru for these kinds of things. And this is something that you would just completely not know about if you didn't look into the Japanese for this. English speakers just would have no idea, because it just uses cut, just the one word. And because, like, of course you've got, the sports thing, like that's Jockington. And I did note as well that cat itself as a word is actually a rearranged word for act. And act seems to have something to do with shapeshifting, even though last video I was questioning, is it shapeshifting, is it not? And I said that it seems to just be clothes shapeshifting from Chris, as Chris talks with Aqua about shapeshifting. And Aqua tells Chris to shapeshift, and then they change the clothes. I don't quite know, but act seems to be something weird, because it says that it's not magic, but acting clearly does something in these dark worlds. And acting, of course, is also related to the concept of cutting in the context of filming, like with Mike saying cut, like that's like what actors have to hear. And so we get to these shadow guys, and these shadow guys are the actors. They're like the extras in the light world. They are constantly appearing all over the place. You've got one form with a hat. You've got one form with cat ears down here, and you've got another form with bunny ears. There's other things with like with guns and stuff, but these are like the actual like person themselves, if they're not considered as just like clothes. And so Tenna fires, rehires, and berates several shadow guys, giving them like a minion status. And they take on various roles. They even take on a literal Mike role. One of them does, to be Cat Mike. And of course, acting is pretending. Acting is like a form of shapeshifting, because you act to take on a different type of role, to be a different type of identity. And I believe that it's the control over the darkness and the dark world itself that allows one to shapeshift. And maybe Chris does have some control over that. Who knows? You've got Cat Mike here, who's dancing just like the cat shadow guy. He's playing with a ball of yarn there. I think there's usually a ball of yarn on top of them, but that's just the animation for him in the rules card fight. And rules card looks a bit like Gaster as well. And the balls of yarn that you face in that fight, it's actually a connection to string, because it's a cat puppet damage type, and yarn is a ball of string, And yeah, these guys can pretend to be anything because of the roles that they play throughout the story. This is a pretty big thing that I missed last time when I was talking about balls and ball theory, is that the Mike's ultimate attack, although nobody mentioned in the comments, you can't blame me, okay? But anyway, the Mike's ultimate attack is this ball, where they amalgamate, they all turn into this giant thing, and then they attack with it. And it's just this massive shadows in between them. One commenter mentioned a term which I found kind of cool, which is that you could say it's a concatenate, like instead of an amalgamate, you could say a concatenate, because concatenation is like, you combine things, and it's like a cat. And I thought that was really cool, but the only issue with that is that nobody's going to know what the hell that word means, so I couldn't really title the theory concatenate theory. Like, it just doesn't, nobody would even think of cat as part of that. It would just be kind of awkward, I think. But who knows, maybe that'll catch on one day if this actually comes true. I don't know. And of course they all take off their costumes after that, and they admit that they're all fakes. This is actually a big one for the theory, I think. And it's one I missed from ball theory before. So this is the Undertale ball game, and it's got all of the different souls, and if you complete the game in a different amount of time, you get a different response depending on how long you took, or whether you completed the game at all. Because the snowball, it starts large and then it gets smaller as you push it, I'm pretty sure. Or I think it just gets smaller over time, right? And all of these soul colors, they're consistent with what they are in chapter 5, so you should know them if you've played chapter 5, if you didn't already, but they're pretty similar. Now it turns out that my connection to the final scene with Flowery, where I mentioned that like I put in the voice clip,
with your powers combined,
I did that because I was like, oh hey, they're all like coming together, that's like an amalgamation. And like I did that last video. And the actual victory condition, like if you get the ball in within 6 seconds, I don't even know if that's possible, but if you do, you get a special message which is all of the souls using like bravery, justice, integrity, kindness, perseverance, patience. Using these, you are able to win at ball game. So that's like the ultimate victory condition, is to all come together, and if you all come together, well then you win at ball game. But how do you lose at ball game? Because if it's all about coming together as a team, well then how would you lose? And you lose if you first lose and you just say, oh, well, wow, it's a hole. And then the game was not completed. And hole there is kind of sus because of Manhole in Chapter 3, which is what the Mantle game kind of looks like on the title. It's ambiguous. And you go through the manhole to get to the Z rank room or whatever. But if you lose again at the ball game, you get red. And it says, try as you might, you continue to be yourself. And that's very interesting because it says try as you might, which seems to imply that the objective of the game is to come together, to amalgamate. Whereas the red is simply being yourself. And red is obviously connected with the player, and it's connected with like protagonism, with being yourself, basically. Because you control whatever is controlled by the red soul, right? And so you've got that opposition there. And what this means is that the ball game itself seems to be about getting people together into a ball, which is what I'm talking about with this theory, is that an amalgamation of everybody in the story creates a ball, and then the story begins anew. And that's just like this thing. That's just like this giant ball. That's everybody coming together to make a ball. Then you've got the purple souls. Interesting because it says even when you felt trapped, you took notes and achieved the end of ball. The way that I read that is that the purple, whoever purple is represented by, which to me seems to be like Des, if they're in the meat factory, but it's also represented by Susie, who I believe is her replacement. And taking notes, I believe, is when we're going to go to the meat factory and we're going to find a bunch of notes. And we're going to find that they're purple's notes, and that's why the ruins are purple, and why Toriel might call them a catacombs. But we'll find these notes, and they will detail whoever has gone missing, and it will be a complete horror story. The achieving the end of ball is being amalgamated. That is becoming Death Knight, probably, or simply just being killed. I don't know, but I'm just presuming that based on my last theory, and that's what we'll find out about Death. We'll find out that Death has basically just been meat factoried. Green is your concern and care for ball led you to a delicious victory. The delicious victory there, of course, is a meat factory, and the friends are eating people and potentially making food out of this thing as well. I'm not really sure about that, but that makes sense. Blue, hopping and twirling, your original style pulled you through. I don't know what that's about, really. I know that Sans uses the blue soul mode, and Sans seems to not get killed by the meat factory, because, I mean, he still exists. But he seems to have all of this crazy knowledge. So, I don't know. Yellow, your surefire accuracy put an end to the mayhem of ball. If the yellow soul, as I was talking about with Splatoon, with the paintball gun, they could make an end to ball, potentially, if you shot them with the water. With something with water. Orange, you're the kind of person who rushes fists first through all obstacles. I don't know what that means. And because I can't explain that, that might pose an issue for the rest of them, but I might just be missing something, or we haven't got something yet. But I'm missing the light blue one, which could be very interesting if it's Chris, because it means that potentially Chris will be waiting for an opportunity to dethrone the ball. And that could be, that'll probably be one of the most awful moments of the story, when Chris finally speaks, takes out the knife. I don't know. But another interesting thing here is that with the Wingdings theory, O, which is a capital O, as all of the things in Wingdings are for the cool symbols, you get a flag, and that's interesting because this ball game has a flag that pops out at the end of it. And flags, I don't remember seeing flags like much at all in either Undertale or Deltarune. I seriously can't even think of one. Maybe there is one that everybody's thinking of that I'm missing, but I don't really remember them, and this is a time where they do come up. And so I think that O seems to be representative of balls and of flags. Jockington's also an O, by the way. He's got an O in his name. And there is one mention of Snowball in Deltarune, and it's by Snowy's dad. He says, "You're her little Snowball, her little slushy. Make your mother proud, Chris." And so he's comparing snowballs to slushies, and slushies is what the company Icy makes in real life. That's without the hyphen, but it still, of course, bears a resemblance to Icy, the brand in Undertale. And this isn't as popular in the US, especially anymore, despite being founded there. But Slush Puppy is another slushy brand, which is more common previously. But it resembles Icy being a cold dog, and they're actually owned by Icy since 2006. Hair has roots. This was mentioned by a commenter. I can't believe I didn't see it. But that there's a connection between roots and the beard itself, because they're roots. Like, the beards have roots. And with the plants seemingly being sentient in Chapter 5, that seems to bring up some questions about what's going on with plants. And so I think that whenever you see hair mentioned, I think maybe you should perhaps consider something to do with roots. And that connection was further emphasized when this NPC on the screen, Shiri, they cut plants into humanoid shapes. And their battle dialogue references hair a bunch and shaving as well. So it's like, for beards. And so they're like hair trimming scissors. And so that also further connects the cutting of hair and shape-shifting of people, because they cut both hair and plants into humanoid shapes. Icy also seems to have fur, and this relates back to Noelle's Icy blog, and we know that it's pretty much real because it's referenced in the game as well. She's definitely made searches in the past about Icy being a cryptid, and it says that it's a cross between Icy and something else, which seems to imply that Icy is not just Icy. Icies are hybrids, or some sort of shifter, because they're made of hair. So this is quite interesting. After you pick Catty for Pizza Pants, because Pizza Pants gets catfished, and then you can choose Catty to go up on stage with him, and they head off to Icy's. You can talk to Blue Ears, and he says, "I feel like I'm coming up with a new ice cream flavor. Pizza and cat hair. The cat hair will be shredded purple beet." So it's hair that is like beets. But in Australia, which is where I'm from, and from the UK and stuff like that, they're called beetroot. So it's like beet and root. And that's interesting because they're root vegetables, and it's a comparison between a plant and one that grows under the ground as a root of the plant. And that's like a neko, as I discussed last video, being roots when translated. And we know it's about root vegetables because in Japanese the translation is changed because beetroot isn't really a common vegetable in Japan. So it was instead changed to be red turnip. And I think that's just because apparently they're both rarely served as pizza toppings. Anyway, I know that beetroot stains your hands red because whenever I deal with them, you get red all over your hands, and it looks like a crime scene. Looks like you've got blood all over your hands. Which doesn't happen with red turnip, so maybe it can't be connected too much, but it would be hard to put it in the text for Japanese readers to even understand that would happen if you put beetroot there, so there's nothing you can really do. But beetroot are used for red/purple dyes. You can see in the picture there, it's very, very red sorts of water. And that's because of what they've got in them. And if you responded roots to the Smile ARG, to the Noelle one, before Chapter 5, the response was, "Roots? What, you think she's going to eat carrots or something?" And so that strengthens the association that these are all about root vegetables. Also, there's a little bit of friend brain rot there, so Blue Ears says, "Well, he never got the girl, but he made a new friend," which is referring to Catty, with a Y, by the way. Okay, if you're still skeptical about Susie's relation to Friend, Aqua would like to have a word, and everybody likes Aqua, so, you can't really argue too much with her, but she says, she goes to Chris first, I believe, and then it's Susie, and then Ralsei talking to each of them. And when she gets to Susie, she says, "Purple skin and teeth, just like my friend." And as we see, there's the purple skin, and oh wow, okay, she calls the skin purple. Interesting. Even though it looks pink. Wait, that's really weird, because it's not the same pink as Seth. Okay, I'm just noticing that now. Anyway, look, Aqua makes the comparison to Seth, and they are, of course, both purple, just in general. Now, I'm very dialed into friend, obviously, but I did notice this in my first playthrough. I looked in my recording that I did for myself, and I did react immediately to this when she said purple skin and teeth, just like my friend. I was like, oh, friend. I don't know if other people did that, but it seems to be an association with the teeth and friend. Purple. Well, not purple. Nobody knows the purple part until this theory. Lancer also calls Susie his purple friend, and after that he says that they made a costume for Susie. He says that in chapter 5. So he's calling Susie purple, and that she's associated with costumes, I guess. And Seth is jailed here, which is interesting because Seth is the purple soul, and so of course she would get jailed. But if Susie is replacing Des in the prophecy, well then she also gets jailed here, which kind of makes sense. But if there's more purple jailed, and if Des is jailed, well then Des will be trapped somewhere. So Des is more likely, in my opinion, to not be missing, not to be simply missing, but to be trapped if she represents purple. As the original girl in the prophecy, who's got the rude buster looking thing. So there's more on purple and balls and trapping people, because the knight uses the tractor beam against Toriel, and people have questioned why the knight even does this, like why not just pick her up? I think it still could be a question where this is just being done for a dramatic moment with Susie trying to block it. But the knight might be using some kind of power with this purple to actually trap Toriel. And they use the purple bubble power on Asgore to capture him. Now this is something from Toho which is quite interesting, because I missed it last time, but people mentioned it in the comments, a couple of people, thankfully. But, you know, nobody else had ever heard of anything. Like, I feel like this Mike character from Toho, I feel like it should just be common knowledge among Deltarune theorists and fans that there is a character in Toho called Mike, who is a cat. So, yeah, it's also nowhere on Google. So, like, if you search, like... Okay, no, there is... I found one... There's, like, one post on Reddit when I searched Mike Toho Deltarune from 3 years ago. And it's got, like, 5 comments. Yeah, it's cooked. This is, like, not common knowledge whatsoever. So, her name Mike is taken from Mike Neko, which means 3-haired cat. And that's the Japanese word for calico cat, which is like 3 hairs, is like 3 colored hairs, which is black, white, and orange. There's no evidence that Toby even knows of this character beyond his obsession with Toho, which makes it almost certain that he does know. But I'm just saying there's no hardcore. Well, to my knowledge, Toby has never acknowledged Mike or Mike. And of course, this is relevant because it's Mike. It's Mike the cat, Mike the cat. Yeah. There's a bunch of other stuff about Mike's being like the lucky cat in a lot of Asian cultures, but I'm not going to go into that. Okay, so Catty with an eye has the 3 colored hairs, the white, black, and purple streaks. Has yellow eyes. But this video is going to go way too long, so I'm just not going to. Okay, so here we've got and last was the girl, at last was the girl. And I started to look at these 3 purple things, and I think there is a chance that these are actually 3 hairs. That might sound kind of weird, and I still do think it sounds kind of weird. But Susie is swinging a hairbrush when she swings her axe, which would mean like what kind of projectile would come out of a hairbrush? If you're thinking like a bow shoots arrows, gun shoots bullets. What does a hairbrush shoot? Of course, it would shoot hair, right? And alternatively, or as well, it could be like a scratch, like these 3 lines here, like a scratch mark. It could be a wave, like Des talks about waves and stuff quite a bit. Raise Up Your Bat song seems related to Des, and it's purple, like purple hair. There's the dialogue which says that Susie seems to have changed just a hair back in chapter 1. So hair is associated with change and with Susie. And yeah, if it wasn't obvious already, this is obviously supposed to just be like Rude Buster, like it's supposed to look like Rude Buster. That's what you're supposed to think when you see this, and that's what Susie thinks. Yeah, this might all seem like a stretch, but Mr. Brick & Co. have a good video on how Friend is related to Susie. I think it's in their Friend video, I think. There's some more things here, so I did talk about this before with Susie Zilla. There's a bunch of parts in the text that talk about Susie Zilla, which is like Godzilla, so it's like a giant dinosaur monster. And the the friend unmissable scene with that Rousey talks about, friend in, you get Susie's room, and it's got the chair in the middle of it. The chair turns to this dark liquid, like, the ink, water, whatever. Not water, but, the ink stuff. I'll just call it ink for now, the darkness. What also happens is that the poster goes all fuzzy of what seems to be Godzilla in Susie's room, which is very strange. And Rousey specifically points it out, a poster can look like it's moving, which seems to point to a shape-shifting giant monster. And of course you had Seth, which transformed into a Leviathan-like monster, and the Leviathan's supposed to, be like a major behemoth. Well, this is a giant city-destroying dinosaur. This is fairly weak, but you see, if this is meant to be Susie's room, and she doesn't really know too much about what rooms are supposed to be like, well, she gets this furniture, which is the fuzzy, icy thing, and she shoves it into the center of the room, which is where her chair is. And so there's like this connection here between the two. That icy pillow, it also shrinks between chapters, which is strange. Susie asks, "Bro, did you small-in my gift?" And Rousey just goes, so it's not confirmed what even happened there, but it seems to go smaller. There's the pink ribbon, and of course Rousey says that the second hero is supposed to be able to wear ribbons. And if Azrael is a prince, then Des would logically be the princess. Whereas Susie doesn't really have an allegory for being the princess, as far as I understand. And she doesn't really like wearing ribbons until later. Like, she hates wearing ribbons in chapter 3. But she starts to wear ribbons in chapter 5 because the prophecy has called her the girl in the prophecy. And so Susie's like, oh, okay then, well, I guess that means I do like ribbons. But this is a princess ribbon. And Noelle, I don't believe, is ever referred to as a princess or a prince. And so Susie having this is strange, and it's in the same room that I talked about last video with Jockington Grows the Beard, which I believe is saying shapeshifter, and they'll see the Tail of Hell take crawl, which is it's like a snake thing or whatever. And what's more than that, I didn't mention this with the Leviathan before. The Leviathan way back in the video, it's made up of balls like this. It just looks like a whole bunch of joints, like with balls. Which reminds me of that. And they'll hear the Ring of Heaven's call. Well, yeah, somebody's going to make a phone call, I guess, probably. That's what I'm guessing. But Noelle's also tied to rings. That's her weapon. Here's something I've never heard anybody else talk about. I just noticed it while I was watching some of my footage. So, the girl prophecy panel is copied all over the place in Susie's Dark World. Of course, the obvious explanation here is that Susie is just thinking about this a lot. She's learning that she's potentially the girl in the prophecy, and not only that, but that the girl will find love, which Susie doesn't seem to have a lot of love previously in her life, and so it seems probably quite overwhelming to her emotionally. But there are a lot of them, and some of them have hearts, some of them don't have hearts. And I don't know if that's meant to be like do they love me? Do they not love me? Like, how is that possible? How could I even find love? Like, I'm not sure, but those hearts, they don't like switch between the different copies. They just fade in and out on the same copy. And what I find interesting about all of these copies is a bit like the Roots theory, where there's a few copies that are explained by my theory. There are just a few panels that get copied, but most of them, I believe, don't get copied. And some of them, like this one, get copied a ton. Now, there are also all of these statues that are sitting around, and that's just like all of the statue melting things that Toby has of himself in those pictures. And they're all standing around, and many of them are, they're identical to the other darkness in there. I think that there's a chance that the reason why the darkness are grey here is because Susie just doesn't have enough determination compared to Chris as a human with the red soul. But that's not really too obvious. It might just be because Susie doesn't know enough about the religion, so can't properly animate everything in the Dark World properly. But either explanation would say why Gerson came back improperly. But if it's about determination, it means that if you don't have enough determination, well, then you won't be able to revive somebody fully. Which means that determination is all about revival and can create zombies effectively. Which they do in Undertale. Like, they do create zombies, basically. They get fallen down monsters and they expand their lifetime indefinitely. And the girl part of the prophecy is also rotated in that one hallway a bunch of times. Which seems to imply some sort of image editing. But maybe it implies, like, spiraling thoughts. I don't know. You could say a lot about it. And there's even more copies. And they actually hide the last prophecy, the story's end, and then it's the Deltarune, which is the rune of change. Now, if you do think that it's just Susie's thoughts, which is, I believe, the more common explanation for this, if you do think that, well, then that would also mean that the Knight, when they made the fountain, they could also influence what shows up in the prophecy panels. And I think that's an important point to make, because the prophecy is told to these characters. And I don't know what the limit is, and like how much they could do, how much they couldn't do to tell this prophecy. I question like what the Knight was doing, even making the fountain here to begin with. If it risks this kind of knowledge, if it was important that we didn't know. I'm talking about the player, not just because I assume that Chris and Ralsei can just go there. But this is specifically where Susie finds out about the prophecy. Where she wouldn't otherwise. She wouldn't be reading. She hates books. She says like readings for nerds or something. I think, if I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right about it. So yeah, that is kind of strange. But it's also like Chris makes Susie make a fountain, which has her learn about stuff. And yeah, I don't know what to make of all of that really. Now here we're finally getting to a prophecy panel, which I believe mostly goes underlooked. Not many people try to explain this one. Not many people have explanations for this one, but I think I do. I think this is the perfect theory to explain this. Because of all of the gallery stuff that Toby was showing in those pictures before, all of the Splatoon people are like paint. They're like their ink is paint, so it's like a painting on a canvas and stuff. So, in my theory, if you watch the old video, you'd know this, but my whole theory is about how you cut and paste images at the device layer, and in representation within the world, that means cutting and then remaking somebody. So you cut them in the meat factory, and then you remake them as something like a vessel in the Gorna Maker, and that's what we see in the Gorna Maker. You can see that they kind of look like curtains, and they are like purple curtains, but I think they might shift to blue as well. But you've got these curtains which kind of look like cat ears, like Friend. The gallery is capitalized, just like Roots is, and that means it's part of the device layer, if you believe in device theory and stuff like that. And if there's an image friend, well then perhaps there is an image gallery. And that image gallery is where these edits to these images to the assets of the game are made in order to attempt to change the prophecy. And what's notable about that ball there is that it's cut. There's a slice it's sliced in half. And so I believe that that's representative of the amalgamation ball of everybody being cut and then pasted. And so it's like the world being cut and pasted on the other side as a new world. Just as you do in the file selection screen with Gaster. And in the Deltarune prophecy, when it says, "And then when all hope is lost for the tale, the final tragedy unveils," and you see there that the ball of the prophecy is cut in half. It's split there. And so, of course, that brings us to this, which is there is an art gallery which Toby posted. And so that's his image. This is the Mona Lisa on the sweepstakes. I thought I'd just add this here. As Mona Spamton. It's one of the most reproduced artworks in the world, by the way. But this is the actual photo. This is what this is referencing, I'm pretty sure. So this is in the Modern Museum of Art in New York. I'm like almost certain of that part. And I believe that it's replacing Van Gogh's Starry Night. You usually get in these sorts of art galleries, you get a whole bunch of people standing around taking photos of the really famous ones, just like this one. And what I noted is that Starry Night, Starry Night, like the Roaring Night. But in the fight with El Nina, you also get you get Susie dreams of sunny days, and then Ralsei hoped for starry nights, which is kind of interesting. That's the only reference to starry nights in the game, I believe. Starry Night is also one of the most reproduced artworks in the world. And this one on the right, it's obviously photoshopped in here, but it's not just like the actual image itself is not just photoshopped, like it's it's lengthy here, but you can see that at the top here it's like light, which doesn't really seem to make sense. Usually in these galleries you get like a light that shines further than that. It doesn't just abruptly kind of cut off. And some of these images on the side, it's a little bit hard to tell just due to the angle, but you can see the lights up here. They're all the same. The wall's the same. The floor's the same. Some of these artworks may have been switched out if they're not the same, but it's sort of hard to tell based on the angle what would even be shown. This is just a random thing that I noticed because there seemed like two different images, and you've got one with nothing, and then you've got one with Toby, which of course, this is, something, and then it's got Toby. It talks about skipping the line, and then becoming the champ, which has a broken A tag link to /dog, and going to dog just takes you to this image frame, which yeah, it's like a gallery. Yeah, it's got here at the end. Meanwhile, I can sneak out the back. I don't know if that's referring to Chris getting out back of their house, or the Holiday Mansion's back door, or something else. I don't know. So this panel's just, you can probably read it, I'm not going to go over it all, but it's just saying that Susie kind of lacks a concrete past for very long. We don't know very much about it, and so there's a chance that she doesn't have a full past, but it does go back a decent length, like definitely longer than than the game length. So I'm not sure what to think about it. You've got this Noelle post about Susie, and it's not really relevant at all. There's nothing like in the actual thing, but what's interesting to me when I saw this is that Noelle has privated the post, and that means that only friends can see this. And I'm just thinking, well, the only people viewing it, yeah, that's us. So that's as evidence that we might be friends. Of course, it's talking about like a permission level, where like if this were a real website, normal people couldn't see it, but Noelle's friends could. If it's on like some social media thing, I don't know. But this is where it gets way more interesting because, and this is more evidence for Jockington being friend. So prior to this, Birdley keeps talking about random like admin privileges and being like modded or making admin or something. And then Noelle's like, sorry, my computer's bugged, lol. Looks like the admin panel isn't working. I can't give you privileges. Sorry, you won't be able to be mod or admin. It's nice having you comment though. As for the phone calls, your old posts are up there with the phone number still. So, yeah, she's saying that she's, whatever, broken admin panel. Who knows what's up with that? She might just be, lying. But anyway, she doesn't give the admin to Birdley. And then she locks it because she, I guess she doesn't want people to view the thread or something. I don't know. She doesn't want Birdley posting his phone number, so she's just locking the thread. And it says here, thread has been locked. Normal users can no longer post. And you've got the user sports here, which is Jockington because he talks like Jockington and he's sports, and his picture is a soccer ball, which is related to Jockington. And he can keep posting after the thread has been locked and normal users can no longer post. This is the first time he posts in this thread. He posts right after it says that normal users can't post. And a normal user is presumably like a guest user. They're at the basic level. And Jockington would then be a friend with Noelle, or maybe a higher privilege level. But he's a friend of Noelle's, it seems, like knowing her at sport or whatever. And we know that friends are a privilege level. Then does that mean that this sports person is potentially friend? Okay, so this thread, right? We don't actually know like who, like which account we're even logged into. Okay, because we're definitely not logged into a guest account or a normal user account or anything like that because we can see things. And since we can also view the posts, which are the friends posts, it seems like we're at least friend level, okay? But we can't actually tell what the privilege level of these other people are. Yeah, we can't tell their privilege level, but Smart Genius, which is Birdley, he has a blue name, so I don't know what's up with that. But in any case, we can see that Sports and Holiday Girl are at the same privilege level, but I don't think we would be able to tell whether they're friends or not. But since the thread has been locked and normal users can't post, it seems like they're probably at least friends, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to post. Which means that Jockington is friend. Yeah, read this if you want. Susie's a reptile, so they might have eggs related to them. I mean, she might have eggs related to her, but I don't think Susie's like an evil friend or something like that, but I do think that potentially she is a shifter made to replace some part of the prophecy, which is probably the girl in the prophecy, which would mean that Des has been taken. This is strangely related. So in that I see is real thing that I put at the start of the video, you had right above that, you had the line dinosaur oatmeal is real. And that is referring to when there was a Undertale Q&A, and you had Flowey, and he answers, what? Papyrus's favorite food, which was the question. He says, it's that oatmeal with the dinosaur eggs, idiot. And that dinosaur egg oatmeal is referring to this Quaker instant oatmeal dinosaur egg flavor, or whatever, which has a bunch of these sugary dinosaur looking egg things, which when they get put into milk, they dissolve in it, like the sugars do, and they leave behind these little candy dinosaurs. So Toby referenced dinosaur eggs for some reason as being Papyrus's favorite food. Now, keep in mind that Papyrus was inspired by Dedan from Off, and Dedan is, I'm just reading from the wiki page, it says he is notable for his nasty temperament and seems to be constantly enraged and use vulgar language. He interacts with cruelty towards various beings, including his own working staff. And he says, you'll taste the pain, you sick spirit. I'm going to cut your face to remove this unsufferable smile. So, and he looks quite scary too. So he's like real bad. He's a real bad guy. I haven't played Off, so I don't really know. But he's scary, okay? And if that was Papyrus's inspiration, I do wonder what Papyrus's role is going to be in this story. Because he's still missing. Like we don't know where he is, and he's with Sans, and Sans knows way too much about stuff. Sans is connected, and so is Papyrus with Gaster. So you do wonder what's going on with him. When his favorite food is dinosaur eggs, and you've got a character who is a dinosaur, who seems like who seems connected to a purple shapeshifter. So this is just miscellaneous stuff. You can probably you can honestly probably just skip to the end of the video at this point. This is like the stuff. This is if some of this stuff before was crackpot, okay, this is crackpot. So here are some other random Splatoon connections I was thinking of, but I didn't think really made the cut. In Splatoon, there's a mode called Clam Blitz, and that's where a bunch of clams are dropped, and you collect them, and then I think you throw it into the enemy goal or whatever, and so that's why they turn into a football when you get 8 of them, and they kind of look like a Pippus there, in the same shape. But they're also referred to in Deltarune as an invasive species of freshwater clam, and they're also, Pippis are an actual species of clam, and you can find that if you search for Pippis. According to the wiki, they're just a reference to Mega Man describing PP as a flying fish, but within that, they actually keep that aquatic association with the executive, or the exec buffet, which says it's a dinner for cushy TV executives. The blue caviar is unforgettable, and that's presumed to be processed peepers since it's a blue aquatic egg. But that's also interesting because related to caviar is roe, like with salmon roe, salmon eggs. And Salmon Run is a mode in Splatoon where you splat salmonids, which are salmon-like creatures, and you steal their eggs. That's the point of the mode. And Caviar is specifically from Sturgeon, but yeah. You also have a guy called Big Shot from Salmon Run, which I thought was kind of, that's proper brain rot. Okay, now I had to save this to the end of the video, or toward the end, because I didn't want to bring it in forward without explaining all of the hair stuff with Susie. But as part of Splatoon, I think this guy's like the big bad or whatever, Mr. Grizz. But he's the guy I was referring to before who makes the fuzzy ooze. And yeah, he's covered in hair. He's fighting for the mammals. And more than that, he has all of these minions which are purple and yellow eyed. They get like purple lips. But then they're fuzzy and covered in hair. He's trying to make mammals. And here's a description of Fuzzy Ooze. It says, Fuzzy Ooze pulsates like a life form, but it is not a living creature. It is covered with a brown furry substance which may have a connection with the hairy Octarians. They're like octopus people. There are fuzzballs on Fuzzy Ooze splotches, which can be cleaned and eaten by small fry, according to alternalog.exe. It was created by Mr. Grizz with liquid crystals found in the remains of Alterna, golden eggs, and his own fur. So he used eggs, liquid crystals, which is like liquid darkness, I believe, in the remains of some deep undersea cave, like bunker shelter thing, to create this furry ooze, which turns these things into these weird, like, fluffy balls. There's been quite a few random fuzzball related things so far in this video and the last one. And they turn into these, like, weird, like, mind-controlled zombie, like, monsters or whatever. But I don't want to get too far into this to really know what this means. Also, yeah, like, Agent 3 comes into contact with Fuzzy Ooze, and then they become this ball of fur. Inklings and Octolings being turned into fuzzy creatures, like that, okay? And the Earth being covered in Fuzzy Ooze is there as well. So the entire world is involved in this, is being friendified. But I don't know Splatoon lore properly, and the video's gone on way too long, so I'm just not going into this. You also have Turf War. I had this random idea before I even got to this, that these two being in different colors, it feels like and being in like an alleyway, like graffitied, it feels like two gangs, fighting over territory and marking it. Which is exactly what happens in Splatoon, because there's a game mode called Turf War, and the idea is that you've got to try to paint as much of the map as possible. And the team that wins is the one who paints it the most in the time limit. And you can like kill each other and stuff, but the objective is painting with the ink. And so there's this idea in my mind that potentially there might be two gangs going on here, which is the Icy Gang, but then there's also the Everyman Gang. And Toby has mentioned that Everyman Gang is a nice person. He's like everybody likes being around him, and he shares a lot or something. And Everyman never damages you in Undertale, or I think any of his attacks. I think if you like run into him, he won't damage you. There was something about that on the wiki. I'm not sure if it's every attack, but then you've got Icy, and Icy would be associated with smiling a lot and being creepy as hell, and shapeshifters. But Everyman is also purple there, which is the shapeshifter color, so I don't know. And yeah, Lancer also mentions milk specifically when he refers to Splatoon, and Osmosis in the same line, which makes it seem like this area is more important to this entire theory, because he's mentioning everything together. And the colors are also, these are like Sans and Susie, kinda, I think. I don't know though. Could be lots of things, or like Carol and Susie. Yeah, here's a loose connection I didn't include before because I didn't want to make the good moment worse. So you've got the Truck Freak tier is the tier that Toby posted all of the images out to. And he also said in that email when he apologized, it's like a fake apology, it's a joke apology. But he said that it would be remedied by never taking a shower again. And of course that's funny because it's like, yeah, he's covered in foam, so he's never going to shower again. But it's also like, of course he's not going to shower if he's an amalgamate and he melts from watering. Of course you would never take a shower again. You'd be dead, or if you survived it, you would never do it again. And you do have to ask, like, why did he even make this foam photo? Like, why did he cover himself in foam? I don't know what other explanations people have for it. Of course it's funny, but like, is there any other thing to it? And he also says that he wants somebody to make the picture of him on Wikipedia. He wants them to be edited and replaced with this. So he wants an image to be replaced. His identity to be replaced. Interesting. By changing an image. Now, he does call it Truck Freak, okay? And with ice cream trucks, which you've got an icy van there, but Americans, which isn't the case in Australia or the UK, etc., but Americans, they wouldn't say that an ice cream van is coming down the street. They say an ice cream truck is coming down the street, even if it's technically a van. It sounds more natural. And even when I was looking on Google, I saw icy. I think I even looked up icy van, and I think this even shows up, but I can't remember. But like the real icy company, there's a picture there which is referred to as icy cold drink truck. So yeah, and that icy van, it looks very similar to the other one. So a truck freak could be an icy freak, basically, which would be an amalgamate. So this isn't really osmosis, but there's Toby filling up with water, which is like the water cooler. I don't really know what to make of it. I think it's probably just a reference to Chapter 3, since I think this newsletter came out prior to it. But it did make me think that perhaps the reason that SpongeBob was even mentioned is because SpongeBob is a sponge who sucks up water. And like their whole city is flooded because it's underwater. You've got, on the Spamton sweepstakes, you've got the sand snow globe. And the winner of this posted what they actually got, because apparently the snow globe kept breaking. And so they sent a replacement and they sent money in the mail because it was just not going to work and it was expensive and annoying to make, so they just did that. Now, there's a chance that wasn't real and there's some symbolism in the snow globe breaking and sands got out or something, but I'm just going to take it as they said it, that really this was difficult to ship. But you've got this Nightmare Before Christmas, and that's interesting because it's Nightmare and Christmas, which is very Deltarune-esque. But you've got Jack and Sally here as the characters in the snow globe, and you could customize this this name, and presumably because it was blurred out on the side, but you could find it here because of the for legal reasons they have to list what the actual prize is. And so you could find this, and presumably this would be the name. It would be like Winner and Sands or something like that. And that's the customizable part. But I don't know if they were doing something with the company who was making this specifically to actually swap out the insides with a Sands figurine or something. Like, I don't know. But since they had troubles, I assume that they were doing more with it. But yeah, I don't know. But this is basically interesting because it's another case of some sort of glass entrapping somebody, or even multiple people, and them being amalgamated potentially, or Sans being involved in this in some capacity. I'm not really sure. I also don't know why the Pippies are like they say that they're musical Pippies, and I think that's just because they shake like an instrument or something. I think somebody mentioned that in the comments or something. I don't think this text has anything lore important at all. You do have some hair in liquids in the game. You've got the Chica Cola, which is unused text, but she says, "Why would I like this? It has someone's hair in it." You've got the cappuccino, which Brady mentions ordering a cappuccino at one point, and she also mentions that Caddy's sister, I can't remember which Caddy it was, I think there was Caddy with an I, serves me a coffee, and I swear it was half cat fur. So she orders a cappuccino, and she gets a drink with a bunch of cat fur in it. The purple water is fuzzy, and so there seems to be associations between deers and shapeshifting with liquids and hair, and cats already have that, which is strengthened by this, and by purple guy melting. The friend vending machine is important, I believe, because it serves just TV slop, along with a free smile, which is creepy and seems to refer to friend. But the TV slop is referred to, it's said as some sort of bland cafeteria food. The ice cream cone is soggy and saggy. And so, in other words, it's sort of like the ice cream cone may have melted somewhat, but it's talking about the cone in particular, which sags and is soggy, so it's wet. But Noelle says, here, I refreezed it when it's used on her, which is also unused. And so I wonder if this is referring to like freezing in the meat factory, which is like what, the Homestuck frozen looking cats are, and the samples in Undertale, which have a bunch of freezers. if the True Lab is some sort of allegory to what's going to happen with the meat factory. And when it's used on Ralsei, he says, "Is this legal?" And it's like, yeah, well, if it were some sort of reference to what's happening with the meat factory, well then yeah, it's like, yeah, no, that's definitely not legal. Ralsei has a good point there. And otherwise, it's just like, yeah, it's bad food, so like, how can it be sold? TV in Wingdings it's a snowflake and then a cross, which is frequently like it's a religious symbol, but it's also like a death symbol, like a torturous death symbol, and one used for gravestones as well. So it's associated with death too, with death and suffering. Which, if this is like a frozen meal of like, associated with a meat factory of like death and people being eaten by friend, it seems to line up. According to the wiki, this free smile may be based on the free smile available on the McDonald's Japan menu. And I'm going to get into McDonald's more in the next video. But McDonald's is always used, well, maybe if I make a next video, but McDonald's is always, all of the McDonald's lines, they're used by Flowey or Amalgamates. There's a line there too, where they say that they're loving it, and then there's also the sound from the McDonald's commercial. That's quite strange, because all of those figures are from they're made in the True Lab, because Flowey is made from golden flour injected with determination. Yeah, so this is the room with the warrior in it, and you've got the regular sink, and then there's a clone of the other sink on the other side. It says perhaps there was originally one tall sink that was cut in half to create both of them, and that just aligns with what I've been saying, is that people get cut in half and then they create clones out of them because they can paste them once they're cut. And sinks are also connected to water and the undergrounds too, maybe. This is ice cream sandwich theory. So basically, I have a broad theory that there's a ton of foods referenced throughout the game which probably have something to do with what's going on with the meat factory, because tons of them are used in the context of melting. Like you get like s'mores and ice cream sandwiches, which are like, they're sandwiches that melt stuff together inside of them, or they melt like an ice cream sandwich does. And when you use bread with Susie in Chapter 5, she says, "Hey, don't eat that. Save it for later. Ice cream sandwiches." Which, that's like silly. It's like I guess a joke or whatever. But you have like Rousey's lyrics last time. I wasn't really sure about this, but it's just more to the idea that he sings, "Bring extra s'mores to the campsite." It's like, what are the s'mores for? Well, they melt. They're melted chocolate and marshmallow together. There's, the color of the summer's shining on a beach ball there, like talked about the color of summer sun shining on a beach ball. And you have the wax melted by the sun in the Toby thing that he was referencing. You get talk about the steam of a fresh hot chocolate. Chocolate is quite melty, obviously. I think there's an icy menu item, which is chocolate, which says it melts in your pants, not in your hands or something. Yeah, talk about the warmth of a loving embrace. I can't remember what this dialogue is connected to, but anyway. Yeah, warmth of a loving embrace is like, yeah, amalgamation. Yeah, it's like, it's a warm, loving embrace when you get melted to begin with to be combined with something else. I talked about the crunch of the last pickle in the refrigerator. I mentioned the pickles earlier with the osmosis stuff, and it's a crunch because it's like, bite of a friend. Talked about the chill of wind on the ice skating pond that seems to be connected to Des because she's got the ice skating gear, and I believe that she's gone to the meat factory. Talks about the snow matted on your brother's nose. I'm not too sure about that one, but Squidward does get like white on his nose, but I don't know. You know what? I'm not reading through all of this. This is just that hopes and dreams is equivalent to determination, roughly. You can read it if you want. But smiles and hope. Okay, so this looks like a early 2000s or 90s website with the amount of random stuff on it, but I've put all of these on here because they're all smiles. And these characters, almost all of them, I've got a few exceptions for a reason, but almost all of them, in every sprite that they ever have, they are always smiling. And I thought that was really strange because, like Sans, for instance, Sans does show various other emotions, like this, this creepy thing that he does in the G root. But he's always smiling. He never stops smiling. And that is very strange when it comes to all of these other creepy characters like Friend, who never stops smiling, and Gaster and Eram and Gerson as well. Gerson never stops smiling. Jevel, Kara. It's just so weird. And it's weird because the ICs are shown on the pain chart to never stop smiling, even if they're in extreme pain. And Toby actually mentions it in an off interview. It mentions it explicitly about Sans, so we know that it seemingly is intentional. He says, next, Sans' character was a bit inspired by Zachary and the Judge. Think about it. He is reliable, friendly, humorous guy that shows up throughout the adventure, and you never quite know what his deal is. He never stops smiling either. So there you go. Toby's very much making that a point. A smile in Windings is J on the keyboard, and if you check out Jockington sprites, he looks like a J in most of them, and he's always smiling. Gerson always smiles, and I believe that's likely. I mean, he might have something weird going on with him, but well, one thing I do wonder about Gerson, okay, because look, let's just say, imagine he's weird, like imagine he's not what he says he is, or there's something wrong with him, okay? Let's just imagine that for a second. If Gaster wants to change the prophecy, he would insert somebody to inspire the heroes to attempt to change the prophecy. That would make sense, right? Because this isn't the real Gerson. This is some created creature for the prophecy. And it does make you wonder, because I said in the last theory that if you were to mastermind try to change the prophecy, you would not just send enemies after the heroes, you would try to help them do things that you actually want. And that is effectively what Gerson does. But I don't know how much that would seem to butcher his character, because I feel like people see his ideas as quite inspiring. In any case, even if he's not, if he's filled with the power of hopes and dreams, well then he's filled with the hope to rewrite stories and to rewrite fate. So that would explain that. But I just want to point out how intentional this is, because you don't create a character and have them smile in like 100 different sprites and frames of animation. You just don't do that unless it's intentional. And this happens across so many different characters that there's got to be something that's going on here. Goners do smile creepily sometimes, but they don't seem to always smile. Like Ficus Slicker, he goes completely deadpan, despite smiling in his regular sprite. Noelle, of course, smiles very creepily, notably when she wants to change, and she notices that Chris has actually changed. And so she has the hope to change fate. I think it makes sense for Toby to have made the ICs work as like a retail brand, because it's just a common place where you would see people smile consistently, since they're constantly working at a job where that's expected of them. And so I think that determination, if it is connected with hopes and dreams, like I think it is, well then it would make them never stop smiling, and it makes sense that it would keep them from dying, because their hopes and dreams can continue and not be cut short by death. And the player does smile whenever they can change the outcome of the game. I usually think they do. They quite enjoy it. And it does remind me of when you tell Ralsei to just keep smiling. You know, it's kind of weird, kind of creepy. Oh yeah, and the smiling stuff is like common across the secret bosses. I don't think it might not apply to all of them though. I don't think. Let me check Pink. No, Pink definitely doesn't. Pink has other emotions. Yeah, you can read this if you want. I'm not reading it. It's not that good of a panel. Okay, so we're almost at the end, but I've got a couple vibe theories. Because of how much plants have come up in this video, and how much I think roots are important, and how much water absorption seems to be important, and the fact that Chapter 5 had so much to do with plants, and how they're an in-between state between lightness and darkness, and how there's demon flowers in Cave Story, and how the weird root with Noelle has the flower originally that loses its petals, and how the gold flower, okay, it's usually seen as like the replacement for the red flower, or like that's just what it is, I guess. But I don't really buy it, okay? I think that there's a missing red flower potentially, because of the red flowers from Cave Story. I think Toby was probably inspired in to some degree because of them, and the fact that they're missing makes me really wonder about where they actually are, considering there is a red soul in the game, and it's so different to the others. And notably, the red soul is known for being alone. We know that from the ball game and just from, players and stuff. But, of course, if the red flower is alone, well then it wouldn't be with these guys, right? And so I think truly it's probably just about as missing as Des is, and it does make me wonder. I think that Chris being like Aqua is quite interesting, and they're patient, and I do wonder if at some point in the game they will be... They're basically holding back substantially, either from their enemy or from us, from somebody, but that they're going to melt somebody when they get the opportunity to, and that's why they're called Aqua maybe. But I don't know. They're not called Aqua in Japanese, so. But I do question, you know, if we are hurt by water just as much as all of these other things are, will Chris try to like waterboard us and just melt us if they have to? Like they do need us, but maybe they won't forever. And here's the ending. And so wept the fallen star, making rivers with its tears. Then slowly from the bitter water, something grew. It looked like glass.
No, no, no. They're eating my flesh.
Okay, you guys. I don't know where I'm going to put this in the recording. It might be at the very end of the video. I might put parts throughout. I've no clue. But I wanted to get this in right now because I've only just discovered it. And I don't know how else to prove that that I'm seeing this after I recorded my entire video before. I don't know how else to prove it apart from just, I don't know, maybe the emotion in my voice or something, but I've gone through and I saw Dr. what is, how do you even pronounce it? Andernuts? Dr. Andernuts. How did I see this? Oh, that's right. So I was going through the editing of my video and I got to the part, oh, I was talking about Route 66 and I mentioned the fun value is 66. And so I went and I was like, oh, I don't have a picture here for the mystery man, and I was like, okay, well, I'll put that up in the video to make sure that everybody knows what I'm talking about. And as I was looking at the mystery man, I saw at the bottom of the picture, at the bottom of the wiki page, and you can see this, if you just look it up, on the Undertale wiki of Mystery Man, at the very bottom of it, it's got a section on illusions, and it says that there's an Uboa sprite. There's like a modified Uboa sprite, and hopefully I'll put that on the screen. And I was looking at that, and it said that it shared a resemblance to Dr. Andernuts. And I clicked on the Halloween hack. I don't think I clicked on Andernuts. And I was curious about Dr. Andernuts because of the bit earlier in the theory about Cave Story and Terra Enigma, how they have scientists, and I was thinking, I haven't actually looked into Halloween Hack, like I've never played it. So I wonder what his role actually is in the story, because it's a Toby game and we actually get to see a scientist in it. So I'm like, okay, what does this scientist do? So I look into it, and I was completely like shocked, because it almost feels like it's just all of this theory that I've made completely like from first principles. From first principles, I've managed to construct this theory which ends up aligning to so much of what happens in the Halloween hack. It's just crazy. Like, and I'll go over this, but just briefly, and I haven't even checked all the footage yet, okay? But I'm seeing a museum with the bodies of the people that Dr. Andernuts has killed, all on display. I like mentioned that with all of the bodies in ice, like they're trapped there. And I'm talking about this art gallery where everybody is cut as like an image. And then there's this part at the end which is like the Dr. Andernuts gets he gets meat factoried, like he gets turned into this purple monster amalgam thing. And all these amalgamates, they're all purple. And there's this purple liquid. And then you've even got these all of these intestines, like these sausage-looking things, all in that space. And I even mentioned sausages, like in the meat factory at the very start of the video, and I was gonna do more on that in another video. But I'm just like, what the hell's going on here? So I'm gonna keep looking at it, but I wanted to get this out while it's fresh to me, so I can get across like how exciting and weird this is. You know what? I decided that instead of just showing some slides, okay, the best way for me to do this is going to be to literally live react to whatever I see in the Halloween hack. Just like literally right as I see it. But before that, I'm going to go over some of the stuff that I saw originally, okay? So if we go to, because I went to like the end here, because I was like amalgamate fights at the end. I was like, huh? Okay, so yeah, so this is like kind of out of order or whatever. But see here, purple liquid. I might turn this down a little bit. So you've got purple liquid here, okay? Then you've got a snake here, and then that's that's like Jockington or whatever. Purple amalgamate. Purple amalgamate, okay? And we're just gonna keep seeing this purple color. I don't know if this is... I don't know, Kiss, I'm just... When your mom kisses you goodnight, I'm just kind of thinking you can raise your bat. Raise up your bat. I don't know who that character is. I haven't played Earthbound enough. I played a bit of it, but... I've never played Halloween Hack either, okay? So... Yeah, you just go to this random spot. The context of this is that you're in Dr. Antonot's brain. I saw that a little bit later. Okay, now this is... Okay, hang on. This is crazy, okay? So you step between these two trees, right? And this is almost like the two trees in Roots. But anyway, you go into here, okay? This part is crazy. The world melts. You hit the ground hard when you fall. The world is beating purple and red around you. You see that? The world is beating purple and red around you. That's what it said, okay? It's like beats, purple, red. Hold on. And it's purple, okay? And red, which is like blood. The ground is made of vile intestines. This is like the sausages that I mentioned at the start of the video that I was going to make a whole video about. So, because, the sausages are made of intestines. You are inside the monster, okay? You're inside of it, so you've been eaten. Your heart is burning, okay, burning, but it does not seem to be beating anymore, so you're dead. You've been eaten. Your body is made of metal and rubber, okay? Metal is what, like, smelts and stuff. Like, it melts, and then the rubber is also very, like, gooey and squishy. And I'm pretty sure in the video at some point I mentioned rubber. Oh, maybe I don't voice it, but there's a part earlier in the video where ficus, I think some sort of ficus tree is like a rubber tree. It's not the really industrialized one that ended up being used, but it was like an earlier one that was used. And I think I did put it in the slide, but yeah, I did mention rubber earlier, thinking about this theory, and I was like, what the hell, I see rubber here? Your eyes are black holes, kind of like crisp moving slow, but I don't think that means anything. There's no air and no heat, so you're in this like liquid mass, which makes sense. There's nothing except pulsating violet, and that's the purple that I've been talking about. You are inside the monster. The monster. You are the monster. This is just like Seth, in Illusion of Gaia being eaten by the Leviathan. Remember, I had no idea about Halloween Hack, okay? I worked this backwards. You're inside the monster, you are the monster. Okay, and then you see these things. These are all like intestinal looking things. I also wonder, they kind of look like worms, and Rules card talks about worms. Anyway, this goes on a little bit. Then you get to this thing. I noticed that this little thing in the center, it kind of looks like a... you'll see in a moment here. But obviously this looks super grotesque. Okay, yeah, it kind of looks like a donut as it's opening up. Which is kind of weird. Okay, it's me, Dr. Andernuts. So it's a donuts. I think that this might be the Forgotten Man because he's got donuts. And, I don't know, like he talks about donuts. And that means that he's probably Gaster because Uboa, okay, looks like the Mystery Man. That's what the wiki was saying. Uboa's from Yume Nikki, which is inspiration for Toby. Look at what this look at what this world has done to me. Look at me. Do you see this? Look at your decaying, frostbitten bodies. Uh-oh. That's the frozen people in the meat locker. Yeah, and he's just like, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I wonder if Gaster's gonna do this. And then the knife, okay? This is interesting because, like I said before with the ball game, the Cyan Soul is supposed to be patient, but then strike with the knife to win at ball game. If this is going to be like the ball, which I said that is the amalgamation of tons and tons of people, well then, this would be where Chris strikes. And now we get this, okay? Look at this grotesque amalgamation, which is purple. Pretty crazy, right? And lots of eyes too. And eyes are all throughout Deltarune, like at the start of Chapter 1 in the Dark World. It also kind of looks like ERAM because of the horns at the top. And ERAM you can see within like a amalgam in Undertale. Okay, so this goes on for a bit. I can't remember if there was anything else in that section, but I don't think so. So you get this purple melty stuff around the edges. And then Dr. Andonauts turns into just hatred because his mind goes away. So yeah, you know, you little F-words are going to have your bodies ripped in half. Remember the whole ripped in half thing? The whole, you know, cut in half thing? Yeah. And then we're gonna skip the slow that happens. I got you, Toby. Yeah, this is where Megalovania comes in. This is like the first time Megalovania ever plays, I'm pretty sure. And of course, you've got the purple aura that's surrounding Dr. Andonauts. Also, I had no idea about this, but in Earthbound itself, it says here, before the fight with Gigas, he transforms the bodies of the parties into robots, with their bodies placed at Saturn Valley. So, like, what? He transforms the party into robots? He transfers the spirit of Ness and his friends into robotic bodies, so they can use the Face of Sorta 3 to travel to the past. Oh damn, he warns them that he cannot promise their spirit will ever return to their original bodies. Well, there you go. Okay, anyway, I wasn't looking at what was going on the screen really, but I think this fight just sort of goes on. I think it might say something, and then it just ends where there's a dead Dr. Andonauts here. There wasn't anything interesting after that, but there was stuff prior, which I saw. I went back to... Oh, where was it? This was crazy when I saw it. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, check this out, alright? You go into here. Look at this. Welcome to the Museum of Dead People. The Museum of Dead People. Are you kidding me? Like, this is what I've been talking about with the whole art gallery and all of the ice freezing people and putting them on display in a gallery where they've been cut up and then pasted as images. Look at all the people that Dr. Andonauts mercilessly slaughtered. Mercilessly discarded her soul. Wait, I actually wonder if these are specific people. Like if this is Des, and this is, I don't know, like Birdly or something. I don't know. Or the warrior. Hold on, the warrior. The warrior? Yeah, so, you know, I'm doing this kind of live, like, if I had context for this, I would, you know, it would probably help, but, yeah. But I want this to be more genuine, so you know that I'm doing this at the end. Convince them yourself that it's necessary to turn them into robots to save the world. Then send them back into the past to combat an alien menace. After a long, hard battle, they will realize that they are trapped forever. I wonder if that has anything to do with the old meat factory theory, where, you know, everybody gets cut up due to the code and stuff, and then they get sent back into the past, like the world is recreated. And then they're trapped, because Purple Soul's trapped. What does Varric taste like? I don't know if these are copies of Dr. Andernuts. I think they might be. Yeah, alright, they are, yeah. So Gaster potentially copying himself. Okay, so... Yeah, so here's another purple amalgamate, okay? You know, not much to say there. Yeah, there's a gold watch without its face. I don't know if that means anything, but... The face is unreadable, I don't know. Yeah, there's this horrifying monster as well. Yep. Come on, let's get to the good part. Okay, here, wait. Okay, look at that assembly line, okay? With copies of people. This is what I'm talking about. And I had a section in the next video that I cut out, which was about how sausages were going to be made in the meat factory, and how I was comparing it to Hotland, because there's black sausages in Hotland, in the core, and there's conveyor belts all over Hotland. And Sand sells hot dogs in Hotland, and they're cattails. Lots of stuff. But yeah, so this is the meat factory. This is where they produce the copies of people. And look, I don't know how much of this stuff is like from Earthbound itself, but yeah, or how much is Toby, but yeah, they're printing people. So now this stuff is new to me. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, nerd glass. Wait, nerd glasses. Hold on, they're like cloudy glasses. If this is the meat factory. Hold on, oh my god, are we gonna get like a torn notebook? Okay, thank god, it's Hawaiian pizza. If we see a torn notebook, I'm gonna lose it. Oh! Hold on. What was that? I wasn't looking. Is this speech all messed up? Whoa! Oh no. What does that say? Like dig? Oh. Oh, blood of many on hands. Ding. Yeah, okay, so their speech is all messed up. Wonder what that's about. Oh, premeditated murder. Oh, okay, interesting. Doing. I love to eat. Oh my god, okay. Salama. Huh. Okay. I'm always interested in stuff that's to do with the sun when it comes to stuff, because the sun's referenced a lot in Deltarune. What the heck was that? Okay. Wait, does he talk there? Why are we checking the stats, man? Sorry, I'm tilted. Butterflies aren't significant, by the way, they're just part of Earthbound. So don't go thinking that's like blue or something. Whoa, blood on the floor, okay. Okay, Toby, here's a tip, don't put so many enemies in. Toby, when he was like 17 or something. God, I can't give him tips, he's too good. Wait, raw shadow, Wait, what was that? Coagulated out of raw shadow. Okay, so coagulate use that for blood out of raw shadow, which is like darkness. So there's the link between blood and and darkness that I was talking about. There you go, guys. Crazy. Almost missed that. Let me know if you guys watch this or whatever and find anything that is similar to this. Ooh. Okay, I can already sense that this. I mean, this is part of Earthbound as well, but I'm already sensing that this has parallels to what I'm talking about with how to in order to recreate the world there are consequences and you have to destroy everybody. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so does anybody think I'm, you know, crazy, still? If anybody, you know, there's inevitably going to be comments from people who looked at the video for, like, you know, less than... They'll watch maybe 30 minutes max, and then they'll be like, oh my god, this is just completely schizophrenic. And then they'll click off. But, yeah, if you don't think that Toby's capable of this, well, okay. Already made a game about it. Okay. He killed his son and his friends. I wonder if something happened with Gaster and Sans and Papyrus, if they were also brothers, and he did something to mess them up as well, maybe. Oh, huh? Boiled eggs into raw eggs? I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Instant revitalizing device, yeah, like the darkness revives people. Manageable capsule? Okay. We got caught in some palm trees. Like the ones in the desert? What? Oh, wait. Okay, so once he killed a bunch of people, he regretted it. He became aggrieved. So he creates an army of monsters and set them loose. Is that what the ices are? Like he just, like, Gaster messed up and so he's just like, okay, screw it. I don't care anymore. But he also gets, like, hurt by his creation. I don't know. Whoa. Whoa, bottle of water? Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Why is there a bottle of water? Is that even in Earthbound? Okay, it is in Earthbound, okay. We do have to remember sometimes that water is a real thing. Wait, what? H2O pendant, huh? Oh. Wait, hang on, I've got to pause it for a second here. H2O pendant is in Earthbound Earthbound Beginnings, which is Mother 1, I think. But in Earthbound, it's called the Rain Pendant. That's the equivalent. So there's the water and pendant thing. And it's found in the pyramid, which I also find kind of interesting. Wait, the H2O pendant and the rain pendant, they protect against freeze. Against PK freeze. Wait, what the hell's cocoon pizza? What? Because I'm thinking like butterflies, transformation, and pizza? What is this? Oh my god. No, guys, that isn't a thing. No, that's an Earthbound hack. What? That's a Halloween hack thing. Because like caterpillars, they turn into butterflies, right? They have a metamorphosis. And it's pizza. So it's like Icy's pizza. I wonder what Sky Nectar is though. I can take a look at that. Taken from the flowers that grow in the clouds. Yeah. Oh, but it's just so it kind of makes you a little bitter at the end. So it's like rain? Because it's like the bitter tears, like in Deltarune. Although I guess it is around this entire sea of purple. What the hell? Tentacles, huh? What the heck? A heart? The red soul? Whoa, that's even got purple on it, huh? Anxiety attack. Yeah, okay, it's tentacles. Interesting, that's like squids. But Splatoon wasn't out for another like 7 years, right? Toby Fox time traveling theory? Toby Fox works at Nintendo theory? I mean, that's kind of true. Yeah, more purple. This thing looks weird as hell. Kinda got some cat ears there. Quite a few bits of like hair and stuff, so it's like fuzzy and tentacly. Oh my god, how are there this many enemies? Yeah, all of these images are all like messed up. Okay, next hero. Oh. Right, yeah, so we get to that point. Okay, let's go further back then. Wait, dead one out? Kinda doing this backwards, but... Whoa, hang on. Why is the music all messed up? Wait, what? Remember me? Huh? Are you no, you've got to be joking. There's a literal just purple guy who has been forgotten in Dead Onett. Are you kidding me? You've got to be joking me, man. There's literal purple guys who've been forgotten. You've got to be joking. Man, I hope this hits for all the people who haven't played the Halloween hack as well. Wait, hang on, I missed what that said. Oh my gosh. Avoid eye contact, avoid skin contact, see how much easier it is. Okay. I like psychoanalyzed Halloween hack out of Toby's mind. This is insane. Guy, oh my god, I can't believe it. Like, the people who have played this already and they're like theorists or whatever, what are you guys doing? I need to just play through all of the games that Toby Fox has ever, you know, played and then come back. Oh, okay. Yep. Eating. Yep. Oh, there's the pizza place. Wow. Oh, ender nuts. I don't remember me again. What? He's literally offering a donut. Come on, guys. Everybody who's played this game before and has played Deltarune should be ashamed of themselves. Sorry, I'm going too far. All the images are messed up here with the colors, so they've been copied and pasted in. Or cut and paste. Wait, generates a strong flash. Can make the enemy start crying uncontrollably. What the heck? So that's what the dark helmet stops. Or the black helmet, I can't remember what it was called. Whoa, what? I love you. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, sign. Yeah, so, yeah, so obviously the entire town has been replaced. Literally exactly how I said that Toby was gonna do. In Deltarune without even knowing he already did it. No comment mentioned this after my last video either. Has nobody played this? Like, I know I haven't. I can't blame people. Like, you know, I'm part of the crowd, but, man. I've seen some people mention it, but... Oh, okay. Alright. People will be cut. Interesting. Huh? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, rest in peace, Susie. Okay, Susie's a shapeshifter or something. What the? Rest in peace, Susie. Oh my god, guys. Man, seeing that dinosaur just makes me feel bad. Hold on. That's very reminiscent of the Goner. Of the Monster Kid Goner. If I asked what happened, what would your response be? Like a morbid philosophical question kind of vibe. That dinosaur needs to get away. I'm gonna cry. Oh. We're going backwards through this for the authenticity. Because I only got interested in this because I saw amalgamates in the timeline. In the purple sea. Yeah, look, everybody's been replaced. Okay, so that's Ness's mom, I think. I played this bit of Earthman because it's like right at the start. Speak to your mother. Well, it's Varric's here, it's not Ness, but... Oh, okay. Huh? Cooked a fresh batch of you. Who are you? And then the caps. Oh my god. And then the caps all... Okay, hold on. Look at this. Her speech goes all deranged and then it starts going in all caps. Guys, come on. It's all real. All of the theories real. All of my bizarre forget. Well, every last slide. No, I'm joking. It's not every last slide, but oh my god. This part's mostly normal to what normal Earthbound is. Okay, this part isn't. What the heck? Yeah, this is the stupid, like, fly that comes at the start of Earthbound. What? That doesn't normally happen. Oh, no way. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. It's like 3 body parts. All in purple. Bro. Beta Godamaker just dropped. Okay, I don't know if crosses are normally used as a sign of not a sign, as a grave in Earthbound, but that's still interesting because I believe the V sign in Wingdings is a cross, and I was saying before that that could be linked to death, and so if it's linked to death here, that strengthens that. What? Bro. By the way, this is showing how Deltarune could easily be, like, it could go past the ratings, even if it's getting into a whole bunch of really, like, grotesque stuff. It's like, I don't think this has been that bad. Totally messed up speech. Interesting. Oh my god, do we even have to go on here? Like, the amount of just, you know... This is like a brain rot video. Like, this is like if you made a brain rot video about my theory. Just with, like, all the NPCs starting to talk weird. Just put purple everywhere. Just paint stuff purple for no reason. Oh my god, is this, like, more divorce horror from Deltarune? Okay. Oh, he wants to give him a donut. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on, what was that? Dick heart. Okay. I almost thought that said deer heart. I'm still a little bit sus on that. This is made in like 2008 or something. Like, what the heck? Okay, yeah, right. This is what we were up to before. Yeah, we'll just go to the start. A long lost hero. Interesting. A lost... Oh, wait, another lost hero. Wait, hold on, and these are all the people who get turned into robots. That get, like, killed. So then, if the lost girl, like, is a lost hero like these ones... Yeah, the last of the lost ones. These are all the lost heroes of the prophecy. That's what I was talking about. No way. Mandog, huh? I'm a little bit scared about that. I'm a little bit icied out about that. But yeah, so the Lost Heroes are the prophecy that I was talking about. These people are called Lost Heroes. And this is called a Lost Girl. Wait, hang on. What? Oh, right. Happy. Hold on. 1990X fall, huh? Oh my god, it's literally all of the orange yellow trees, like the autumn trees that I'm talking about. The ash trees. And the 1990X that's the same as in Deltarune. The date was 1990X on the shelter code. Cause keep in mind, Onett doesn't normally have those types of trees. Like it's like that because this is the Halloween hack. So it's set in fall, with winter coming soon. Like how he's just like standing because obviously Toby didn't want to make the sprite for the sleeping, and rightfully so. That takes time. Wake up, bounty hunter. Cowboy. What the? Wait, what the? What? Huh? Sewer pipe. Manhole. What are people getting eaten alive, huh? Are you kidding me? There's man-eating creatures out there. In the sewer. You've got to be... What? The ex-mayor, okay. Okay, yeah, alright. It's smile smile. It's like the smiling from that I was talking about that McDonald's does. Huh. Oh, wait, is this like because Ness has been replaced by Varric? Oh my god. Yeah, Ness is dead too, but he's just totally like forgotten here. While the other heroes are dead, but not forgotten. That's why Varric is the main character here, I guess. Yeah, okay, so Paula is being talked about as a hero again, but she's dead. Oh, that's where you get the black helmet. Oh my god. Wait, there's a message in my Cheerio that somebody does talk about there being a message in the alphabet soup or something. I think Yellow says that at one point, but I don't know what that means. Uh-oh, that dinosaur from before. Oh no, the dinosaur. No, the dinosaur's not purple. No, the dinosaur is not a kid-eating dinosaur. The dinosaur is not. The dinosaur is not a kid-eating purple dinosaur. Nope. Nope. And they're not directly next to puppets. They're definitely not directly next to puppets. That is not... Nope. And the kid-eating dinosaur is not a unique enemy to Halloween Hack. Nope, nope, that's not true either. 100% not true. Are you kidding me? Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, Susie is so cooked, guys. Wait, peer pressure, the peer pressure puppets are talking about TikTok? You gotta be joking. Alright, Toby, time travel theory is actually real. I believe it now. This Toby dialogue is kind of funny because he just goes unhinged. He doesn't hold back whatsoever. Because he's younger and people aren't gonna get mad at him. He's so avant-garde, swoon. Oh man, Toby's literally just been funny from the start. Just remember, guys, he released this when he was 17. It's like genuinely unbelievable. Especially when you consider how difficult this would have been to make back in 2008. Trying to mod stuff with the tools that were available then. I'm sure it would have been complete hell. Oh my god, I don't like this purple dinosaur, guys. I don't like this purple kid-eating dinosaur. Shoved your whole body into its gaping maw. Huh. Huh. Yeah, no, Susie never tried to do that. We don't have anything to worry about, don't worry. Oh my god, you guys, 2 cats. Oh my gosh. Wow, just like this, huh? Okay, so the pizza place doesn't sell pizza. Okay. Oh man. Oh, yeah, here we go. A zombie. It's a pseudo zombie. I looked it up earlier. Just on the side here. Bit your head off, eh? Okay, when is Varric going to... Oh! Oh, hold on. Blinding light theory, hold on. Oh, okay. So can we stop with time? Living enemies are easily put to sleep. Okay. Undead enemies are susceptible to the lights and are easily blinded. Yeah, blinding light theory. Huh. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, it's the... Wait, no way. No way you go into a manhole to get into them? Oh my god. The roaring dark. Okay. And the light of the town. Hmm. Oh my god. Oh my god, you know what I thought that almost said. Says a recycler. Oh. A viscous purple liquid which burns to the touch. Man, I wonder if that purple liquid, maybe it is like molten. I wonder about that. And maybe that's why the water does something to it. Like maybe it I don't know. What the hell? Oh my god. Okay, just from dark red to an unfamiliar foul-smelling red. Eyes are burning. Burning eyes, okay. Oh. Oh yeah, this definitely isn't like anything that I was saying in the theory that I thought might be in Deltarune. Are you... They're literally an over-recycled. I was saying that people are gonna get recycled. Oh my god, I just... I don't even know what to say. I hope it's obvious from my reactions that I'm seeing this for the first time. It's also like, it's goo and like recycled people. Mm. Okay, little purple and red monster. With a bunch of blood. The desperate survivor. Huh. Whoa, friends. Friends. It's also a melty dude. Melty Star Man. With its many hands, huh? Trying to put you into its gaping maw. Sea and waves, world's light. Mere shadows. Hmm. So he's created a place which can fill your desires and dreams and stuff like a dark world. Hmm. Curled up into a ball. Hmm. Yeah, okay. So from what I understand, like this is like a dream world, but it's because Dr. Andernuts, he he killed everybody and he's like sent them back to the past or whatever. The same as the party. Now everybody's messed up. Instead of zombies, they remember me's. Okay. I think that's probably it. Um Man, isn't that crazy? So here's a summary of my more serious predictions. So the meat factory as a concept will be coming to Deltarune, probably not visited in 6, but we will properly encounter friend in 6. Water hurts and melts shifter cryptids. They can survive small amounts like slight rain, but more hurts them a lot. Shifters are created using the power of determination / liquid darkness / hopes and dreams, etc. It's the same stuff that dark fountains are made of. They are individuals who are dark fountains in a sense. This is what amalgamates are in Undertale. They're made of parts and are made from dead or fallen down people, and possibly a mixture of objects too, or like with plants, such as the Gonna Maker vessel amalgamates Asriel / Flowey. Nightmare / ERAM came about during these experiments. Yeah, there are probably failed copies and original attempts to do this. These are Purple Guy and the Warrior. We will encounter some shifter reveal at some point, who we will have to run from and kill with water in the light world. Undyne will be sacrificed to this process, which is what the police sacrifice call is about, and will be filled with determination. We will pour water on her in order to defeat her in the light world, likely after she chases us, just as she did in Undertale. She will then melt and die just as she did in Undertale. Purple and hair are connected to shifters in the meat factory and to the concept of being trapped within it. Gaster's plan was to create copies to replace key figures in the prophecy to influence its outcome, which requires the originals to be killed so the prophecy can choose the second best person to fulfill it. This will come up in a big way in Deltarune. I don't know when. It might even not be until we meet an outcome we don't want in the prophecy, or the world ending entirely before being remade. We will find out that someone is already far ahead of us on attempting to change things, Gaster probably. This will directly lead into the horrors of what attempting to change the outcome of the game really means, upping the scale, but still keeping the same core of the G route. It's industrialized G route. It's about cutting everyone from the world and starting new. This also parallels the discovery of the True Lab after a neutral ending, where we will uncover the amalgamate experiments that use darkness beneath the surface of Hometown. In other words, put simply, the idea is, if you see Undyne or some horrific shape-shifting monster in any future chapter, run for the nearest supply of water as soon as you can. I'm not going to voice this, I feel like I've already gone over this, but you can read this if you want to see the recap of what the meat factory is all about. So I've got a few questions at the end of this theory, because I'm not really too sure about them, and I kind of want to hear people's thoughts maybe, or this might be where future videos go, I don't know, but why does the Holiday household stock so much water in its fridge? If it's a weapon, how does Carol knowing about these creatures and combating them impact the story? Why precisely did Carol cancel school because of heavy rain? If it's related to shifters, is she protecting them? Why is Icy's face a dog? What is precisely going on with Susie's connection with friend, purple guy, etc.? If there is a turf war going on, Gaster versus Icy, purple versus light blue, Susie versus Chris, or Susie versus Carol, or are they on the same team? Why is warmth sometimes used in relation to melting? Is it just because we normally do that? Like melted cheese, chocolate, marshmallow. There's like an unused NPC called Moonwarmer, which is weird, and it's just like a water cooler. Sun melting stuff versus rain melting stuff. I don't quite get it. Is it just because light can kill darkness as well as water? What on earth is going on with the Splatoon connections? And that's like more broadly. I'd like to know if you're a Splatoon fan and you have looked into the lore and everything, if you can come up with anything else that's going on here. Because I made this theory despite not knowing very much about Splatoon lore, so... Oh, and I'd also like to know if you have other alternative explanations about those 6 images, or if you had ideas prior, like at the start of the video, or prior to this video existing at all, I'd like to know them, because I feel like people just totally overlooked them, and like nobody cared about them, even though Toby put so much work into them, I think. If I'm somehow wrong about water melting, so if this theory actually gets popular, yet is somehow wrong, please Toby, just let there be a mic room reference to it. Like, make Cat Mike get water dumped on him while in his suit, and have his suit melting, and then have him say the suit is osmosing because it's made of root fibers or something stupid. I don't know, Toby could come up with something funnier, I'm sure. And a Teox video inclusion could tide me over as well. And I've got a picture there on the screen, which I quickly, poorly edited, and I didn't even edit the pixels properly, because the original image, it came, like, not being 1 pixel per pixel. But, it's just a cat mic who's melting. And, you know, that might show you just an example of, you know, something like what a melted enemy could look like. And he's saying, I'm osmosing my root suit. So I'm sure I got stuff wrong and missed stuff. So when making a video of this length and reviewing evidence for hours and hours and hours and hours, you're bound to make mistakes and even miss obvious stuff. So you can go ahead and point that out in the comments. Just try to be constructive. Almost everybody was last video, which I really appreciated. So thanks for all of those comments, guys. Unfortunately, this presentation got to 250 slides, and I just have to move on and make something later if it matters, though. This was a funny comment and sentiment that I got last video, which is, are these lectures movies? I thought it sounded like a lecture too when I was listening to it while I was editing. But the thing is, I've never even given a presentation that's longer than 10 minutes before. Certainly not given lectures or anything like that, so I found those really funny, because I usually don't speak very much, and my voice by the end of these, it goes so sore. It's sore right now. Because I just don't talk that much. But also lots of comments on the video length. I'm sure there's going to be tons of those under this as well. That was completely accidental. I don't know if people are saying that like it's like impressive, like, you know, that's a long video. This video doesn't take that much editing, so it's like way less impressive in that regard than so many other videos. But it's way harder for me to make a shorter video. There's way too much that I think about and that I want to voice, and so making things short, that's way harder than making them long. So yeah, that's just how these are. I don't know. I really appreciate everyone's kind comments last time, and there were so many that I learned that YouTube's notifications just kind of like, they just break after you get like too many of them. And So I would like try to look through the notifications, but then I'd miss comments because they just wouldn't show up, or and when the ones show up underneath comments, they don't show up. There were just a lot, and I tried to respond to as many as I just responded to plenty, I guess, but there were a lot. So, and yeah, I was super unsure if I was gonna get like 100 views last video. I seriously did not expect getting like over 30,000. That's crazy. And all I wanted was to be able to just discuss what I was thinking about. It's seriously all I wanted from that video. And I got quite a bit of that, so I was really happy about that, to see that. And hope that this video does the same, because I think that the water thing, I think there's something going on there with those 6 pictures. That's my main point of making this video. Oh yeah, this sentiment was really funny. So bro spoils the game at times and then goes nowhere other times. um, yeah. So I totally agree with that, by the way. But anyway, the whole point of these videos is that getting across the strong ideas in these requires the flimsy ideas that eventually lead to them. And that's why I put the strong idea, well, not the strong idea, but the main strongest evidence I feel in this theory. I put that at the very start in those 6 images, because you could hopefully see that those images were completely incomprehensible to you, but hopefully now you can start to comprehend something that was going on there. And that only came from all of these random connections that I was talking about, which seem to be on weak evidence, or just based on word associations. I think that Toby uses wordplay a ton, and he really loves playing with it. And yeah, like this video started with an alleyway graffiti, a purple dinosaur ice cube dunked in a tank, and some notion that shifters are water but are hurt by water. So all of the rest of this video just came from me thinking that that might be important. And I can't really show all of my thoughts, so I think it helps to show all of these slides to really present them. And people can take whatever's good and they can diverge at those points rather than all of the other random stuff that I put in here and all of the random speculation. And I think that this should serve as a message to people that every idea starts flawed, so you shouldn't be disheartened if you're ever creative about something, or you're trying to start something like a business or whatever. Things aren't ever going to come out perfect, so you just have to keep working on it, and then you come to the good stuff. So this is the end. Thank you so much for watching, and please leave a like if you learned something new. I cut like half of this theory. Well, it ended up being half. It was half at one point. I cut out like half the video. It's probably only like 20%, maybe 10% even. But yeah, if you want me to keep going, please like and comment that you want more. I do have more research as well on this. Please comment if you have thoughts on the theory, especially if you want to add to it. And subscribe if you want another video like this one. I really can't afford to do them unless it gets interest, and I do mean that. Like I will just stop. I'm not like all the other YouTube. I don't know. Like the other YouTubers, okay, they have like a career on YouTube, okay. I don't care about that. I want to make games, and this is just a side project. So I really will only do it if people want it. Otherwise I will just lose interest. Yeah, because they take way too long. I don't have time for it. So. And I'm making a game, that's what I spend most of my time on, so stay tuned for that, please. And a suspicious Mew Mew wants you to thank her, so